It is a fast-acting viral strain that infects the host immediately, and upon getting sick, the infected will become racked with coughs, sweat profusely, and start to get the shivers and chills.
There he is, the legend. The man, the myth, the legend.
Yeah. You can't literally run a promotion just for the AEW, what do they call them, Sickos?
Thank you very much, TikTok and AEW. See you tonight.
Tony Khan started telling people there's no such thing as long-term booking anymore. It's week to week.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
Because we just secured the bag.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It was just sort of happened naturally. But it was never something I intended. It was just something that happened because the wrestlers asked me to do things in matches, and I do them.
If you run a promotion just for the Sickos, you're going to do 400,000 viewers eventually.
Effing melts.
You know that SmackDown actually went over and everything?
Yeah.
You know,
What's the point?
the point of SmackDown.
What are you getting at here?
That the DVRs didn't pick it up.
Did they not pick it up?
Mine didn't.
Let's get into everybody's favorite moment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week.
What would you like to listen to in your ears?
I'd like to hear the flute.
Well, if you'd like to flaunt your flute, then we can find you a flautist.
Because we just secured the bag.
It doesn't help me.
Okay, so complain, but
I will complain.
Let me have my misery.
And when I heard that, I was like, what?
Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
You got to run a promotion for everybody. The Sickos can be the ones that buy tickets first and spend the most money on the merchandise.
Because we just secured the bag.
But, like, you got to promote for everybody. Then you'll have a lot of viewers.
I think we proved a lot of so-called experts. We made them look like idiots. We're not going anywhere. Tony Khan's not going anywhere.
You'll also be there on TNT. You'll be in 2 places at once. You'll be like my favorite movie. Time Con. It's so great, Pittsburgh.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It sort of happened naturally.
the best guy is Tony Khan.
Keep themselves safe.
SDL. 2 bad bitches, 1 hot shot. B3CCA, bitch. 2 bad bitches, 1 hot shot. Hello, hello. It's that B3 flow. You said you know me? I think you don't. My friends are rich and you're looking hella pro. With Matt, I'm the real rough rider. Can't keep up, my arms must be tired. Slow-mo, super villain, Zack Snyder. You talk shit, but I know you're a subscriber. DSL on our lips cause we're naughty. Hannah Montana acting like Miley. We can't stop cause we're the life of the party. Got your man squirming Scotty too haughty. SDL with a $sign code. B3CCA with the 3 cause I'm cool. Face hat, ass fat, say that. 2 bad bitches, 1 hot trap. Haters got no grip, that's priceless. Haters got no dishes, that's wifeless. Diamonds in my mouth, I'm priceless. Always ready for a fight, can't try us. You thought I'm a thotty, you just a hottie with a body and a thought. You wanna fight? Let's get bloody like Carrie. I'm queen of the prom. SDL with a $sign mode. B3CCA with a 3 cause I'm cool. Top of the Indies now on top of the charts. We're spending our cash and breaking your hearts. Cool. Becca and SDL, bitch. Me and Steph are the dream that's inception. Face hat, fast ass, big money, stay nice. 2 bad bitches, 1 hot trap. It's 2 bad bitches, 2 bad bitches, 1 hot trap. 2 bad bitches, 1 hot trap. through CCA with the 3 cause I'm cool. Top of the indies now, top of the charts. We're spending our cash and breaking your heart. 2 bad bitches, 1 hot track.
Ooh, what's happening, guys? Welcome to another eclectic edition of PWT live show. Yeah, my mic's working good. I'm not muted. Good. Welcome to another eclectic edition of PWT live show. Yeah, I am your host, the infallible and the frantic Phil Marks. Oh, sorry, we shouldn't start with that one, right? That's kind of a
stupid idiot.
But yeah. We're here. Joining me today, Marie Shadows will be here, and hopefully sooner rather than later. And we will get her in here to talk with us about some of this New Japan stuff with the Chris, I forget his last name, that got suspended or whatever. Tony Khan is getting people in trouble over in New Japan because he's not in on the work. So we're going to dive into that. We may have another guest. Don't get mad if they don't come in, but we may have another guest. I think it's highly likely when we talk about like the whole Max versus Netflix sort of thing, which is like a no-brainer, but it's a no-brainer. It ain't that hard to choose. But like we're going to talk about that and hopefully have someone smarter than me break some of that down. And if they don't show up, sorry, it's just a whole time thing. But yeah, so how's everyone doing? I'm going to do my plugs here and chat. We have a lot to get to. Mark Hugh the Mark became a YouTube member. Thank you so much.
Guys, Tony Khan.
You guys know I love nothing more than to beg you for 100 likes and to ask you all to do things and all of that as far as like hitting the like and subscribe and all that. And also you guys know I love reading chat and checking in with you guys like the whole time, but I got so much to get to. If you really need something to be heard, you got to super chat it in. Otherwise I might just gloss over it tonight. Just throwing it out there. George Capture for $5. NXT 957,000. The cope begins. Your guy Alfred Konuwa was like, holy shit, when he read that on my timeline. He was like, oh my God, for real? So it's awesome stuff. Thank you, George, so much. And yeah, the cope, it already has begun. We're seeing ridiculous stuff. We have a bunch of it. I know you guys have been thirsty for the Sickos. We have a great, excellent Sicko segment here tonight we're going to get to. Thank you. And then Denisha Lane for $2. Hey, Phil, just wanted to show love and say hi. Thank you so much.
Tony
love
Khan.
to you as well. Big highs, guys. Follow like D and George there, the top mod of the top pod, if you want to really get seen tonight. I'm going to check in with chat when I can, but I have Marie Shadows here waiting in the green room, so I'm going to bring her in here in a second. I see you there. But first, I just got to do my quick intro, my quick plugs here. So youtube.com/@prowrestletimes. Guys, we're at like 1.6K. youtube.com/prowrestleclips. We're at 5.6K or 5.5K. Either way, thank you so much. Run those up to 6K. We need 6K subscribers. And also patreon.com/prowrestletimes. I promise I have a bunch. I'm going to dump a bunch of stuff on there. Me and Alt Jake got a new Tough Enough for you guys. I got Total Divas coming. I got Botchamanias, and I got some other stuff. I'm going to watch CM Punk's fights and all of that on there. So lots of new Patreon content in 2025. Also, we added Monday night live shows. So round of applause for the PWT universe. We're going to do live shows on Mondays. We're going to watch Raw. So Raw Mondays, part of me, are going to be very WWE focused shows, and we're going to lock into the Netflix Raws, and we're going to do them like we do the regular live shows. I'm working on, if next Monday or this coming up Monday, there's not a new WWE show like PWT Monday night live show. If there's not like a new song for that, don't get upset, chat. I told you guys I'll cook one. There will be like a new music video for that, but I just got to make it. I need the time. And so, yeah, we're going live on Mondays too, during Raw. We're going to watch it. And for the first few here, though, I'm going to be like 10, 15 late. So I'll set up the live and then you guys chill in the chat and just wait for me. Don't go watch any other bullshit shows, none of these other lame ass shows out there. Okay, you don't go watch any of those. You stay locked in with me, and I'll be there like 10 minutes late probably for the first like few, just because I have something on Mondays. But and I get in literally when Raw starts. So you guys just spoil the first 10 minutes in the chat. That'll only be for a few weeks, and then yeah, I'll be there like, you know, we'll do the live show 6:30 Central, so 7:30 Eastern every Monday. And yeah, Monday, Wednesday, Saturday, or just like if you guys want a Sunday PLE one, you guys can beg me for it. Anyways, though, that's my plugs. Thank you so much. You guys are the best.
Come on now, Eric.
It's why this thing's growing and growing and growing and growing. We got lots to get to. We're going to dive right into AEW New Japan Hot News. Joining me on the show, ladies and gentlemen, Marie Shadows. Round of applause for Marie Shadows, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello.
How you doing?
Good, man. Happy New Year.
Yeah, Happy New Year to you too. I hope it was well. I hope you had a good Christmas and all that.
Yeah. Same old, same old. Yeah, same old,
I hear
same
you.
old.
Is it cold your way or what?
Oh, it's cold. It's cold. We had snow, which I like snow, but yeah, it's cold.
Yeah, I was gonna say you're a little further south than me, but it's fucking it's cold up where I'm at too. So we're looking at this Dynamite card here, Marie, and you've been doing tremendous.
Oh
coverage.
God!
Of course, Wrestle Kingdom, Wrestle Dynasty, and then this whole situation with the fucking you know, your tweets and the I saw you guys earlier, you know, with Chris. What's his last name?
Charlton.
Chris, that's it. I want to call him Petterton for some reason, but he is like on like a leave or whatever. We're gonna get into all that, but first, anything compels you. Kenny Omega's returning here. He did it at Wrestle Dynasty. I guess, what are your thoughts on Kenny Omega coming back at you as a big, like you saw the Gabe Kidd match. People are marking out for it. It's not my favorite match of all time. It's really good though, but he's coming back to AEW. Does that tickle your fancy?
Not necessarily, only because like I think that Kenny has done so much for the business, right? And we followed his whole entire career, and then he had the life-threatening illness that if I try to pronounce it on here, it's not going to sound well. But yes. So because he had that, and he also mentioned that like he had like 2 feet of his like intestines removed. I'm like, bro. I'm like, dude, just go on a vacation. There is nothing else for you to prove, right? Because I still want this guy alive. Like, I don't want something to happen in the ring and like, that's it. Like, I still appreciate what he has done for professional wrestling. So him returning, I'm just like, bro, just relax, go on vacation, go do what you want to go do, go find something else, and you'll be okay, man. Like, you don't need to. There's nothing else for you to prove. But him coming back to like AEW sort of brings up the question of, well, did he really need to say that in the interview, saying that AEW doesn't need him anymore? So I'm so confused in like his already like progressing story, whatever story we're going to get.
So do you think, well, it's obviously they're setting up the match between him and Okada. Are you excited for that, or do you think they should leave that in the past, like when it was good?
Yeah, they should leave it in the past. Like, there's no point to revisit it unless, like, you know, they're gonna, man, they really gonna prove that phrase, fight forever, like true. Like, they're gonna do that, man. But like, no, we don't need another Kenny Omega versus Okada. We really don't. I don't see what else can happen between those guys, other than like nostalgia.
Yeah, sorry. I was gonna say I wanted to see Omega take on like Lashley or something, like a fresh one, you know? Okada and Omega was awesome, but that they told their story. They had their 5 matches. That was in the past, you know?
Yeah.
So here's the one thing: Gabe Kidd versus Kenny Omega. Now, I didn't review it yet. I didn't talk about it much. We're still, me and you were doing a pod tomorrow as well.
Yeah.
I believe if you're free, we're gonna do it.
Yeah, we're gonna do it.
Thing. What's your thoughts on like Gabe Kidd versus Omega? Is it this 5-star classic? Was Gabe Kidd like Terry Funk, like Meltzer saying? We're gonna talk about it later. Where does this rank in your matches? For me, it was a solid match. I loved it. It was great to see Kenny back. It was one of the better matches on the whole card, I would say. However, it's not, to me, like, it's not even one of the standout. I don't know, maybe of 2025, I guess, because we're so early in the year. It was a great match, but it wasn't like one of the all-time great matches, in my opinion. And I think Gabe Kidd's great. So what were your thoughts on that match? And do you think Gabe Kidd goes to AEW and Tony poaches him too?
I hope he does not go to AEW because I need a wrestler to stand on their morals and their convictions and what they say. I really hope that doesn't happen, man. But as far as the match goes, my response is probably going to be a little bit different because I had a lot more emotion put into this because I didn't like the build-up and I didn't think this was needed because obviously, spoiler alert, guys, Gabe does not win. However, he does look like a freaking $1,000,000. He looks like a champ in the match. So story-wise, it was good. I just don't like the build up to it. As far as it's definitely one of my favorite matches for 2025. And it will stay one of my favorite matches for 2025. The in-ring story was well done. Everything that they had to go through, the fan participation in Japan was great. And then the little crying at the end when Gabe was looking at Tanahashi because that is just something.
Oh, that was powerful, man. That was really great stuff. So let's yeah, that was good stuff. So the whole story you talked about, the buildup, was basically Gabe Kidd shitting on AEW and Kenny Omega and Tony Khan and and he's been doing that for a while, right? But the buildup, it was really focused on like, oh, he gets in a shoot fight with Kenny and Gabe Kidd's tweeting stuff out like, oh, imagine, basically calling Tony Khan a clown over and over. Now, my conspiracy theory is that Tony Khan's in on it, right? And whenever Tony's like in on something, it's okay to do. Like Moxley, for instance, he's saying all the same shit Punk was saying verbatim, but he's doing it in a way where Tony's okay with it instead of just going off the cuff and saying what he really feels like Punk did. And so in my opinion, Gabe Kidd and Kenny and Tony are all like, Kenny told him, yo, Gabe Kidd's going to talk a lot of shit. Don't worry. It's just da-da-da-da-da. We're just working this angle for Wrestle Dynasty, whatever. That's my argument because what had happened was Chris Charlton, right? I got it right?
Yeah, you got it right.
So he got in trouble and he got like fucking suspended after basically he's on commentary and he's saying the same things that Gabe Kidd's been saying. And it makes a lot of sense because he's the New Japan commentator. Like he's closely associated to me. Like that's the voice I think of. Is that little that British guy talking like this? Like, you know, he's great. The other guy I feel like is trying to sound like Excalibur. And I don't really like that, but I like this Chris Charlton guy. He's a skinny dude. And basically Tony Khan like got him in trouble or he's suspended indefinitely for his comments speaking on AEW, but really he's just doing like the heel thing. And I know people are trying to cope saying, oh, he's not the heel commentator.
That's stupid.
That's so stupid. I want you, because you're going to break it down better than I can. But basically my opinion on that is like Chris Charlton and Tony Khan aren't on the same page. Gabe Kidd can say whatever he wants because Tony Khan was like, yeah, it's great. And he feels like he's a part of the work. That Charlton dude can't because Tony's not in on the work. Just like CM Punk can't say that stuff because me and the Bucks aren't in on it. But then like when Moxley says the same shit, oh, well, it's kind of my idea. So because we know the relationships there. So that's my opinion on it. Now you might have a different one. You could probably even give a little more insight on it or the history on it. I don't know if Charlton said anything beforehand, but to me, it just felt like that he's just one of the commentators sticking up for New Japan, and it's sort of this AEW versus New Japan thing that Gabe's trying to create, and he's one of the only guys out there. Well, no, actually, the New Japan guys are trying to stir this up because they need something. God damn it, they get all their talent poached, and they lose their US TV deal when the promise was, "Hey, we're gonna help you expand your TV on the US." That's how Meltzer pitched it. Oh, they're going to help New Japan blow up in the US. But just shed some light on that. And what are your thoughts on like him getting suspended? Is he going to get fired? What happened there?
Okay, so first let me preface this by saying that the only insider knowledge that I know is the history of when Chris Charlton is on commentary and what Chris Charlton does within New Japan Pro Wrestling. I have not talked to nobody. I don't have sources for this, but we're going based off of the history of what we know about New Japan Pro Wrestling and Chris Charlton. Chris Charlton is one of the most hardworking guys in New Japan Pro Wrestling. He is not only their translator, but he also works in the office. So what happens is that whenever New Japan Pro Wrestling tours the island of Japan, when they come to Tokyo and the surrounding areas, they will let Chris Charlton lend his voice to commentary. Now, I always use this example. if New Japan Pro Wrestling is going to go to Sendai. Sendai is a lot more farther away from Tokyo and Osaka. Chris Charlton will not be able to go over to Sendai to do commentary for a 2-man booth. And we know this because Kevin Kelly has said it one time before on commentary. Kevin Kelly, before Walker Stewart, was the lead English commentator. So Kevin would be like, oh guys, it's just me today in the booth. I might have some wrestlers. Sorry, Chris Charlton can't be here. He's back in the offices, right? So that is what happens. That's why when Dave Meltzer put that tweet out, he made it sound as if like Chris Charlton was always on commentary, going everywhere where New Japan would go. And I'm like, no, dude. Like, if you say that you study the business and you study New Japan Pro Wrestling, you would know that Kevin Kelly had said multiple times throughout the years that he was there that, oh yeah, Chris Charlton is back in the offices. You know, he's there doing some work. I hope he's not working too hard. And that's why I didn't like that tweet, because it was very negligent on reporting. Now, with that being said, Chris Charlton was very big during the pandemic, where they had the virtual signings of the wrestlers. And if a Japanese fan were to give a Japanese comment, he will automatically translate it for the wrestlers so that way they get the cute little message. So that's how important Chris Charlton is. Now, with that being said, whenever it was Chris Charlton and Kevin Kelly on commentary for Tokyo Dome, and he had a very similar sort of emotional reaction, because he gets really, really passionate and emotional. And you heard it during the Gabe Kidd versus Kenny Omega match. That's normal. He does that. So I don't understand why, if it is true that Tony Khan got upset, got sensitive, even though I talk about the patterns all the time about how the way that people get silenced, how people get reprimanded. Like, why are we picking Chris Charlton? You know? Yeah. But essentially, Chris is usually like a heel commentator because he loves New Japan Pro Wrestling. He's the best person for the history. And, you know, this is very surprising at the end of the day. What else do I need to add about this? But like, I did a whole thing.
Yeah, I know. You've already gone off on it, but it's like, so when Dave is like, well, he's not meant to be a heel commentator, it's like, you're fucking lying, bro. Come on. Do you even watch New Japan? Like, for sure, he's the guy he's like passionate, like Joey Styles was for ECW. That's sort of Chris's gimmick, you know? So you kind of, I don't know where Dave's, and I don't even watch New Japan all the time anymore, and I know that. You know what I mean? So I don't understand where he's coming from with that. To me, I felt like the Chris dude was the guy trying to tell the stories throughout the night, like help get it across to the English audience. Like, he's good with that. Yeah, my girl's watching it with me. She's like, why are they, you know, what is this, you know? And I'm trying to explain it. I'm like, well, listen to this dude, this British kid, he's gonna tell you. Literally, I'm like, he's gonna tell you everything as the match goes on. So yeah, to me, it's crazy. Now, I know some people are like, well, Tony Khan didn't get him fired. Yeah, but listen, guys, we had Ant Evans on before, who worked in TNA alongside Scott D'Amore, and Tony Khan went into TNA. And what did Ant tell us, man? Scott didn't want to rock the boat. Tony shat all over TNA during those infomercial things, and fucking no one would pipe back. Anthem wasn't going to say shit back. D'Amore wasn't going to say shit back. And it's the same thing with this New Japan deal. He has them under their thumb. He has what he can do is let a guy like Takeshita sign for a fucking year, but then he's also taking all their talent, which is something a lot of people are pointing out. Other than like ZSJ and fucking Gabe Kidd, you know, like, what are their names there that aren't really, you know, I get it, they got Takahashi and guys like that there, but you know, they were kind of hot like a while ago. So to me, yeah, I just think it's ridiculous to think that if let's say he is suspended or whatever it is, right? He was reprimanded. It would be foolish to think Tony didn't have some sort of influence with that. And I'm not saying Tony can suspend anyone in New Japan, but he definitely has influence over people in New Japan.
Also, I do also need to mention this on your show too, because it's very important for your audience to know this, and you know, when my audience too and stuff like that. Yeah. To make this more legit, New Japan Pro Wrestling does very good PR for themselves. Very good PR. So like, for example, if a wrestler gets sick, they will automatically have a press release out on all social media platforms where they would say, hey, such and such wrestler got a fever. Sorry, fans. Here's the updated card. And here's a wrestler that's going to be taking the place of that wrestler in the match. And then, bam, we move on. And then also, when we had former president Obari step down and Tanahashi assumed president of New Japan Pro Wrestling, we had a press release of that. So New Japan Pro Wrestling has not even put out a press release in the past couple of days to either try to put legit, to make this legit or not. So that's why I'm like, guys, just keep asking questions, keep looking at what's happening, because if New Japan has not even confirmed this, then I'm like, there's something else going on here.
Yeah. Now, I said on my Christmas show, I made some predictions. I gave out awards and I made predictions. I said that in 2025, by the end of 2025 at least, I predict that New Japan will make an announcement like, we don't exclusively work with AEW, like we'll partner with WWE as well, and then we see that crossover, and then we also see AEW, like Tony and Dave, they'll melt down a bit and get a little upset, and I could totally see that happening. Are you just hoping? Do you think that will happen this year? Do you think it'll take longer than that? What's your thoughts on that prediction?
Man, I am just praying for Tanahashi to open up his eyes and be like, this isn't how you treat people. Yeah. Everybody on Twitter was saying that like Japan is very big on respect, right? Mm-hmm. After this Wrestle Kingdom season and what's happened with Chris Charlton, and apparently the Twitter streets are saying that Tony Khan did not even show up to Japan or even attend the Wrestle Dynasty show. Wow. Like, where is the respect coming from your supposed partner in this partnership with AEW? Like, where is that respect at? You know, like, I just need Tanahashi to understand that like business is always going to be business, but he has to put New Japan first, right? Now, get this also. Shibata had also had an interview saying that if Tanahashi is going to do this retirement tour, he's going to have to fight Shinsuke Nakamura. And I was like, and I was like, yo, don't you guys still have that little mini partnership with Pro Wrestling Noah? Because like Kenta keeps going over to Noah and having matches. You guys sent Gabriel Kidd over there to have some matches. So hey, it could probably work because the partnership between Noah and WWE, who knows? You know, I'm just very hopeful, and I'm praying that maybe at the end of the year they wake up and they realize this is not how a partnership is supposed to be.
Well, goddamn, you break it down so well. So at This Is Nasty, Alfred Konuwa, friend of the show, stand-up comedian extraordinaire, Forbes writer extraordinaire, Mark Melter Downer extraordinaire. I don't know if that, but he has a little bit. He has a 1 minute little clip here with his thoughts on it. I want your reaction to this, Marie, and let's see what he has to say about Charlton and of course Kenny. I mean, that match was solid. I really enjoyed it. It's not one of my all-time matches, but I totally get it from the standpoint of like, I get it. I totally get it. And Tanahashi crying at the end was like, God damn, you don't see that, very often. Yeah. So it was just, it was honestly, Wrestle Dynasty, I had more fun watching that than Wrestle Kingdom as well, which not to...
Oh, really?
Yeah, I did. I don't know what it was. Like, yeah, and I'm not like a big Jack Perry fan or anything, but it was, I don't know, I just had kind of more... It was more vibrant to me, I get, but I don't know. I get you're more in deep with the New Japan. Again, I fell off in like the late 2010s, but either way, let's listen to Pro Wrestle Bits. Alfred Konuwa's thoughts here on the whole situation.
Chris Charlton is on an indefinite hiatus, according to AEW stooge Dave Meltzer. This after Charlton called AEW president Tony Khan a money mark in the Tokyo Dome. This could all be part of a work after GCW star Effie made similar comments about Tony, only for TK to keep working with the promotion. So that means Tony Khan likes right.
Nah, but here's the thing, though. Tony worked with the promotion, but he punished Ricky. He fucking punished Ricky and then sent in his stooge Jericho. So that's not it was like hurting one guy to prove a point still. It was some real Vince McMahon type shit, right? So anyway,
Writing storylines where people call him a money mark, like art imitating life. Is this the AEW version of Vince McMahon booking himself
Yes,
to make
see,
out
there
with
you go.
WWE divas? Is this Tony Khan trying to tell us who he really is? If not, and assuming this is real, tell me when Chris is telling lies. Tony Khan does overpay for already established talent. AEW did damage New Japan Pro Wrestling. And now that New Japan and AEW are both ice cold.
Damn, he cooked him. What are your thoughts on Alfred's little quip there?
First of all, I do appreciate Alfred. He's a really good content creator, and everything that he does, like, I pay attention to and I watch. He's not wrong. He's just giving the facts and like bringing people up to speed about like what's happening. And it's one of those things of like, when you put it into light that way, it does make you think about like the whole GCW thing too. Because I wrote that in my article that I was like, Ricky Starks gets pulled from GCW, but then Jericho shows up just to further his story with Kadona at the AEW Ring of Honor thing. But then like all this happens with Chris, and Chris gets picked on. Like, I don't know, man. Like, Alfred did a good job, but to wrap it up, like, it just doesn't make any sense. The whole picking and choosing don't make any sense.
So did you see this tweet here from Real Tony?
Yeah, I did. I just
he deleted it, I think. But he's like,
Yeah.
hey, Reason JP. Is that Charlton?
Yeah, that's his.
Wow. And then he goes, speaking for all of us in AEW, go fuck yourself. And speaking for all of us who have been around you, take a shower once in a while. Did he really tweet that out, Marie?
I guess he did. I didn't see it. That's why I said I guess he did. Because people were posting it and sharing it, and I don't know. I mean, has Tony Schiavone said that he hasn't posted? Like, that's not him? Because I don't know where the timestamp is, other than like 2 minutes ago. I mean, not 2 minutes ago, but the date and whatnot. But I don't know, man. But it's I don't know. It's kind of bad. That's why I left it alone and I didn't even touch it. And I was just like, whatever, because it's not for me to like add onto my stuff, because that's just wrong.
Well, I'll add on to it because I'm okay with being wrong. No, but listen,
yeah, that's totally okay, man.
I'm a resident asshole over here in the IWC.
Yeah.
Listen, okay? Here's my whole thing. Either he's working because this thing is like some sort of elaborate type work, which I just don't think they are functioning on that level. I think something's over there in the water at AEW and people get kooky. And I think Schiavone's just the ultimate ball washer in 2025. He's getting paid probably astronomical money to do whatever light work he's got to do for Tony Khan. And I just think, like, why not? Like, he's just going to kiss his ass. It's like the Dax Harwood effect. You all just start like, oh, well, I'm signed here for 8 years. Might as well start kissing ass. So I get booked, So he deleted it, though. And, yeah, that's my response on it. Tony Schiavone is a legend. But, like, fuck around, bro. Act a little profesh. What did, like, Tony text him? Oh, my God. Can you believe what he said? This asshole. So, and then Tony's like, don't worry. I got you, Tony. Fucking goof troop over here. Anyways, though, there was a lot of cope over the Wrestle Dynasty stuff.
Oh, God, I bet.
And this was reported that AEW was unable to promote Wrestle Dynasty because of restrictions in their Max deal. So that's why they weren't promoting the show. Is this real? This is Wrestling News Co.
Listen, I'm just going to say I don't know, but it just sounds so fishy to me. It sounds so sus. Okay, it really does. Only because I know that this is the first ever like AEW event over in Japan, right? Even though they have 5 companies, it's still like an AEW event. Why would another network care if they're going to be getting new fans that may want to watch AEW? Because there's also something else that I'm not sure that if you know or your fans don't know. By the way, I do have a question. Do you have a subscription to NJPW World?
I do not.
Okay. Well,
you what?
It's okay. It's okay. So basically when American fans and also international fans get a subscription to NJPW World, if you guys didn't know, Tony Khan has AEW Dynamite, the last of AEW Rampage and Collision all on NJPW World. They are all dubbed in Japanese. However, you must be a Japanese fan that has a subscription in order to watch the AEW programming. So if Max understood that, then that means that they'll be getting extra eyes on AEW, and maybe in the future they will allow AEW to promote those shows because they're going to be seen in Japan. Like the AEW content goes on the NJPW world, but again, you have to be Japanese in order to see it because I can't see it. But Max would be smart to let AEW promote it no matter what, so they could get new eyes, even Japanese fans that might want to tune in and maybe buy a pay-per-view if that makes sense.
Yeah. We have a couple super chats here for $2. The best guys, Tony McCon. Yeah, dude.
The best guys, Tony McCon.
Yeah, it's Tony McCon. I love how it's catching on now. We invent all the things here at PWT. Thank you so much, Rabid Wolverines, LC Killer 17, and then Don GX for 5,000 clips. Thanks, bud. I don't know what the fuck that is, but round of applause,
I don't know what that
everyone,
is.
for 5,000 clips. CLP. Let's go. Don says, thank you very much for these guests, Phil. Very informative from the people who follow the product for real, not like the so-called press. Sorry for the sloppy English. No sloppy English. Don't worry. I'm sure you speak better than I do by the sound of it. But also, yeah. What's up, Marie?
So basically, CLP is Chilean peso.
Hey!
So that person is from Chile.
Let's go.
Welcome.
Or as Brendan Shaw would say, Chile. No? Anyone? Gringo Poppy? No? Okay, he's a hack comedian. I make fun of him here. Anyways, dude, thank you very much for being here. And yeah, that's what I try to do, right? Like I tell you guys, I was a huge 2010s New Japan mark, not as much anymore. Who do I go to? You want information on things New Japan related, you go to fucking Marie Shadows, okay? So I got to bring her on. We're doing a pod tomorrow too. So don't get it. Make sure you guys check. It's going to be recorded. Then it'll drop the next day. Time Cop. Like Time Cop. It'll be tomorrow, but kind of like today, but like on Friday. Thank you so much. And then Plenty and Pixar for $20 is like, no, Jericho, please, for the love of... Whoa.
Sorry.
Oh, come on now, Eric.
Hey, run those goddamn likes up to 100 then, Eric. It's not my fault. God damn it. Don't make me run a Blue Chew ad. And maybe stay with Conrad. For real. Run them up or don't. Whoever you got, it's like Squid Game. You guys have to beat each other to 100, right? And then whoever gets the 100th has to go like, no, Jericho, I was 100. Or Jericho, or something. I don't know. $20 is pretty enticing, though, right? So Plenty had made a good argument, guys. You got to beat this one, okay? So round of applause to our super chatters for getting back to the show. So, yeah, Bushi Road president, Takaki Kidani. Did I say that correctly?
Yeah, I just call him Kidani because that's easier to pronounce.
Yeah. So he said maybe it would have been better to do it at a distance on January 4th. As for things to reflect on this time, I think we weren't able to create the feel of a joint event nor of a rivalry. Well, New Japan was trying. Or at least Gabe Kidd and Charlton were crying, and then and then Tony Khan started crying, and then motherfuckers got suspended, apparently, allegedly, right? So he said it ended up being a bit half-hearted. That's something to reflect on. So do you agree with that or not?
When I saw that, I immediately tweeted out, I was right. Because I was right. I was exactly
New
right.
Japan listens to Marie Shadows, confirmed.
Man, I guess, right? Like, I was right about that because I was explaining the whole Japanese economic system, and I don't know if you want me to get into that very quickly.
Yeah. Yeah.
You want me? Okay, cool.
Yes.
So,
yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so basically, Japan does not get paid the same way that we get paid here in America, where it's bi-weekly. You may have some jobs that are weekly paid and stuff like that. Over in Japan, for the most part, and I know this hasn't changed, but for the most part, if you work in like corporate, you get paid once a month. You'll probably get paid once a month too if you work like fast food and stuff like that. But you get a lump sum once a month. And what happens is that the head of the household gives that money to their wife. The wife would divvy up the money to like the bills, the important stuff. If they have kids, stuff for school, food, all that kind of stuff. And then they have money for like entertainment. So they may not always have money to go to all the entertainment stuff that, they want to go to. So for Wrestle Kingdom weekend, not only do we have Wrestle Kingdom and Wrestle Dynasty, but we also had Stardom. So it was Stardom, Wrestle Kingdom, Wrestle Dynasty, and then New Year's Dash, which is the cool down from Wrestle Kingdom. So basically what happened is that even though Japan knows that they are stretching people thin with their money, Tony Khan doesn't know that. So, now you're making your local fans choose what event to go to because they're not going to spend on all like 4 events. So they have to choose. Most of the time they'll go to a Wrestle Kingdom or they might go to a different one to get a different experience. So that means that for Wrestle Dynasty, Tony Khan would have to rely on the American tourists, international tourists from everywhere else around the world, the tourists, any people that's like, abroad and studying. So he had to rely on their wallets in order to go to the show. So as you can tell in that whole entire article, they even get into the numbers because Kadani was disappointed with the numbers. Yeah. Wrestle Dynasty did like 16K in tickets and Wrestle Kingdom did 24K in tickets. So they really
chat in the Tokyo Dome. Sorry to interrupt, but think about that. 16K in the Tokyo Dome. And then what did Kingdom do?
Kingdom did like 24K.
Oh, so Kingdom beat out like the AEW cross promotion show. Holy fuck. AEW could not be more ice cold than it is right now, Chad.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
Which, by the way, I'm going to follow it up with that tweet from Uncle Dave. I really do think that it was a distraction and a scapegoat kind of thing because you know how AEW fans, the Sickos, use AEW as their personality, and whenever they get a one-up on like a really huge ticket sale, they like harass everybody, they tell everybody, but everyone's been quiet ever since the numbers came out, and Kadani was like, I don't like this. This is not what he wants. So for 2026, he wants 40,000 people in the Tokyo Dome, but he did not say that, like, if AEW is going to be a part of that. He was just like, yo, the goal for next year is 40,000. And then, that was like the most of it in that interview. But that's basically how Japan works. I was saying it all the time that like they're stretching everybody thin. They can't do that. And look what happened.
Hey, Marie, ask me if AEW is going to be a part of that 40K show in Japan. Ask me.
Hey, Phil, do you think that AEW is going to be part of that 40K in the Tokyo Dome next year?
Nope.
I don't know if that worked. Nope. Mercedes Moné, another big thing everyone's talking about. Moné defeated Mina Shirakawa, and then we're almost done with the New Japan stuff, guys. Okay, just letting you know. But Mercedes Moné defeated Mina Shirakawa to retain her New Japan Strong Women's title and become the new Rev Pro undisputed British Women's Champion. And she got another belt, so she walked out with 4 belts. I was a little confused. Some people were a little confused. Even this Mara Wrestling, they're only talking about. So did she only win the 1 belt from Mina? Can you break that down? And now it's 4 belt. Moné, she's like doing the belt collector thing. How do you feel about that? And can you explain what these fucking titles she has are?
I'm gonna be very honest. I put in my notes bullshit. And then I was just like, no, this is not cool. And people might think it's because of other reasons. No, it's just that, listen, I need Mercedes Moné to start putting over people and start working with people, start being committed to actually starting and finishing actual stories and not just jumping from like, oh, I want this belt. I want this belt. I want this belt. And it's like, hello, the women that you worked with in AEW, should be having a good story with you, but it is what it is. As far as I can tell, Mina has had the British title. But I don't know why she has 4 titles. Yeah. I'm still like, I don't know, but she has 4 belts. I can't really say too much, but what?
Yeah, like after the match, sorry to interrupt, but they like Mina handed her both belts. I thought it was for one belt, so it was like two belts were on the line, but only Mina's or like, and then only Mercedes is one belt, not her strong title or whatever. I'm not sure. I was confused by that part. But the match was actually pretty good for a Monet. I'm not gonna lie, it was like pretty solid. It was like, again, not my favorite match in the world. Nothing on this was my favorite, but they worked well together. But sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. You were onto something there.
No, you're good, man. You're good. I was just thinking, like, I know she has the Rev Pro belt. That's what she got from Mina. I don't know about the other one at all. But I do know that Mercedes put up the TBS title that she should still have, and New Japan Strong. It is really difficult to keep up with like the belts, especially with the women.
Yeah, no doubt. Especially when you're carrying around so many of them. So, yeah, that was. If you guys are interested in the New Japan stuff, we're gonna deep dive more into that. Me and Marie tomorrow on a recorded pod. Right now, though, we do have a super chat as well. Scully Vibes for $5 says, "Hey, shout out Squared Circle Podcast." Yeah, sup, Phil and Marie. Trick question. Oh, here, I'll give you a yes. Scully Vibes, DMing with him earlier. Through PWT legend here. Who did the Bucks help get over by winning the tag titles? So, yeah, the Bucks go and win the tag titles for the millionth time. We've covered it here on the show. They run away from AEW when times get tough. Now they're there. Gonna kill New Japan some more. What the fuck, Marie? Who did they help get over by winning these belts for a millionth time?
Scully knows the answer. You know the answer. Your audience know the answer. Nobody.
Nah. Yeah, their title win was silly. You knew it was happening too, because they're like, we're going to New Japan. We need to do this. And it's like, why would you need to go back there and win that belt? They just run away when times get tough in AEW, man.
They do.
Yeah. They really do. Thank you, Scully. And then Justin Booth for $5 says, I wouldn't be surprised if Pro Wrestling Noah surpasses New Japan Pro Wrestling within the next year and a half, especially considering they're partnered with WWE. What do you think about that? Do you think Noah has a shot, or?
Oh, they do. They do. It's only because, see, when it comes to a partnership, it's not supposed to be like, oh, just take everybody and be like, oh, it's a partnership and we get to have, some trade-offs for somebody going to the G1 and then somebody coming for the summer to be a jobber. A partnership is supposed to be like a relationship where, like, you go on. I don't really want to go down the romantic way, but like, you go on. So basically, you go on dates, you hang out, you have fun, you plan some days, and then there are just some days that you take off where, like, you have to run some errands by yourself, you do things by yourself, and then maybe like a week later you come back together to do like a date, and it's all fresh, it's all new, and you're like, I'm so in love, that kind of thing, where like you work at it slowly, you build it up slowly. And that's what Pro Wrestling Noah has been doing with WWE, and that's what WWE has been doing with TNA, and it has been very prosperous. If the wrestlers in WWE that still need to get their reps in, if they don't have a spot on the card of the WWE roster and like Raw, SmackDown, and NXT, send them somewhere else where they could fill in a spot. Like, that is what you do. You nurture something that you love, With New Japan and AEW, Tony Khan is like, yo, I got money. I'll buy everybody up. Oh, wait, I'm not supposed to do that. Like, and then when we talk about it, we get pushback, and it's like, we're watching this in real time. Are you not watching this in real time with us? Like, but yes, to Justin's statement here, yeah, man, like, I'm so with you with that. Like, I think Pro Wrestling Noah is going to surpass New Japan, and then Tanahashi is going to see it. Naito might say something, and Tanahashi might be like, "Yep, let's do it.
Damn,
let's leave AEW.
Let's go." Okay, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give an air horn for Marie, and come on, we need a round of applause for that NJPW coverage. I mean, god damn it, that's amazing stuff. And Tony Khan being a petulant child. Marie, you want to hang out with me and react to some more news and stuff like that, or what?
I'm tempted, but I have to cook dinner.
Okay, absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, then round of applause for Marie Shadows. Plug your shit. Squared Circle Podcast. Where can people follow you online? Let them all know.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. So again, I'm Marie Shadows. People don't like it when I say I'm a former WWE employee too, but I really enjoy wrestling all over the world. I do have my own channel, youtube.com/Square Circle Podcast. I do have my own version of breaking down Metzler's tweet and like everything that I talked about here, just a little bit more in detail over on my channel. And also, if you like newsletters, head over to marieshadows.substack.com for even more context, because I give you the pictures of the tweets and everything like that, just to be like, look, I could tell you about the Google Maps of like where the NJPW offices are in relation to where New Year's Dash was and all that kind of stuff. Other than that, yeah, I mean, I'm just creating more wrestling stuff. So yeah, YouTube. I'm also on Spotify. Just search up Square Circle Podcast. But yeah, I just love talking about professional wrestling.
And your great takes at Marie_Shadow.
Oh yeah, that's too. Yeah, my Twitter.
You plug that because it's good stuff. Everyone, chat. Round of applause for our brilliant first guest of the evening, Marie Shadows. Marie, thank you. And we'll link up tomorrow. I will DM you as soon as I'm up. All right.
All right. Thank you, man. Bye, chat. Bye, Phil.
See you. Amazing stuff, guys. Ooh, that was good. Okay, so there was our little New Japan coverage. We're going to talk about some AEW news. We have possibly someone else joining the show here to talk about Max versus Netflix and stuff like that. I'm not sure. I will send some links out. Some other people might join in. And we'll figure it out. But we're just going to dive into some AEW news while we have the folder open. I'm going to pull up Dynamite on my screen over here. It's going to be some background noise while we go through the hot news. And also, I'm checking likes, chat. Checking likes. So here, let me send a link off. And hopefully I didn't just open my DMs. Jose, the assistant, says hi, chat. This guy, man, I start charging him every time. $5. No. Oh shit. So yeah, I'm gonna get Dynamite pulled up. Then I'm checking likes, chat. So you guys better. I see feet and mooses in the fucking. What's the plural of moose? Mice? I should know this. I'm Canadian, right? I should be the moose expert. Here we go. Yeah, Kenny Omega's return. We got it right here. We're gonna pull it up. 15 minutes till the show. We'll rip through this news. I do have WWE news as well. So Monday nights are going to be just WWE focused, like glazing WWE pretty much, unless they do bad shit. Like, come on, I ripped apart that CM Punk match too. It's funny how people just think I'm a drone. Like, dude, I was ripping the middle of that Punk match up during it. I was like, bro, they're going way too AEW, you know, him and Seth. So, but it's going to be very WWE focused, but that doesn't mean there won't be hot WWE news on the regular shows. Okay, I got the AEW stuff pulled up. I'm going to switch over now and check the likes on the Clips channel. The Times channel, you guys get a pass, but there's like a shitload of you in there as well. We have like 300 people watching, I guess, across both. Yeah, we're at 85. Joining us now on the show, we have a few guests in the wings. You don't know. The plural of moose is meese. Very Monty Python. Yeah, you're right. Mices. Yeah. Mice. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we're going to talk about that. Don't worry. We got the juiciest of news here. God damn it. Hey, I didn't do it. I didn't pull the trigger yet. I need you guys to work with me here. I'm giving you some leeway, right? So if you're on the other channel, consider jumping back and forth or whatever. And yeah, run those likes up because we got a few people in the wings here as well. But I don't know if anyone's coming on. I apologize if I do have someone I'm trying to get on. I didn't say hi, chat. Yeah, Jose, dude. Everyone, check out Jose. This you guys know him. You guys know and love him. Jose, the assistant, tremendous manager, right? For $2, Lincoln Hawk says, "Hey you, yeah, you with the face, hit the like. Hey you guys, hit the like for JD, yous guys." Okay. Thank you, Lincoln Hawk. Okay, joining us now on the show is everyone's favorite panelist, Chris Jericho.
I look and see it's not just me. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let me get wild! Yay!
Dude, I love how mad/happy the chat gets. Oh my God. Plinian for 20 goes, this is worse than Hogan. Bro, come on. Come on, Jack. Well, let me tell you something, dude. That's not true. I bombed way worse than that, brother. Come on, that wasn't that bad, was it? Jarrah Hogan or the OG Hulk Hogan, right? They both shill mediocre alcohol. No. Does Jericho still sell the little bit of the bubbly? I don't fucking know. But come on, dude. It wasn't that bad, right? Are the likes ran up? I'm trying to get to 100. It does help the algo, right? That's why I called it the algo, right? I'm a boomer. But yeah, dude, it helps. So that's why we're begging for him here. We're at 92. So you guys love Jericho. 8 more. It'll go away plenty, and the nightmares will stop. You'll be fine. Okay, let's get into breaking news here. Not really breaking other than my back covering this shit. Plinian, thank you. And everyone, round of applause for Plinian. Come on, we know he's freaking out there. Give him a hug. Give him a good old Tony Khan hug over there. Okay. So let's start at the bottom. Now we hear JoJo Offerman, Bray Wyatt's widow, ring announced a dark match at AEW Collision. Fightful Select gossiped that she was there prior, and then she did the TV thing later, and there's been talks for a while. So God bless her. Hey man, if she goes and works for AEW, sweet, good for her. I also saw, you guys know that girl from WWE Next Gen, Carolina Cruz. She was taking AEW photos or something, so she's gonna pop up there too. And what I tell you guys, I was like, dude, in 2025, either you're going to see her back in NXT. If I was AEW, I'd jump all over her right now because she's applying what she learned on that show and what they don't show you on the show, obviously, because on that show, they go from really shitty to really good after one episode. They just know how to wrestle all of a sudden. You're like, okay, this is obviously filmed over a year or something. But either way, good for JoJo and get that bag. And some people thought she was Samantha Irvin. Right now, are we really?
You what?
We do that as a bit sometimes. It's kind of funny, but I mean, some people legit thought it was her and weren't being, even trying to be funny in any way. And it was like, God damn it, that is so cringe. Yeah, and that's just what the faux Twitter outrage is, as we chronicle here on this show. So we'll I think I bookmarked some for the Sicko segment regardless. Shout out JoJo and good for her. As you see here is her on your television. Here we go. Those are for something I'm working on. Scientific purposes, of course. The many faces of Tony Khan. So report there's heat on Roosh and Dralistico following AEW Rampage incident. Now, Jose, you want to hop on and fucking shed some light on this or what? You want to tell us the truth on what? No, I'm just joking. But you are welcome to. But either way, Cultaholic reports this. Now, you guys know what I'm saying all the time, right? Roosh, Push Roosh, right? Push Rush. They put his face on a truck to keep him happy, He whooped Jack Perry's ass on television. That was one of the greatest moments in the history of AEW for me. I was popping hard. They sort of threw this trios together and they're Rush and Dralistico, and then Mortis is kind of with them, right? The infamous Frank Mortis incident with Dave Meltzer where he's trying to explain it and Alvarez is like, what the fuck are you talking about? sort of start and stop. And then, El Toro Blanco, he just kind of comes out of nowhere again and has like a good match. And then it seems like this is the second time there's been heat on him. I want to say some people were saying there's heat on him after the Jack Perry ass whipping. And if you guys haven't seen that, look that up. It's hilarious. But yeah, I'm going to read what Kotaholic had to say about it, and we'll see if it's legit or not. And I'll just give my opinion. I have no fucking idea. Okay. Rush and Dralistico of La Facción Ingobernable have struggled for TV time over the last year, whether it be through injuries or battling for spots. The pairing have been absent for long stretches, the most recent of which coming in the last couple of months. The tag team has not been seen ever since their match taped on November 14 against the Acclaimed on an episode of AEW Collision. Yeah, and like the team, how many times did they team on AEW to where maybe I wasn't watching Rampage or something, but yeah, like I know they aligned again or whatever, right? Like I'm pretty sure they're all related or cousins or something as well with like Dragon Lee and all of that. I know that played out early on, but that's what I mean. They're like on TV, then they're gone. They're on TV. What the fuck, And you want to see this guy. God damn it. Just be downloading Rush on 2K all the time? No, motherfucker. Let's get him pushed. Let's see him. They put his face on a truck. I thought that was a good sign, but no. Anyways, so Fightful Select have gossiped an update on their whereabouts. Now, this is all gossip. Fightful, according to SAP, they just gossip, right? And sell dick pills. So I'm just, hey, that's what he said. And it all has to do with having legitimate heat on the company on an episode of Rampage taped on November 13. Rush and Dralistico defeated Richard Holiday and Alec Price. Richard Holiday and Alec Price chat. You guys familiar? I don't know. In a squash match, in an unaired moment, Holiday was being tended to by doctors. Damn. And was it a shoot? But Dralistico proceeded to stomp him whilst he was on the ground, causing the AEW doctor to get angry. Oh, shit. Dude, this is like when Sin Cara fell down like in WWE and hurt his finger. He like broke his finger. And Del Rio's like, fuck that. And he starts stomping on him. I don't mean to laugh, but god damn it. They just get down different in Mexico, bro. Okay. So, wow. I mean, but was this a shoot work, brother? Like, why were the doctors in there for a shoot? I'm assuming so. This incident led to change in plans as the Acclaimed defeated them on Collision. So they were supposed to beat the Acclaimed. That would have been crazy if they did. Earning their spot in the AEW World Tag Team Championship Fatal 4-Way at the Full Gear 2024 pay-per-view. LFI were originally slated to be in the match. However, this is all gossip, remember, right? Like, there's no... We don't know, just some hot goss. Chat, what do you all think? Right? We've seen Rush just throw live rounds, I feel like, at Danielson, who was like laughing and like taking it, and you could tell he was having the most fun in his life wrestling Rush. Or maybe he wasn't, but when he whooped Jack Perry's ass, it was like, god damn, it was like when Perry Saturn snapped on that guy. I forget who. You guys know that incident I'm talking about. That's how I felt watching Rush versus Perry. And then I think like Perry snare trapped him and got the win too at the end. I'm pretty sure he pinned Rush, and I was like, what the fuck? And this is before it was Scapegoat Perry. He was still Jungle Boy. Anyways, I don't know. Shout out Rush, shout out Dralistico, and fuck, man, I don't know. It's shitty if they really like were beating the dude up and he was legit hurt. But who knows? Maybe there's a failure to communicate, right? Maybe there's something lost in translation. Jose, you got to get out there and translate for these motherfuckers or something. I don't know what's going on, right? You guys got to throw up an X or an O sign or something like that when people are hurt over there in AEW. No. Anyway, Samantha Irvin confirms she has no intentions of returning to ring announcing ever again. However, I think I read that she confirmed that she wants to be a manager. So obviously that's going to happen. No. Chat. Yeah. I think that's good for her. I hope she gets to live out all her dreams, like being a manager and all of that. And maybe it works. Maybe they're like this psychotic couple. Because here's one thing I couldn't get out of my mind at Wrestle Dynasty when I was watching it. Ricochet wrestled, and he was just in his regular gear. And the last image of him was him wearing those glasses and the blood pouring all over him. And I was like, damn, man, I want to see more of that. Maybe he keeps the glasses on somehow in the ring. That'd be stupid, but you guys get what I'm getting at, right? Like, have that sort of nerdy serial killer vibe thing going on in the ring somehow, if you can pull it off. And maybe she can add to that. Maybe she sings them to the ring and they like lean into the ultimate cringe, you know, that could be something as well. But shout out Samantha. I think we'll see her before 2025's up, but not right away. So an ex-Fox Sports hairstylist alleged in a lawsuit that a network executive used his position as SAH women, and Skip Bayless did some shit, and we all knew Skip Bayless was a worm. But then Kylie Ray was like, a man abuses his position of power to SH women, a tale as old as time. I pray for a better future. And I don't know, I put that in AEW news because it's like all those rumors, like she keeps liking and retweeting things that make you think that the rumors were kind of true. And again, I'm not here to like pull a Wrestling Observer mark and be like, well, answer for this, but that's what my show's here to do, right? Is to fucking open up the dialogue for this stuff. So I don't know, man. I'm just throwing that. I'm going to reserve my comments. I talked about it enough in the past. That's Kylie Ray throwing that out there. That's all I'll say. Samantha Irvin says she will become a manager. Where's the quote? Is this a troll? Wrestling World CC. I don't know if I got worked. I don't really care. I just bookmarked it as a contrast. Like here, she's saying she won't ring announce, but she is saying she'll manage. So what did I tell you guys? Where can you sing and do other projects and manage and do all the stuff she's talking about and get rich and remain relatively unknown? Go to AEW, right? And that's not even a shot. It's just the fucking objective truth. So Collision did 345K. Now, guys, I thought in the streaming era, I knew for the first little while there'd be talk about ratings, etc. And our good friend Ref MJ from NJ, if he's listening in, is welcome to hop in. That was one of the guests that I sent him a link a couple times, and I know he wanted to talk about some of this stuff, but I'll just throw this out here, right? You guys know I think the ratings talk's ridiculous, and then it's even more ridiculous when we're talking like with the streaming stuff. It's Raw hit number 1 on Netflix. We're gonna dive into that more, but number 1 on Netflix means like shit that Max like means more views than Max even has people subscribe to it. Okay. Just to break it down in layman's terms for you guys. Right. So, and we know this now, it's not shitty that it's a good thing that AEW's over on Max. Like I'm not shitting on that at all. I know, but that's the dialogue out there. Well, Max and Netflix and the TV ratings, like it's still out there. People are still talking about, Dynamite did, and realistically, Max doesn't really affect the TV numbers. It's like maybe 100,000 people if you're lucky, So I'll give them $100,000 every time I see 100K grand. Shout out Brennan Shaw, but I'll give them 100,000 people every time they like I see the TV rating now, and that's being super generous, and that's fine. But I tweeted out it doesn't really affect the numbers, Max, seemingly, So either way, though, Collision did 345K and a 0.09 in the demo. Neither Collision nor Dynamite are listed in the top 10 on Max. Last Saturday, you were wrong. I was right. Dose Evil going hard. TK competed against TK with Dynasty, unless it's just that Collision is now Rampage 2.0. So, but no, Dose, you're not right because they didn't compete, dude. Dynasty was on in Japan at like fucking 2 a.m., But either way, though, it did. I think it was taped. Was it not? I don't even know. I don't give a fuck. But yeah, 345. Nothing really changing. More ratings talk. Here are the top 10 shows on Max. And now this is the shit I care about now. I don't want to see the 0.145 in the demo. Like that is all irrelevant, especially it was irrelevant is what Meltzer and them would try to say before, but then they made it the talking point. As we've chronicled here at PWT, folks, the whole rating shit, yeah, it's bullshit, but that's what they want to go off of. That's what Meltzer wants to cope with and flip-flop around and try and manipulate. So we got to destroy that and break down why it's inaccurate. But ultimately, at the end of the day, listen, the Netflix top 10, like if it's number 5 on Netflix, if it's number 10 on Netflix, if Raw is, it's beating number 1 on Max. Is basically the numbers broken down, right? You can check on that, okay? There's people smarter than me who will go and say, yes, that is more or less accurate. Well, no, you could break it, whatever. Key demo, fucking suck my dick with all that stuff. We're over that. But here's the top 10 shows on HBO. And again, we're not boo-booing. We got to chronicle this because this is where the arguments want to go in the IWC. Okay, then. Here we are now. We're doing top 10s now. So here are the top 10 shows on Max. Pardon me. Something missing. Oh, fuck. Is Dynamite on? And I don't even. Okay. So just take a look. There's the top 5. I'll let you guys read those as I actually get Dynamite on my television here, guys. Hit that like, hit that subscribe. You know what to do. So Dune Prophecy, the sex lives of college girls. Sounds hot. No, I'm just joking. Creature Commandos. Sounds cringe. No. La Promesa. Sounds foreign. The White Lotus. Okay. Sounds spooky. So Dragon Ball Daima. Shout out Akira Toriyama. Number 6. Let's fucking go. Daima, bro. True Detective. SpongeBob SquarePants. Brilliant Minds. Fast Friends. Fast Friends? What the fuck is that with Whitney Cummings? Where she reviews Friends episodes? Wow, that's top 10 on Max. Pardon me. I can't imagine more than fucking 12 people watch that. No, just kidding. Friends is still outdraws like everything, right? So here, I got Dynamite on. So, yeah, all I got to say is this. Dynamite ain't even on the top 10 of Max. Discussion over as far as who the fuck's watching what or who's doing what. And you see these people like, oh, AEW did this much. You can't tell me otherwise. You see some of these sickos saying shit like that. And obviously they're trolling for a reaction, but it's just the facts of the matter. So Shudder, a wrestling company lands a lucrative gig. And we're going to talk about Netflix, guys. Don't worry. We're circling around to that, right? Big Pop. You guys all need to be there. I know how to book, right? A wrestling company lands a lucrative gig in a remote town only to find themselves at the mercy of a cult leader with sinister intentions. Dark Match, starring Chris Jericho, premieres January 31st on Shudder. Trailer tomorrow. Shout out Jericho. If you're one of these people who like shitty B movies or whatever, this could be fun. And the trailer looks whatever, but yeah, Jericho's like an evil cult leader, killer guy. And yeah, dude, really go in that fucking Hogan route, you know? He's in the shitty movies and all that now. So how long, what's the over-under on Jericho playing Santa Claus? Do you guys think that'll happen? Jericho plays Santa Claus in his career? Yeah, DVD is on Netflix, so they don't even need Max for it. Exactly, that's the thing. Fuck yeah, I'm glad Dashing Purple will shout you out, dude. Diamond's the shit. And RIP Akira Toriyama. Anyways, though, Mad Dog Russo. Let's go. Mad Dog Russo. Ho, ho, ho. Versus Shad Khan and Tony Khan, or the Kid, as he calls him. Mad Dog referred to Tony Khan as the Kid, right? And he completely buries the Jaguars, and we've been chronicling this as well. It's not just fucking AEW. It's not just Ring of Honor. It's not just New Japan. It's not just Stardom for a little while there. It's not just the Fulham. It's also the Jaguars, man, who get shit and from Tony Khan's fuck-ups, you know? And so what happened is Shad Khan and his Kid, they get buried by Mad Dog Russo. And I quote tweeted this, and I was like, you know, Mad Dog Russo needs to study the football business and Patrick Mahomes, and he needs to study key demos and experts in the history and learn. So everybody's running with it, but I tried to be a smarmy prick. Let's hear what he says, man. He just buries the Jaguars. And this is what I've been trying to tell people. Like, the Jaguars had sections fucking tarped off. Like, before I started doing a pod, I know people were complaining about this. So, yeah. Here we go. Bipolar Mind Droppings says, became a new member, and he goes, I only joined so I don't feel bad about having my ad blocker on for stuff. Well,
the best guys, Tony Khan.
Well, you just stooged yourself live. No, thank you for becoming a member. 99 cents. Consider joining Patreon too for hours of bonus shit and EFAPs. Like, shit that I'd get pulled for on YouTube. Here we go. What are you mad about? And let's hear Mad Dog. And I can't wait to hear Dave Meltzer's inevitable rebuttal, which there was not one.
How about this Jacksonville owner, Khan? He doesn't get a lot of grief. He is by far horrendous. He's owned the team since 2011. They have had 1 year where they won 10 games. Did you know that? The man has been here for
1 year where they've won 10 games in the last over a decade. Chat who watches football. That's fucking terrible, bro.
15 years. He's had 1 year where he's won 10 games. They are non-competitive. Furthermore, he brought Urban Meyer in. He plays 2 games in London because he wants to become the United Kingdom's team. Trust me, my mother's English. Nobody in the world.
Bruv, he's like, bruv, trust me, bruv. Me mother's English. Oh my God. He's like, nobody wants that, bruv. Oh, dude, that shit is hilarious.
In London, about the stupid Jacksonville job. They're there for 2 weeks. They lose.
Called him out for the tax shit. There you go.
Game. That's a mess. And then he goes after and he fires Peterson and keeps the GM there this week. Yeah. And then his statement says, well, I understand we're going to lose some head coaching candidates because I kept the GM. Well, hold on now. And he's got his kid, who's the head of the statistical data. How can you say anything about Jackson when you got the kid sitting in the freaking front office? What's he ever done in football? Let's call.
Oh, well, what? This is legend. What did I do in football? Well, pardon me. I fucking died laughing at that. Well, I wore a neck brace and I phoned some 7th round draft picks who got cut, who didn't get signed. What do you mean? I showed up and I got pile drive by the Young Bucks. What have you ever done? Look at this lady in the back laughing her ass off, crying.
Like we see it. We kill the owners all the time. Woody's awful. Hassel, we just named a few. Jerry, how many times have you killed Jerry here? Let's call like we see it.
Tony the Kid McCann.
There is nobody worse than Khan. Go look at his record. Go look at his record as the owner of the Jacksonville Jaguars. It is behind. It's pathetic. So we killed Lawrence, we killed Peterson, we killed Doug Marone, we killed this, we killed. How about killing the guy who wants to start the paychecks? This is
he's snapping.
In an automotive store where he made his fortune. This is an NFL team. And I lived in Jacksonville. Their friends, they said, Chris, this guy's a train wreck. He is by far the worst. Yeah. That's number 3.
Keeping Trent Baalke to me was it's unacceptable. When you talk about all the coaches you fired, like you said, going through this admitting it's going to limit who wants to come coach for him because he has that reputation. Like you earn reputations in life, right? Not good. I agree.
So yeah, I guess the narrative there is like, coaches, he admitted, he stooged himself. Coaches why would they play for us when we have this reputation? It's crazy, bro. Now they're getting it from the NFL world. Oh, are they just bad faith? Are they just Phil Marks, PWT, old 90s podcast grifters like Jim Cornette, and they're all just bad narrative when they say, nah, they're kind of shitty at business. Well, what do you know? You're not a billionaire. Yeah. I know. I wasn't born a billionaire, Not many people are. So it's like, yeah, you're going to see this just sort of crumble, and the pressure is going to come from every side, and they're going to keep getting clowned until I don't know what people expect, though. Like, do we want them to own up and Tony to be like, I'm terrible at business? We don't even want that, bro. We just want to see some objective thinking here. Like, no, yeah, I should maybe get out of my own way. I should stop stepping on my dick. I got all these talents. I got all the money in the world, all the resources. Why step on my dick and keep doing it my way when my way's not working the way that I visioned it? And all the sickos want to be like, well, how is it not working? They're having the most athletic matches and all that. We get it. The thing is that Tony's vision was big business and doing these catering to the marks, but filling Wembley and shit. That's what he thought. They're going to create all these new marks, and they're going to steal the WWE fans away. If they just see this, they'll all come crawling over. That's what they thought. And that's not how it works, bro. So WWE's and Netflix are in the era of just creating new fans from the ground up, let alone whatever you got. The wrestling fan niche, it's mainstream again now, bro. It's number 1 on Netflix. That's about as mainstream as it gets. So it's mainstream again now. And now they're like, let's make new fans and generational fans because we need people to pay for this subscription monthly. And WWE is going to run shows 52 weeks a goddamn year plus PLEs. And you know what I mean? Let's start building new fans again or whatever. And AEW's trying to like convince WWE fans that this shit's better, or that's what their fan base is trying to do. It just isn't going to work that way, pal. I'm sorry to tell you, pal. Miss October 30 for $5 says 2025 will be the year that more people will shit on Tony. I think it'll get worse, and I think it'll be like the New Japan thing we talked about earlier with you know, them saying like we're going to also work with WWE. And then I think we'll get a card where we'll get this headline: AEW's talent wasn't allowed on this show because WWE, because Randy Orton versus Gabe Kidd or whichever.
Emotional damage.
And Tony will fucking cry about it. Thank you so much for the super duper chat there. And shout out Mad Dog Russo. So again, Offerman. So here's some gossip from Fightful. Those spoken to within AEW said that Offerman is expected to be doing more with the company, and good, you know, she got those babies to feed, and fucking it's got to be hard out here after, you know, man pass. Like a round of applause for AEW news, ladies and gentlemen. AEW news. That was AEW hot news. And joining me now on the show as we get into WWE hot news is none other than Chris Alt Jake Tate. Let's go. Cue the theme music, StreamYard. Let's go. One more time for Alt Jake. Couldn't hear it there. What's up, buddy? How you doing?
Oh, I'm good. I'm so excited. I just can't hide it.
I'm so excited. Then I just can't hide it. Yeah, dude. So Buddy Matthews and Ospreay throwing down, going at it. And Buddy Matthews, man, he's a good worker. I mean, I haven't really been too locked into this match, I'm not going to lie. So I'm not going to critique it too hard. But, of course, whenever you look over at an Ospreay match, he's on the apron or some shit.
Well,
so
isn't the show in Australia next month? So shouldn't Buddy Matthews be a big part of that? Wouldn't you think they'd want to do that?
Yeah. So were you listening into the New Japan section there with Marie? You like that shit or what? That was good stuff.
Yeah,
man.
that was
good.
Like, I don't know much about New Japan. Like, I haven't kept up with it the last probably 5 years. So it was nice to hear someone who actually knows, you know, that isn't Dave.
Yeah, that isn't Tony Khan or Brian. Oh man. So did you watch the Raw? Well, hold on a second, chat. Let me check these likes really quick. I'm sure we surpassed it. I was talking too much shit about AEW. I know you guys love that. Yeah. Oh yeah. We blew it away. Huge turnout tonight. Round of applause for the PWT universe. Conan for the PWT universe. Okay. So, God, we got a lot to get to. Are you ready, Jake? We got some WWE news here. Okay.
Let's go.
We are going to give another breaking news. And then we're going to get into light news. We're doing light news in the middle, or maybe I could even save some light news for me and Marie Shadows tomorrow. But that's what I think I'll do. But then we got Dave Meltzer and Sickos. I promised you guys Sickos. We got to do Sickos. I promised you guys. It's been a while. So let's get into it. Jake, overall, we've seen a lot of cope. We've seen a lot of praise. No edge. Cope, no edge. We've seen a lot of praise. What did you overall, your thoughts on the fucking WWE Raw on Netflix debut and PWT going live Monday nights now?
Well, for the second part, that's awesome. That's a smart move to actually have a show you want to watch for a watch along versus this crap that's going on here. But I thought the show was fine. I didn't expect it to be very storyline driven or anything like that. I expected the matches to pop and it to be like a spectacle because they were trying to get eyeballs. And if they're saying it was the most important night in the company, what was the previous most important night in the company? WrestleMania 1. Yeah. So I was trying to compare it to that idea, you know, in that sense. And I mean, it was fun. You know, my wife watched some of it, you know, it was fun. And she's never watched. She kept looking up, especially when they would show the stars in the audience. She's like, oh, really? Huh. Wow.
Yeah,
That
dude.
was cool.
Topanga was there. Macaulay Culkin got the biggest pop. His brother was also, what's his name? Corey or Kieran Culkin or something?
Kieran. It's Kieran.
He was also in the front row just with the Netflix execs and shit. He was sitting with them because that dude's up there, and they've been going to wrestling shows forever as brothers. A lot of people didn't see him there. They didn't show him on camera except for by accident. And he keeps a low pro. He's in a ton of shit. But Macaulay Culkin, we're going to go over that because he just worked the crowd so well. Topanga was there. Eric Matthews. I know we're calling them by our fucking childhood crush names or whatever. But Vanessa Hudgens was there. You had O'Shea was there. Fucking, you had all the superstars in the building. The beats, I agree with you. The beats to the story. Now, this is why it didn't work. I'm explaining this to you guys, right? We always talk about story beats, right? The beat to all of the stories on that night was the end of a bunch of stories, or it was Punk and Seth's not blow off. Like they book it. The first match is always like, we're going to do this and this is the end. And then it always is more than that, So they sort of sell it as, this is the end of me, and so it feels like a blow off, but it's not like a full on. You get more of it. Like we're gonna see Seth and Punk wrestle a few more times, obviously. But it was like the end of the tribal combat stuff. It was the end of the Rhea Liv stuff. So I get why it just sucks. I guess if you want diverse stories, like all different stories, but it just so happened. Not just so happened they set it up that way because they knew the rest of the stuff wouldn't be so story driven. However, if you're like me in Canada and you got no commercials, for me, it was Karrion Kross and Miz and New Day doing storytelling throughout the night during the commercial breaks. Now, I know that's shitty for y'all, but when Raw, like next week, it's not going to be the same thing. They're not going to be panning to the crowd and fucking Vanessa Hudgens is there and shit, right? So next week, it's going to be maybe a little bit of that, but it's not going to be so overloaded. And then the story stuff, you guys will see what they were doing during commercial with the whole like Saturday night main event where they're at like a booth looking over the whole arena, and then they were doing storytelling in there. And just go to social media, and I know that sucks. They pulled a fucking AEW. Okay, chat, I'm sorry, I know it sucks, right? We got to call it out, but you got to let it go this one time because that was the introduction to new fans. To WWE, man. And this is how I know a bunch of new or lapsed fans that we're going to cover on this show are watching again. Ready? Number 1 on Netflix. That means like someone's fucking mom turned that shit on. For sure. That's the only way you hit number 1. Now I get it. Squid Game's in week 2, but like I was like, dude, the promotion for Squid Game wasn't nearly even as close to Raw, and the promotion for Squid Game season 1 wasn't as big either because they didn't know it was going to take off like it did. So it took off so big. Squid Game season 2, not a lot of promotion. So I was thinking, Squid Game probably is doing less than its first season. I bet that's what's going to come out. Dude, it's surpassing the first season. Raw beat that in the second week. Do you know what kind of fucking numbers that is? Raw fell to number 4 today. Great. Cool. Great. You know what that means? That means like a lot of millions of fucking people. Like obviously if you're on number 4, maybe it's not millions for that. I get it. But so it's in so many people's faces now in a way that I didn't even think it would be this big. Honestly, I'm blown away. I'm like, wow. Every time I turn on Netflix. I had one problem though. I had Netflix going and then I was watching that Jerry Springer documentary. And then after it ended, the next thing it was like, yo, NXT's live now. So then I clicked to play it. And then every time it was it went to play, it was just going to like the screen saying like, set, you have a reminder set, and it wouldn't play the live feed. It actually pissed me off. It took me like 10 minutes to I realized, I have to like shut my smart TV off, turn it all back on, and then put Netflix on. Then when I click on the NXT thing. So I don't know if Netflix is listening. There's a fuck up right there. But now I know next time, so I have to like reset my fucking smart TV quickly and then turn on Netflix. And then it let me click on the live thing, even though it was telling me this is live now. And another thing, I'm scrolling through, there's like new shows recommended for you, horror, documentaries. Put a fucking live section. I don't care if there's only one live show on. Put a section that is live right now. Because eventually the idea is Netflix will have multiple. So Monday Night Raw's on, and then they might have a football game or whatever on Netflix too. I don't know how it works, but the idea is there will be multiple live things going possibly at once or whatever. Put a section that says live right now / recently, and then at the front you put what's live right then, and then as you scroll down it, just have shit that was recently live or whatever. You guys get what I'm saying? Fuck, live events or something. Give me a section like that right at the top. That's my critique. See you motherfuckers, I'm not just a drone. I will critique the shit. And yeah, so Netflix fucking up on their end with that. We have Lincoln Hawk with a $5 super chat. If The Rock can be the final boss, then I can be the 4th, 5th to last boss or something else in the middle. I can be the
come on now, Eric.
Come on now, Lincoln Hawk. Give yourself more credit than that, right? I know I'm cooking Netflix right now, Lincoln Hawk, but I'm here for it. Overall, I'm here for it, chat. I'm here for Netflix era. Right?
Come on now, Eric.
For the US, at least for me, the Netflix, like because I turned it on like 3 or 4 minutes before it was going to go on just to kind of see, and it was like starting live in a few minutes, but you could click on it and it was kind of showing like some of the profiles and stuff, and then it went into the start of the show. So that was pretty cool.
Yeah, like sometimes I was getting like Saudi Arabian or like India profiles of the wrestlers, like with like Middle Eastern writing or something. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be ignorant. I just don't know what language it was.
Right.
And so it was some language like with Obafemi, like in this ad, like powering up. And then the next one would be like, this is when I was watching NXT on Netflix. Then it'd be like Kalani Jordan, like powering up and shit. And I don't know. So that was weird. I don't know if they had the feeds mixed up or what.
It's going to take them a little while to figure it out, but I figure like overall, like I also think they'll have it fixed by the end of January, you know?
Yes, but Jake, what I want to say too, what I did though, I want to make this clear. I was watching that Jerry Springer documentary, right? So it's 2 episodes. The second episode ends, and then it's like up next or whatever for you. So then it says NXT live right now. So then right from the show, I go to click on it, and then it fucking doesn't work, and then I exit Netflix. I go back in. Like it took me a minute, bro. So that was an L. You know, I gotta be honest. That was fucked up. But anyway,
and that's probably something where they don't have it on the back end, where they don't have like the settings right, where it's like where it would just start a show, but like it doesn't know how to start a live show because they don't have many of them yet. And that's the kind of stuff that I feel like Netflix will actually go in and fix, as where sometimes you get some of those apps where it's like terrible for months. Netflix is one of the ones that's actually invested in it, so that's cool.
So Private Party on Dynamite right now is running the whole train. Bow down, 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 bow down. Yeah, good shit. Used the VPN to watch NXT last night. Yeah, I'll shill one out and tell everyone how great it is to watch WWE out there. Fucking Nord or one of you things, man. Pay me, motherfuckers. Look who showed up to Raw. So let's get into some news here. We had all the celebrities in attendance. We named a bunch. Tony Khan was here. Actually, his younger version. It was me, but time cop. See, what I did is I traveled back in time to 1994. And then I traveled back to 2024 so that I could show up and sit in the front row in disguise because no one would recognize it's me. It's very great. It's time.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
So there you go. What do you think of that? This shit popped me hard, dude.
Yeah, no, it's I mean, remember, what was it 2019 when he was clean shaven and didn't look like he had a care in the world? He's disheveled now.
So here's the cover for WWE 2K25. Roman Reigns and
Heyman in there too. Heyman made the cover too. Paul. That's great.
Yeah, I'm gonna buy this shit. I'm gonna start streaming this shit with plenty in pixel art.
Nice.
In the chat, shout him out. So,
man.
So Hulk Hogan absolutely bombed, got booed. Now I know some chat, everyone's divided on this. They're saying it's not the political stuff. After I sat on it and I thought about it, I kind of do agree. My mind's changed on it, but I do maintain it is sort of, it's got to be one aspect when you're in LA a little bit, right? Because here's the thing. I talked about this with Chris Connor. People were saying, well, Undertaker didn't get booed. Yeah, but like, dude, Trump came out at the Republican National Convention and did like a speech. not everyone saw the Mark Calloway 6 Feet Deep podcast with like not everyone saw. You understand, like the RNC thing was like everywhere. People were roasting Hulkster on CNN and shit like every day for a minute. And like everything that was going on in at those rallies and stuff. So
and he wears like the MAGA power shirt, and then just every recent.
So that I think in LA, when you're in LA, Jake, come on, bro,
Yeah.
you're
with you.
I mean, yeah, like it has to be.
I lived in North Hollywood for 6 years or for 5 years.
Saying,
so yeah,
bro,
I
they
fully
don't fuck
get it.
around.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm sure a bunch of them didn't like listen to Mark Calloway's podcast. That's like the wrestling marks do that, you know?
Yeah.
So this is all I'm telling you, okay?
And that was not the show for the wrestling marks. That was a show that was an event you wanted to be at. That's why the tickets were so expensive. Like it makes perfect sense why that crowd would boo Hulk Hogan.
But here's the thing, though.
Terry Bollea.
Right. And here's the thing, though. I agree. Now, with that being said, though, I just wanted to preface with that. But that being said, I think that is one of the least factors of why. I think the other things are more of the factor, but it is an accumulative thing about why people are like, bah humbug when it comes to Hulk Hogan. I think it's all the stuff over the years. And I'm not saying like that's right or wrong. Oh, you hate people because of who they vote for. I think that's fucking stupid, but that's how I feel like America's really like that, you know, very divided on that topic. And he was at the RNC and stuff. So I think that it has to be more of a factor than it would be for Undertaker, right? Like just logically thinking that stuff would be more of a factor for Undertaker. Whatever. End of the day, he got booed out of the fucking building. Pretty much universally. I saw Jose the assistant shout him out. He tweeted out, he's like, what I love is that it doesn't matter if you like AEW or New Japan or WWE, everyone can agree Hulk Hogan sucks or whatever.
The Iron Sheik has been justified.
Iron Sheik's been DMing me, asking me like, yeah, dude, like I'm his manager. I'm not trying to blow up the spot, but he's like asking me about podcasting and shit. I'm like, okay, what's up? So I don't know where that's going, but now I just thought, I was like, what is this? Like, is anyone else getting these DMs? I don't, you know what I mean? I'm like, what is this about? So anyways, though, but Iron Sheik though, he tweets out like, fuck Hulk Hogan, jabroni or whatever. On the Iron Sheik's account. I know, RIP, but his manager, sorry, right? He's operating the account. And shout them out, by the way. So, but it was something like they do the Iron Sheik gimmick, which is hilarious to keep the Iron Sheik alive. Like since Iron Sheik's been passed on, you know, they've been keeping the gimmick alive on X and everything. It's hilarious.
It's
and
fantastic.
So he's like, fuck Hulk Hogan, whatever he said, that first tweet. And dude, it got like 4 million impressions.
It was the fuck Hulk Hogan then, now, forever.
Yeah,
together.
dude. And it was like
so good. I retweeted it right away.
Bro, it had like, how many likes did it have? And it had like 4.5 million impressions or something like that. Like, tell me wrestling ain't mainstream again and shit.
Right?
You know? That's crazy, bro. Amazing shit. But yeah, we got to, you ain't hyped for $20. Let's go here. I'm going to give you a fucking brother. Imagine Hulk Hogan, dude, got nuclear heat on Raw, Jack, and WWE wanted to take advantage of it, brother. Hulk loses the title and turns heel, dude. Do you think WWE would pair Cody with Hulk as his manager and name them the Real American Nightmare, Jack?
God.
You know, I fucking really love your like fantasy mark booking. I really do, because that would be smart. Like as if you're trying to get heat, but not in 2025, because people want to cancel people now and shit, which I think that's sort of going away too. I think it is, man. It's just outraged people on Twitter and then everyone else living their lives. So if you know how to navigate that, have fun with it, and then just like do your thing in the real world, you know, I don't know. It happened. I think it's sort of going away. As far as like, and what is this canceled shit too? All these fucking comedians are like, I'm canceled, and then they like get a Netflix special and shit. Shut the fuck up. You know what I mean? It's just stupid. What are you talking about?
Get their
don't
advantage,
be a weirdo. Yeah, and people don't. Yeah, don't be a sick freak, and people don't fucking call you out for being a sick freak. It's pretty much, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
don't have racial tweets, and you'll be fine.
Or like people can tell when you're joking or when you're like seriously a piece of shit, you know, as well. But for the most part, except for the outrage people on social medias and stuff, which we all lean into, like everyone does it, you know, you have to a little bit, especially if you're trying to drum up some shit on social media. Either way though, I think it would be smart and it'd break the internet, but I just don't think in 2025 they're willing to do that. But there is rumors. We got some news about Hulk Hogan. Possibly there could be a heel turn, or like they could bring him in as like Hollywood Hulk and do some heel stuff with him in certain towns, and in other towns so who knows? I know they are pissed, thinking like, God damn, our whole beer thing that sort of blew up our spot. You know what I mean? But you can't be outraged by it. Like, who gives a shit? He went out there and people cared enough to boo. So
I wonder if any of like the supermarks were booing because they heard it was supposed to be Stone Cold and it got replaced by Hogan. I would have booed for that reason alone.
Dude. Yeah,
that's why I would have booed.
Like, hey, if Stone Cold want to come out and shill his goddamn,
hey, let's
kid,
go.
I got some IPA to shill. Broken Skull.
Broken Skull. That's what it is. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm okay with it, you know, but I just think people are over Hulk Hogan. I think that's a thing.
That's what I felt that a lot of it was too, of just like, oh, come on. Because he like waddles out there, and Jimmy Hart, like, it's just unnecessary.
I just felt bad for Jimmy, who's out there waving the American flag, and you guys are booing. Not you guys, but you guys know what I mean. You American scum. No, you Yankee motherfuckers. No, just kidding. I love you guys. You guys know. But
it would have been funny if Jimmy started talking and the fans did start cheering, though.
He should have talked. Yeah, he should have the megaphone and been like, you know what? Shut up, Hulk. I got something to say.
He turns on him.
He should have just started going, dude, and been like, oh, Hulk,
the low blow.
I like me a real American beer, but I'm not, you know, but whatever you're talking, like, you know, because he's waving. I don't know. He's like 90. They're booing it. I just felt bad. Thank you for the super chat. We got another one. Pete in Texas. They wouldn't have booed Hulk in Texas. No. Can it be as simple as Hogan said the N-word freely for all to see? Yes. Then Big E and black wrestlers say his comments backstage were half-ass and BS. Exactly, but that's not the mainstream. I feel like this LA show, it wasn't just full of sickos and wackos, bro. Like, it was. It's more mainstream than that, and people are booing him because, yes, it has to do with that, and yes, it's like his son like got off of a thing like DUI stuff that, you know, I don't need to drum it all up, but I brought it up before too. Brooke Hogan got shoved down our throats for a while in the mainstream just because this dude. I think it's an accumulation of stuff over the years. And
nothing positive has come out of Hulk like in the last decade. It's all lies and him just being a complete shill. Like, people are just sick of Hogan, no matter what he's doing.
And here's the thing too, like, what do people want, right? Like, can we never forgive people? You know, like, should we never forgive him for saying the N-word and he never ever gets forgiven again, and shame him? He should be executed and persecuted forever and fuck him into the grave. Is that how? No, I don't believe like we should forgive, you know, for sure. But that doesn't mean if I buy a ticket to a fucking show, I'm not allowed to boo your stank ass out the building. If I don't want to see you, you know, that's America right there, bro. That's freedom of speech, brother. So
paid your money.
Yeah, exactly. So
and apparently a lot of money is what we're hearing.
I'm not gonna sit here and be like you see people, oh, you defend Hulk Hogan. Man, shut the fuck up. You know what I mean? Like, and fucking his buddy's wife, but he was into that, right? So I think like his buddy wanted him, Bubba, his buddy, he's one of the corniest radio guys of all time. Bubba loves. I fucking cannot stand that dude. Anyways, though, speaking of Hulk cutting a promo, dude, he joined Pat McAfee, Jack. And shout out Pat McAfee Live. Don't fucking. This is ESPN. Hopefully they're cool. We'll pause it up, Jack. But let's listen to this here. Hulkster's got something to say. Or maybe the Huckster. I can't tell. No.
And I am getting a heads up that one of the stars of last night's show is actually doing a live press conference. Let's head over to that right now. I believe Hulk Hogan is doing a live.
Yeah, and people in the chat are like, Hogan can kiss my black ass. And all the power to you, you know? Like,
yep.
Moose Knuckles like, nah, we're fucking him up. Yeah, scumbag is, hey, and we're all entitled to that, you know? But it's like, I'm just giving it for, because a lot of people are like, well, should we never forgive him? And it's like, yeah. Well, but like, also, if you say fuck him, cool. If you forgive him, that's all right too. I can see that. And if you fucking want to boo him, that's all right too. That's all I'm saying. Like, you got to understand
one thing. What about the other 17 that's happened in the last?
That's what I mean, dude. People, what if we're just sick of the act? What if it's like, nah, I'm just tired of the whole. I don't want to see Ric Flair.
Hogan.
Yeah, I don't want to see Ric Flair wrestling either. I'm not saying I'm going to boo him. I'm probably gonna woo him. But if someone's gonna say he's gonna wrestle a match, I'm gonna shit on that on Twitter. Come on, bro. They bought their tickets. Let them. They can boo and cheer. And we'll get into more of that news. Let's listen to what Hulkster has to say here.
Live press conference to address everything that happened last night.
Hello and welcome to this press conference that I've called the day after arguably the greatest day in my professional career. Last night, tens and tens and tens and tens and tens of millions of people watched the Hulkster bring the house down on WWE Raw to usher in the Netflix era in the Intuit Dome.
Dude, he got it. Yeah, you have to throw in a jack. You know, you have to throw one in.
Greatest night of my life.
One too.
With that, I'd like to open it up to a couple questions.
Hi, Mr. Hulkster. This is Peter Penz from the Mark Times.
Yeah, I can tell you look like a Mark, son.
Thank you. I appreciate that, I guess. Booing was actually trending on X last night. I wasn't sure if you had any comments.
Booing was trending on X. And I'm telling you, man, the Hulkster stuff. Well, let me tell you something, dude. People are just getting a kick out of this. This is like as mainstream as it gets. So seriously. A W for WWE actually like getting the eyeballs, because it's not like a poor reflection on them. It's not like people were booing the WWE show. They're booing Hulkster shilling his fucking beer. So I don't know, controversy afoot that's in the mainstream. People are clowning him. And it's like, yeah, that one segment drew some controversy, which, you know, all press is good press. No, that's bullshit. But at the same time, it's not like it's bad press on WWE. It's like a memeable moment. It's not like this black eye on the industry. Yeah. It's just like, dude, look at Hogan shilling his beer for WWE still. Like, give it up. You know, God damn it.
Yeah. Comments about the almost opening that you received when you were out on the stage, sir. Thank you.
Well, yeah, if you think those were boos, I can tell you're a fucking mark. Okay? I've been doing this a long time, kid. And you get used to the Hulk Hogan. Now, I will admit, I heard a couple boos smattered across the crowd, and I'll be honest, I had no idea the people in L.A. hated Jimmy Hart the way they did. They took one look at him with his stringy hair, stupid sunglasses, and the way he was half-assed waving that flag around. And I should have expected it.
Dude, I love that this is on Pat McAfee show.
Yeah. It's one of his guys, isn't it?
Oh, man. It's just funny that, well, it's just in general, like, he just pokes fun at WWE whenever he wants, and they're cool with it. They just let him be him, and you got to let someone like Pat just be Pat, because Pat being Pat is fucking money, you know? So Sheamus confirms he has signed a new 5-year WWE deal, and he'll be wrestling into his 50s, chat. Holy shit. Actually, here, I got super chats first, probably more on the Hulk Hogan stuff. Random. I just started seeing the Sickos use Samba TV as a source to push a narrative that Raw and Netflix did 664K views. Dummy. Yeah. Scully.
Dummy. Yeah.
You and I both know what the fuck is Samba TV? You know what I mean?
Apparently it checks on smartphones is what I've seen. It either checks like it's the viewing of people's smartphones. That's actually a really big number, I would think. So
hold on, 664K were watching it on Netflix on their smartphones alone.
That's what I've seen people say.
Bro, what? That's actually amazing.
Right? That's what I thought.
Bro, more people watch that shit than Dynamite on TV on their smartphones on Netflix. Whoa.
Yeah.
The numbers must be insane. That's why they're number one. Yeah. See, these idiots just argue for us, dude. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? And it's not, and us. I know I'm fully in on the wacko thing. Like it's crazy because it's not Phil the Shill. I buried that fucking Punk match in the middle of it. I'm always going to call it down the line, folks, like a good ump. However, it's like that. Like I feel pushed into that corner, and now I get the biggest kick out of just trolling a certain demo of a certain key demo of motherfuckers on X. But yeah, dude, Samba TV, and then they're gonna try and use that as a victory. Meanwhile, they were trying to use PlayStation Vista as a victory the other year, dude. If you remember that, so yeah, it's ridiculous. Northern DC for $5 says knowing Hogan. When he got to the back, he probably said, "Damn, Jimmy, brother, that crowd hated you." Knowing Hogan, do you know Hogan? Are you capping?
Best guys, Tony Khan.
No, tell us, Northern DC. Do you know Hogan? No, I'm just joking. I'm being literal Larry here. But yeah, knowing Hogan, he probably was like blaming it on everyone else. Well, God damn it, Jack, you can just pipe it in after, brother. They were booing Jimmy, brother. It's better I go heel, dude. So, yeah, thank you, Northern DC. Wolverine DX for $10. Oh my goodness, chat! Round of applause for Wolverine DX. Round of smoke and applause. Wolverine says, I think it is more the political. I mean, we already knew about that N-word, and he was still cheered. When? I don't think he's except for Saudi Arabia. Yeah, maybe cheered him when they did a Saudi show. Hogan is from California, a blue state, right? But he lives in Florida, dude. That's red. So going to RNC endorsing Trump is perceived as treason. But like, I don't know all about your guys' election. If you guys heard like Trudeau stepped down and shit, he tapped out. So like, we got shit going on here. I'm not keeping up with y'all stuff, but the whole thing is like, you know, in California, my understanding is that like only the major cities were kind of more blue, but then like they were in LA, bro. So sorry, I hit you with a bunch of likes there, but it's not my area of expertise. Thank you so much. No political chat. That's fucking cringe. Pete in Texas for $5 says the Sickos are dumb as Tony Khan. No, Raw was number 1 on Netflix, still at number 4. Right. So joining us now on the show, who will break that aspect of this down as we continue along. Well, we'll circle back to Sheamus, give him his due. Joining us now on the show, who will clarify what Samba TV is, and who will also sort of break down, because what I'm reading online is like, okay, number 1 on Max means like 1 million people. AEW is not even in the top 10. So if you are going to try and compare it, it's like, okay, more people watched it probably on their tablets if Samba is what it is. But joining us now on the show, thank you, Pete in Texas, for that transition, is MJ from NJ. Round of applause, everyone, for MJ from NJ. Round of applause. No, Chris Connors. What's up, MJ? How you doing?
Can you give another round of applause for Pete in Texas, because he's a great follow on X.
Oh yeah, that's my guy, dude.
So Samba TV, what is it? I'm gonna plug another X account, which is Switchblade97, who brings the heat. Always got the data, always got the receipts on Meltzer. Switchblade97 posted a few images of what Samba is, but I'll give you a quick rundown. It's an opt-in data aggregator, data collector. In other words, you have to opt in. So if you know anything about like privacy on smart devices, you can opt out, you can block certain things. This one, you have to opt in. And they basically track smart TVs, maybe mobile as well. But of like 24 brands, it does not include people who stream through Roku. So for example, I use Roku. That's how I get to Netflix. Doesn't count.
Okay, I use Roku. Sorry to interrupt. I use Roku as well. I have one of those Roku TVs, you know?
Right.
Yeah.
Also, no mention as to whether it's international or domestic, because we know this broadcasted live internationally with the Netflix deal. Seems like a key distinction.
Right.
And then it's also not capturing things like video game consoles and any other ways that people, typically millennials or younger, will access things like Netflix. But if you go to Netflix off of like your smart TV, that's one of these brands, and you have opted in, you essentially would be picked up by the Samba account. Now, some people may be more familiar with Samba Adidas shoes. Nobody's ever heard of this thing before. It's like a very niche thing in the industry. There is one obvious issue with this, which is Netflix top 10, WWE Raw. I think Netflix's top 10 or top 1 program is doing like 600,000 viewers only. Come on now. Let's
and here's
all put
the
on
thing.
our
What
intellectual hats.
Sorry to interrupt, MJ, and step on you because you're cooking. But here's the thing, dude. You just proved that it's even more than. So it's only the people who opt in to select smart devices. There were 660 some fucking K, dude. So it's like probably even more than if we're talking all smart devices and people watching on phones and all that shit. And exactly as you said, I think I saw a fellow Watchman, Evil Dose, say online that he had some number. He's like, typically the number 1 on Max means like just over 1 million people watched, whereas like the top in Netflix means like 2 to 30 million or some shit. I can't remember. I'm talking out of my ass here a little bit, but I'm sure you can shed some insight on that.
So I'll give you like what Samba covers. Their coverage, if you will, is 46 million TV devices globally, 28 million devices in the US alone. We know just from like basic information that there are cable channels that reach like 70 plus million people. So this isn't even half of what like a cable channel, like a USA or a TBS, like this isn't even half of what that would capture. Right. So this would be like, we're going to take ratings of a program on a TV station and then disqualify half the potential audience. And we know that Netflix actually has a greater subscription, say, than some of these cable carriers. So this is kind of just like, you have to really be looking for something to throw against WWE to try to like create noise and kind of pollute the environment. I know one person who covers the business of wrestling. I don't know if you do names on here.
Yeah.
But tweeted and deleted it. And I applaud him for deleting it. I really am disappointed to see Brandon Thurston of WrestleNomics.
He deleted his fucking clown shoes tweet?
Well, he posted about Samba, linked to his page, and then deleted it. And now, look, I've only spent like hours conversing with the guy.
Yeah.
I got a feeling his conscience caught up to him. Because you can't do that in good faith and not be a literal distributor of disinformation.
I know. I used to just be so chill on Thurston, and now I'm like, nah, Thirsty. He's become one of our goddamn fools.
You just made the list.
For real. But here's the thing. Oh, go ahead. No, you go ahead.
No. I was going to say, like, just to wrap on that, and I don't want to rag on him too much and give him unnecessary attention, but like, you hear a lot about misinformation and disinformation and quote unquote fake news and fact to publish
information. No.
Yeah. Like to post something like that. And this goes out for just everybody that is considering themselves a professional in the pro wrestling media space, multimedia space. You have a podcast, a blog, a YouTube show. Like if you want to be considered somewhat of a serious person, for doing this professionally, you can't just go out. No. But and like what you do is slightly different than like trying to report or cover or give like expert. Like these guys present themselves like experts. And to go out and to publish this when you know full well that this is not an accurate sample or representation is just creating literal disinformation and then polluting the discourse with it. And it's what I said he's become, is like the Northrop Grumman of wrestling, where I'm going to give information to both sides and let them battle each other, and I'll just continue to sit here and get the attention for giving you the information. It's like giving weapons to both sides of armies, two armies fighting each other. We're just going to sell them both weapons, and that's why I say Northrop Grumman. But that's a deep cut for those who know. Anyway. Yeah, I just thought I'd clarify some of that Samba stuff, and I have some other thoughts, but take it away. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, Wolverine DX for $5 says for the 664, the article said that numbers for the U.S. only. Okay. So boom, even more people then. Right? This is great. It was a lot of fucking people who watched that Raw, dude, to be number one on Netflix. So, and thank you so much for the super chat. So, MJ, what do you make of this? Like, it was number one in Canada as well. I haven't checked today if it still is. I know it moved down to number 4, but what do you make of all that? Like, are we talking, hey, 3 million people could have watched this, or what do you just make of all of that? Smashing success, no, to be number one. It doesn't get more mainstream than that. Number one on Netflix, beating Squid Game, that's beating its last season. The first season, that was like the biggest thing ever for Netflix,
Yeah, the ranks, here's the thing, and like this gets into PR, this gets into a little bit of investor relations for Netflix and TKO.
Mm-hmm. Like, I just wanted to say Ashwin Navin, owner of Samba TV, is friends with Tony Khan. Someone just brought that to the show, a name I've never seen before in our chat. Shout out AEW wrestlers who are listening. No, I'm just joking. But I mean, hey, come on. Who's this J. Cole? I've never seen that name. Came and dropped a bomb, and I'm willing, if someone fact checked it, chat, Moose, get on it, fact check that. No, I'm just joking, but sorry, MJ, go ahead.
Yeah, well, so Netflix users in the U.S. is north of 65 million, closer to 66, 67 million, and this covers 25 million potential units in the US. So right there, it's like not even half of what Netflix's subs are in the US. Again, let's not beat a dead horse. But so I was saying this gets into like a PR, public relations, IR, investor relations, media relations. This gets into a whole game that companies will play, right?
Shared accounts.
But forgetting the metrics aside, because you can get into minutes watched, you can get to unique profiles, you can get into unique users, you can get into unique IP addresses. Like, who's to say what they're real, right? They all have their metrics and they float whatever they want to float to the public. Why has there been nothing from Netflix? I'll give you a few thoughts there. One, this goes to the top 10 rank that you just brought up, Phil. The rank speaks for itself. It's number 1. It supplanted Squid Games. It has remained in the top 5 in Canada, in the US. It's probably continuing to get views, right? So when I say something like it's accruing consumption, every day that passes by in WWE Raw is on the front page of Netflix and in your top 10 or in your top 5 or number 1. It is getting viewed. Yeah. And for years, decades, for eternity, what feels like, everybody has been fixated on ratings. All right. And everybody has said, like, oh, ratings don't matter. Ratings matter in certain contexts, right? Yeah. Ratings could be an indicator. We see AEW ratings down. We see attendance down. We see buy rates down. Ratings can be a misleading indicator. We see Raw and SmackDown ratings potentially down year over year, or we see SmackDown down from when it was on Fox, but we see other things growing, attendance, gates, YouTube, merchandise, go on, right? So sometimes it can be misleading. Sometimes it can be an indicator for something. Ratings, however, have always been discussed in this kind of like same day, next day viewership, whatever the P2 plus is. It gets reported at 4:30. We all get around the X machine and we can't wait to see what name your favorite person is going to post. And then we all make fun of it or whatever. We have fun. And that's become tradition. And tradition is now broken. And why is it broken? Because traditionally, Netflix has always been a platform where people consumed content at their own pace over a duration of time, sometimes via binge watching, sometimes over the course of like, I'm still trying to figure out how to watch the rest of Umbrella Academy. I've watched like 3 episodes and I'll watch the next few eventually. So like over months. The point is, the paradigm has now been broken. We're not going to talk about Netflix viewership, raw viewership on Netflix in the same day kind of manner. We have to look at a bigger picture. You have to step back and you have to understand that the benefits and the advantages of Raw being on Netflix is that it will now be consumed globally at the same time, but also globally over durations of time. So eventually it'll come out what the minute consumption was. It'll come out what the rank is in terms of like all of streaming versus just Netflix or Netflix and originals and that kind of stuff. It will all come out at Netflix's pace, but I'll tell you what Netflix, which is a $375 billion company, I think, the last I checked the market cap, could be wrong or not, but it's up there. You know what they're not going to do is break from their tradition of not revealing consumption numbers, is going to expedite the release of information. That if Phil, if they gave you the data as of the same day, and all of a sudden 3 days later, it's like, hey, we've now grown viewership by 4 million worldwide. Like the headline's already the headline. So why would they rush a headline?
Exactly.
In WWE, WWE, who has probably every interest in promoting themselves, right? And we've learned for years that WWE is going to tout their successes and they're going to inflate numbers and we should not trust any of it. All right, well, you know what? WWE is kind of an evolved, grown-up company. It's kind of run by different people now. It's not really the same WWE. It's actually TKO's WWE. And they're not about to shit the bed and loose lips sink ships with Netflix, right? So they're not preempting anything. But I will tell you, Stephanie McMahon, not a company official, noted on her Twitter account, and she doesn't tweet often, it's number 1. They're subtly telling you the rank speak for itself. And it's probably not 10 million viewers. Globally, it may be, but it's probably not.
Oh, but that still is so cool, dude.
No, I mean, look, Raw has always on its best in the recent years, you know, not really crossed 2 million.
Yeah.
It probably got viewed by like 2 to 3 million people.
I think
And
it's going to
maybe-
come out that it's like close to 3, and we're all like, "Oh shit!" Or it like is 3
Well,
maybe for that first
people
one.
would
We're
love-
like, "Holy fuck!"
But people would love to dunk on that. And my point is like, okay, that's the same day live viewership, and now go
Dave
ahead
will
and
say,
count
"Oh."
everything for the next month.
Yeah.
Right.
Meltzer will go, sorry about that. Meltzer will be like, well, they didn't watch for like 20 minutes, but 2 hours. The key demo was his fucking brain's gonna fry trying to explain this shit, dude.
So
his brain is gonna
Netflix-
fry.
Yeah, he is not equipped for this world.
No, not
he's
even
not he's not equipped for the internet, much less for a world of streaming and analysis and trying to understand business strategy. That's first and foremost. But Netflix is going to end up reporting a number vis-a-vis probably Nielsen, right? Because everyone's running around about Samba. It's like, well, Nielsen will report something at some point in time. That number will be cumulative over a period of time, because the reality is like if 3 million got reported, they'd be like, that's not Netflix has 66 million viewers subs in the US and it only got 3 million, and like that's not good. Like, what interest does Netflix, again, a $370+ billion company, have in like just having stones thrown at it by stupid wrestling people?
They don't give a fuck. They're like gnats, bro, to Hollywood. I'm fucking telling you guys this. Gnats, dude. I'm telling you.
Not
And
even that.
Yeah.
Like the invisible bugs that you like only know that they're there when you wind up in a swarm's nest and you're like, I couldn't even see these from 2 feet
Dude,
away.
they're looking at these fucking sickos. I'm telling you, it's not even a blip on their radars. And they are looking right now at like, okay, this thing's huge. It's getting hotter. How do we just get more fans and young fans and new generational fans? I was talking about it earlier. That's what they're looking to do. So
who
the
resonates-
fucking gnats can be quiet. It doesn't matter. And it's a no contest. The shit is over. I don't want to hear. If you want to argue, I like the wrestling better in AEW, cool. But I don't want to hear Dusty Dave or any of these fucking freaks talking about key demos and shit anymore. It's game over, bro. Sorry.
Well, yeah, for WWE, again, I talked before about the context of it all, so that matters. And for WWE, it is game over. Like you said, like, stop talking about this stuff. Who do you think is more influential in growing fans at scale? Davey Dirt Sheets with his newsletter, or Pat McAfee with his ESPN deal, where ESPN can't even get rid of him if they wanted to. He's so fucking electric.
Yeah.
Like, let's be real for a second. WWE, TKO, Hollywood, The Rock, John Cena, Pat McAfee, Logan Paul, like, this is A-list.
This is A-list again. It's mainstream again, bro.
The
It is. And it's
invisible-
going like fucking Snapchat or Instagram
Yeah.
or any of these apps. And what is everyone talking about, man?
You got the Minnesota Vikings posting about Tiffany Stratton winning a title because she appeared with a Vikings title at one of their games recently. This is an NFL team. Like, this is partnerships with the biggest and the best in entertainment, in sports, in media, in content creation, in content consumption.
Oh no, it's just McDonald's. MJ, it's just McDonald's. It's not Wagyu beef. I only like Wagyu beef. I only eat Wagyu beef.
So
Big Boom AJ.
I had a
Big Boom
funny
AJ.
Phil, I forgot to post something. I was going to chime back at Fat Ass Masa. Shout out Fat Ass Masa, longtime fan of his. I posted something sarcastic about Wagyu beef because he said he went for Wagyu beef with the Young Bucks and he actually liked it. And I was like, wait, so you agree with me? Sorry, people know who Fat Ass Masa is. It's kind of funny because I don't think he understands anything.
So
I want to just pivot to Max and AEW because we talked about context and I just explained why Netflix and why WWE have no interest in rushing a number. Context matters. Okay, WWE and Netflix are industry standards, industry leaders. And I'm not just talking pro wrestling industry for WWE. I'm talking about like entertainment
and sports and live 52-week-a-year traveling entertainment. Yeah, it is the leader in all pay-per-view. Before people were doing pay-per-views, who was doing them? You know, go ahead.
But not just that. Netflix, you know who Netflix's biggest competitor was for like a good little while back in
WWE Network.
20, exactly.
Exactly.
Any of them
and streaming, bro. That's
right.
crazy.
And by the way, all those executives actually give credit to like them being at the forefront of this. Like, people thought it was crazy and like, oh, look at us now. if every league had been so far advanced, maybe they wouldn't have the struggles that they're having. But at the same time, they're all making record money, so it all works out. So AEW and Max, why is it different? And somebody actually asked me privately, like, why don't you have the same energy for that? Like, you're explaining why WWE Netflix won't reveal numbers right away, but like, why don't you say that for AEW and Max? Here's the difference. AEW has seen like 30 to 40% declines in viewership, which have correlated with attendance and correlated with other metrics, revenue for being one of them. If some of that explanation was cord cutting, right? The idea is, well, people just aren't watching on cable, so that's why the viewership is down. Then it would behoove AEW and Warner Brothers, who has now invested in AEW in terms of giving them another contract for a lot more money. It would behoove them to have good news. Hey, look, like, this whole thing online is overblown, and like the reality is like, look, we're going to regrow our user or fan base based on streaming data. It would also, for Warner Brothers Discovery, which ranks like in the bottom third of major streamers in terms of usage, it would behoove Warner Brothers Discovery to say, look, we made a strategic investment. We brought back AEW. We think this is really a potential growth area for us for younger audiences. And immediately the first simulcast did X amount. We know that AEW is not in Max's top 10. We also know Max's top 10 is one of the most, one of the lowest consumption platforms of major streamers, right? So you can go Netflix, Disney Plus, you can go YouTube, you can go Amazon Prime, you can go Paramount Plus, you can go like all the big ones, right? Like that's what I'm talking about. Like Warner Brothers is near the fucking bottom.
Yeah.
So if you are Warner Brothers, if you are AEW, if you are not the industry standard, if you are more like the industry joke, you need good news. So you promote good news if you have any to share. Warner Brothers is not benefiting itself by holding back information, which could then be like, people can cast doubt on it, or advertisers can be like, wait a second, we thought we were getting this and we're getting that, right? Warner Brothers needs to show that people are watching something on it for advertisers, for investors. So there's not really the same impetus there, or like the same incentive structure like Netflix, which historically has never done that, never shown that data real time up front, same day or week after something gets dropped. They might do it for big events. And why is that different? Because they're big events. They're in the business of recruiting big events. So Phil, if I wanted to host your show on Netflix, right? And then I wanted to host another show, I'd probably promote how much your show did if it was successful in order to get the other show to trust me to host it. But they already signed a 10-year deal with WWE. It's episodic every week for the next however many years. So it's different than trying to recruit. They're not actively recruiting other properties like this because we know from all the talk on Wall Street and in Hollywood, this is the first time they've dipped their toes into the water. They need to see how it goes first, and then they will go from there. And I think at that point, you'll see, cumulative numbers that will be kind of staggering because it's global and because it's been over the course of a month, not one day.
Well, yeah. And also, I mean, you're going to have sports on there. You're going to have these other live events. I wonder what's going to happen when they pre-tape a show for like the holidays or something, how that's going to come across on Netflix. Pete in Texas says, is it crazy to think viewers could bring a 4-week PLE cycle at one time? That's the other thing. Everyone's binging all the old content. I've been watching the old WrestleManias, like just in order, and I'm mixing in the Rumbles too, just when I like go to sleep and shit at night. So I don't know, man. That is so I'm not really watching. I'm listening sometimes, but you guys dig it. So yeah, that's happening too. So there's numbers for that as well of people who are just consuming WWE. There might be lapsed fans who are like, well, I'm just going to watch a bunch of old WWE content, and Netflix is factoring all of that in. I know we're hyper focusing on just the Raw, but those numbers are going to be interesting. And what MJ was saying before, they're milking it. Okay. In layman's terms, they're going to milk it. Why just hot shot a fucking headline when they already have the headline? It's number one. So then once that's done, everyone's going to be eager. Well, what's the number? Then they're going to drop a bomb like 3 million on us. We're all going to shit our pants. So they're going to milk it. And that's the way to do that. I firmly agree. And someone else said something about how long until a PLE on WWE. Well, I'm in Canada. The PLEs, how long for a WWE PLE on Netflix, rather? I'm in Canada. The PLEs are on fucking Netflix for me already. So
now I think you might see those numbers come out more real time, the way that you would typically see a pay-per-view buy rate come out. And you see it sometimes with Peacock. It'll be interesting because in the US where I am, like we're watching on Peacock and you'll be watching on Netflix. It'll be interesting to see what like the total number is globally, because now it'll all be in one place and very easily reported. And because it's a global number. And again, going back to that, like PLEs are more akin to a NFL game or to a boxing match where it's like a 1 day. It's a one-time event. Yes, great. Special event. Premium. I mean, it's in the title. Premium live event.
Exactly.
Play something dumb for me because that was stupid. I didn't just think.
Oh, here, I got you. Ready? I got the perfect thing. Here you go.
Dummy. Yeah.
So Dose Evil, fellow Watchman, says Raw's down to number 4 in the USA on Netflix. Neither AEW show is or ever has been in the top 10 on Max. As we documented some days ago, the number 10 spot on Max is approximately 100K viewers in that week. The 10 spot on Netflix worldwide, I don't know, US alone, is 1.6 M. Number 1 has been up to 30 million worldwide. And this is the other thing. We're talking we going global. What song is that? Is that a fucking we going global? Is that Migos or something? Anyways, I'm an idiot. But yeah, shit's global now. Even fuck the US just alone. Fuck Canada just alone. It's global now, and the PLEs will reflect that. We saw a surge in pay-per-view buys as well over the holidays for the War Games thing. You don't think motherfuckers are gonna go like WrestleMania is not going to be a bigger deal on Netflix and stuff? I don't know. I think it only gets bigger from there.
And Pete in Texas raises a good point. I've been saying this a little bit online too. Like, I think that there is going to be a trend. And, well, let me not give out free ideas for anybody here. I'll tell you guys off air. But I think there's going to be a trend of binging episodes of Raw. Maybe not the entire episodes, but again, you go back to like a metric, minutes watched. I think there will be a trend of people going back and watching things, especially younger people, before big events. And I think that if we know anything about Netflix, is that like people will watch 8 hours of Love is Blind in one sitting. So like you're telling me they're not going to go cherry pick like 3 hours worth of Raw, a couple episodes, 20 minutes each, 30 minutes each of like the segments you want to see.
Well, goddamn, man, I appreciate your breakdown on all of this.
The same holds true. The same holds true for AEW. And if I was AEW, I'd be leaning very hard into cultivating content creators to figure out how to capture an audience to go do that.
Well, thanks, man. I appreciate that. I just talk shit, try and be funny, and I just try and be like honest about the shit. And I don't take myself too seriously. And fucking, I'm just reading what other people are saying and then breaking down. Well, I'm just putting the puzzle pieces together as best I can, and
do a great job.
I don't know. I appreciate it. Are you, MJ? You want to stick around and read some more WWE news, or you got some better shit to do?
I'll stick around for a little bit. I wanted to start Dynamite. People think I hate AEW, and I heard you say this before. Like, I don't hate AEW. Like,
did I say you hate it? I say everyone hates it. Everyone's like, oh, come on now, Phil. He doesn't hate it.
No. You said it before, where like you try to stay down the middle, but sometimes it's too hard to avoid. Like the Sickos are so insane sometimes.
That's why they're the Sickos.
Yeah, like I don't hate AEW. I guarantee you I spend more money on AEW pay-per-views than like 90% of their Sickos. But like at the same time, I just can't help myself because they're so stupid. And I'll say another thing. I just explained a lot of stuff about how to think about Raw viewership going forward, how to think about the business incentives and kind of the strategic decisions that go into like releasing information, and how to in some worlds you'd call that like level setting or expectation setting. And I just want to give an unequivocal F to like 99% of the so-called professional or like the major media in wrestling, like the elites, the ones who think that they're experts, not just glorified fans with like an account. I want to give them an unequivocal F on failing to actually prepare the IWC for like the last 2 weeks. Unbelievable failure. And it really makes me think that there's something else needed in this space to just educate fans. Anyway.
Well, this guy, David Haytick, hopefully I said that correctly, member, a part of the PWT universe here, says, I've said it many times, I like AEW more than I like AEW fans. Yeah, they're killing it, and I say stepping on their own dick. The reason it's infuriating with AEW is because they have everything there. They have all the resources, the money, the talent, everything they need. They just fuck it up. They always find a way to not
except
do
for
things.
leadership. They have everything but leadership.
Yeah,
They're an incompetent leader. Did you guys do the Mad Dog thing already? And somebody said something about my mic. Was my mic all messed up?
No, you sound great to me, buddy, and you sound clearer than fucking Awful does anytime he comes on. But yeah, dude, we covered the Mad Dog thing.
He said something so funny last night that genuinely made me laugh. Like, I popped in a way that I rarely do, and it wasn't even like the joke; it was his delivery. Man, he is smooth. When he writes a book, it's going to be great.
So
And I've said it forever. Comedy's 90% timing and delivery. It's less what you say and more how you say it and when.
Is that Jake?
Yeah, it's me, buddy.
I had no idea. I couldn't tell who was here with me. I've been avoiding saying your name because if I said the wrong name, it was George or somebody. I didn't.
Oh, dude, yeah, no, my bad.
No, you're good. You were on fire. I didn't have anything to add to it. It was good on its own, buddy.
So Sheamus confirms he signed a 5-year WWE deal and he'll be wrestling into his 50s. What do you all think about that? And obviously, what is he going to go to AEW? And where were all the dirt sheets saying, oh, Sheamus might sign with AEW? They didn't even know his shit was up.
We didn't even get one of those fake All Elite graphics where it would be like
Sheamus what's his real name?
Well, no, his name on the Indies was Sheamus O'Shaughnessy, so I think he'd probably just do that like Christian Cage.
Yeah,
we're gonna have to have a new metric that tracks Sicko content creation and the declines, which correlates to declines and everything else in AEW. But yeah, no, we didn't even get the All Elite fake graphic. There you go, declines. Where else is he going to go? But also, like, good for Sheamus. I think that Sheamus, similar to The Miz, at some point in the near future, will kind of get his flowers as just being kind of recognized as a guy that was a workhorse, that was there for a lot of years when it wasn't so hot or cool to be there. And I think he's going to be incredibly valuable to helping out maybe with some NXT stuff, certainly developing some talent as they come up on the roster. It's not like this is a guy that has an ego that needs to get wins. I think he's shown that. So, like, props to him. I mean, I hope he got paid. Yeah. And talent, if we've learned one thing from the talent who have gone to AEW is that it's not necessarily all it's cracked up to be. And if it's going to cost you your legacy, like, why? Unless you need the money or unless you're just kind of greedy like that. Or whatever reason they go. I mean, maybe they just want to like wrestle a style in their 50s that like makes no sense. Shout out Copeland, but whatever floats your boat. I mean, do it. But like, I don't know, is it really worth tarnishing your kind of like, you've worked that hard to get to that point and you're going to tarnish it?
So first off, MJF is confronting fucking Jeff Jarrett in the ring there. So I guess we're going to get a Jeff Jarrett MJF program. And hey, if Jarrett's going to retire to lay down for anyone, MJF's a good call. But newest WWE Raw superfan, Hey Kay Adams. Never thought we'd see the day. So Up and Adams show, I'm totally unfamiliar with it, but she's, I guess, pretty mainstream. So I don't know if Jake or fucking MJ, you guys familiar with?
I'm in the same boat as you, but she's definitely famous. A lot of people know who she
is. There is a world, and you mentioned before, like not being here in America during our elections, et cetera, et cetera. Donald Trump in part won the election because there's a world of influencers and creators and people with big platforms that talk to younger people in the demo, slightly under the demo, high school, college, mid-20s. And there's not a lot of people that are like aware of it if you are above a certain age. Now that said, I didn't know who she was, but this is great. This costs nothing. This costs trying to build. Well, you know what? I shouldn't say that. Part of WWE being in TKO is that it's tied to Endeavor in the talent agency. So for a lot of these folks, like this is a logical thing. Is like, how do I become friendly with this agency that can like propel me? Well, I'll do some things for them. But I don't think it costs anything. Like you just get a bunch of influencers to kind of be like, I've never gone to Raw and I'm going to go to Raw and talk about it. And that goes viral and it hits with millions of young people and it hits with like our demographic because we're like, whoa, who's this person? This is crossover. Like, this person is probably something to somebody younger than us, and yet crossed over to us, and now we know who she is. So isn't it beneficial to her? This is smart. This is how you execute go-to-market strategies. I always talk about that, like go-to-market. What's that mean? How do you actually present your product in the market? Yes, it's a TV show. It's 3 hours. It's content that you watch. But how do you present it to the world? And you go to market with somebody like this, and it's just like home run. Great job.
Yeah, she has 673,000 Twitter followers. I think that's pretty sweet. So that's a lot of people. And here's AJ Francis, TNA superstar, former WWE superstar. And let's hear, like, I don't know, I didn't listen to this, but here's her standing out over WWE. And he's like, damn, I wish I was part of that. No, shout out AJ Francis. I know people call him Flop Dollar. I am actually a fan of his. If you've been watching him at TNA, he's really good. Let's listen to what she has to say, though. I guess she's famous and no one ever would have thought. She likes Dolly Parton, though, so that's a plus.
And Fleetwood Mac back there, too.
Yeah.
And
right.
This isn't a joke. The most welcoming sports or whatever base I've
So she just called wrestling fans the wackos, the most welcoming sports base, and they are. The sickos are fucking not.
Exactly.
And we have sickos in the sicko segment replying to her, being like, "Oh, watch real wrestling." So they never fail. But yeah, let's listen to what she says.
If you've been in a good audience, you know.
Yeah.
I was in one on last Friday.
So like I've worked in, and this isn't to put anybody else down, but like I've dabbled in some like boxing and stuff like that. And it's no, everyone, even on Twitter, they're not like, this idiot does. I mean, there, of course, some of that, but there was just like, welcome. Yes, enjoy, love this. Yes, that was, 7 gin and tonics deep. Love that video.
That video is incredible. No, it's funny because
I got a Moscow Mule.
Wrestling fans, when they are interested in something, or when, for example, someone like you who is coming to a show, is admitting you're not a big fan, but you're willing to check it out, like they appreciate that, because wrestling is going more mainstream than ever. I mean,
what a good look having a TNA hoodie on, though, too.
Smart.
It's not going to be a surprise. They haven't announced it yet, I don't think. But I'm positive, however many people.
So here, Pete in Texas is dropping bars here. For $5, he says, Mad Dog on ESPN killing the con. Bill Simmons on The Ringer killing the cons. Not great PR from people with a voice and following. Yeah, and then look at people with a voice and following reacting to the Raw thing. So Sicko's going to go. Pete in Texas says, Kay Adams did Good Morning Football on NFL Network. Oh, so this is huge, dude. And then they have AJ Francis, former NFL player as well, and then used to host Good Morning Football, I meant. So she did Good Morning. No, we know what you meant, dude. You didn't have to. Yeah, Pete, you didn't have to super chat in again. We knew what you meant. But yeah, used to host Good Morning Football, I meant, on the NFL Network. That's crazy. So now she does her own thing, almost 1 million followers. And this is, and then having AJ Francis on again is good crossover. You put TNA here. Look at TNA hoodie on there. And everyone, really quick round of applause for our guy Pete here, super chatting in a whole bunch. What were you saying, MJ? Sorry, round of applause. We must do it.
This is why I took to Twitter last week and I said AJ Francis has been more to TNA than Swerve Strickland has been to AEW.
Yeah.
And people can act like that's some kind of crazy thing to say, but by the numbers, TNA is on the up. TNA just got that deal in Canada. TNA is getting publicity right here in this image alone.
Yeah.
Being affiliated with a partner that is totally cool with that. And AJ Francis has really stepped into his own shoes and owned who he was in WWE. He's talked about it. He's not shied away from engaging with people. He has done everything to put himself out there. And I give him a world of credit. And that's not to say that other talent haven't, but this is the benefit of partnering with WWE, is stuff like this. This is unpaid, earned media. This is doing
that show on Netflix last night. It'll be the most watched wrestling event of all time.
Yeah.
It'll be the most watched wrestling event of all time. Yeah, she goes and just fawns over
Stream
it.
of consciousness, as you were marking out over Topanga, and I was like, of course. I was like,
who didn't mark out over Topanga and Macaulay Culkin? So I don't know. Shout her out. That's a man. We're not going to listen to the whole 3 minute
Fun
clip.
fact on Topanga: married to somebody who worked for WWE
Mhm.
and then went on to talk about it way too much. The cinnamon toast crunch guy, he went like viral during the pandemic, and he like since kind of disappeared from public spotlight. He's been to AEW shows. Like Topanga's been to.
Oh, I know she has.
You
Yeah,
just
I know
talk
she
about
has.
leaning into like creating publicity and creating kind of this attention that doesn't cost much other than just like building relationships and doing it. These are not even comparable companies, and I don't mean to say that like it has to be compared, but like these are all examples.
Wait, but can we fucking talk about the real travesty here? Can we talk about the real thing that happened here on the Netflix Raw chat? I need you guys engaged with this too. Boy Meets World fans, hello. But listen, can we talk about the real travesty? What the fuck with Will Friedel or Will Friedel, like Eric
got
Matthews?
him.
Why didn't they put his fucking name up there? That's crazy.
They got him. I felt bad. But he did have a good bit backstage with the New Day. So that
Yeah, with Topanga. No, but it was the Topanga bit. Hold on a second now, MJ. That's misinformation. No, I'm just kidding. But it was Topanga's bit, and then he just piped in and went, she's right, or whatever, after she said the thing. What the fuck is going on here where they just leave him out? Do they not think he was like nostalgic enough? If you're going to put Topanga and Macaulay Culkin, there's no way we all didn't know who he was too. Will Friedel or Friedel. I don't know.
It would have been funny if they put Eric Matthews, like Daniel Fishel and Eric Matthews. Like we all like, you know Eric Matthews.
Come on. Oh, come on now, MJ. That's not very fair. So speaking of like, Eric Matthews was a hunk when everyone was younger, I'm sure a little teen heartthrob or whatever back in the day. Roman, I've told you guys a million times on this show, when him or like Drew come out, women melt. They fucking shriek in the buildings. Name a guy who's like shriekable in fucking AEW. I'll wait on the same level. If people want to compare the two, in another company, I don't know. Here's a new WWE fan who is watching on Netflix, and there isn't just this. There's a million stories like this, but also, chat, you guys were here. There was hundreds of us watching PWT, listening to PWT live show as we watch Raw, and what was a big portion of the chat saying, yo, I fucking am watching wrestling again because it's on Netflix. Yo, I just renewed my Netflix because WWE's on there now. We had like a bunch of people saying the same shit. And now there's a bunch of stories of women on social media being like, oh my God, I'm a WWE fan now and shit. So here's just, hey, I'm always right. Phil's always right. Phil don't miss. Phil don't miss. Netflix and Phil, anyone? I know, you know what I mean? Here we go.
Y'all, I literally have not watched wrestling since probably the 99 and the 2000. Baby, who is this? Who is this?
He's acknowledging.
Who
That is her new
that
trouble,
in the
Chief.
bag? Y'all, Netflix got my goofy ass.
Acknowledge me.
Oh my God, Netflix
That's
got my
fantastic.
goofy. What did I tell y'all? Thirst cast for the ladies too here at PWT. We don't discriminate, okay? We know it's true. Come on, man. We know. Some more stuff from that evening. Pro wrestling is real. So this is actually like a Ken Kennedy shirt or like a Mr. Anderson shirt, whatever. And this was from Raw here, a kid wearing a Pro Wrestling is Real shirt. Or this is Netflix, NXT. Pardon me. I keep calling it NXT Netflix now every time I refer. Dude, for real. An N, an
As a
X,
dyslexic, I fully understand.
Yeah,
that.
dude. An N, an X.
It's like I felt that in my soul.
Yeah. So I don't know. This kid's wearing a Pro Wrestling is Real tee, though, which is amazing. And I think this is actually Ken Anderson, like sells these. You guys know Mr. Kennedy.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is actually his tee, but. Dude, The Rock came out freestyled on NXT. I'm sure a bunch of sickos are mad about that. We're going to talk about the numbers in just a minute.
Oh, man.
However, in the building, they had Nikki Bella, who confirmed all prior issues with WWE have been squashed. She wasn't there with her sister, though. We know because Tony Khan is going to literally leave his company to the Danielson fucking family if anything happens to him. He said as much, and also he's backing up the Brinks truck for Danielson. Danielson clearly believes in that mission statement. as far as Tony Khan's concerned. But she says, we had a rocky road with WWE. All is well. We've all made up. We knew she would. And of course, you have to go out there and troll and say, like, but fucking Nikki Garcia to AEW, you know, because everyone was saying that. But like I told y'all, man, no, Brie was not there, at least not on camera. And Nikki, she does stuff with Netflix too. So we're talking about this picture is probably just some thirst trap picture that Wrestling World CC scrounged up off the.
I think that's what Nikki wore to the event, the red jumpsuit or whatever. Like, is it
that I'm fucking wrong? I don't know.
No, I'm asking if that's a picture from the hotel. And the reason I bring this up is because I would bet dollars to donuts Brie was asked to not appear. Or
no
Brie
way.
knows.
You think, and then her sister still did.
I think Brie knows she couldn't appear. I think, look, there's a lot of stuff that I think has become very obvious about Tony Khan.
Yeah.
He is petty and he is sensitive and he is softer than Charmin's. So, like, I don't even know. Maybe Brie didn't have to be asked to not do it, but maybe it's one of those things where, like, Brian and Brie are like, you can't appear. Like, he'll lose his shit and melt down, and like people on the internet will go nuts. And so,
but
just
Brie
don't.
too. Like, he don't own Brie.
Could you imagine? Yo, how would you and I have made jokes if she would have appeared on the Netflix thing after appearing? Like, that was the big focal point of All In, was him winning and the family being there.
Yeah.
Like, we would have dunked we would have dunked on that so hard.
I guess you're right. See, I forgot that shit. I'm a dummy because it's like there's so much wrestling to consume. You've got to poop little things out. I forgot they had her come on like AEW pay-per-view.
They did the whole sit down with Renee.
Yeah.
So could you imagine? So, like, I'm not gonna say that I'm not gonna speculate that Tony asked or AEW asked. I'm just going to put out there that I would not be shocked if somewhere along the lines there was like a decision between the Danielsons of like, yeah, you kind of can't, because how weird is it to not be there with her sister when they're in business, like together doing stuff, content creation, all that, and like Netflix.
Yeah. STG 212 for $5 says Tony Khan is softer than Cha 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 Charmin. Yeah, I mean, you're repeating the sentiments here of MJ, who I believe said that as well.
I've made some stupid graphics about it. I wonder if they'll block me again.
Yeah, dude, you got fucking blocked by. It's funny because you make this new account, WrestleGraphs, that gets blocked by AEW immediately.
No, not WrestleGraphs. Yeah, confusing. I personally got blocked by AEW.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
Because I would post graphs on their tweets about talent, showing that their talent actually has not done anything for them. And they did not. And also tag their executives and other stuff.
So don't you think by doing that they just think you're like fucking just trolling, and they just think, oh, he's bad.
They know who I am.
Like he's trying to troll. But this is what I'm saying. Like, do you think that's the approach? Do you think there's a lot of thought into it, or do you think they're like, oh, he's just fucking trolling too much or whatever? Do you think
from what I've been told by others who maybe are speculating or they claim to have friends in the company, they know who I am. Mookie, Chris Harrington from WrestleNomics, the original founder of WrestleNomics, absolutely knows who I am.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know.
And they are very, very scared by the fact that I'm not an idiot. Not just that, their talent are very upset by being exposed. Like, I embarrassed them when it came to the all-in pre-sale stuff and not promoting it, which, I mean, they embarrassed themselves, but I really highlighted it. And that combined with some of the graph stuff showing just like how poorly certain talent have done with retaining viewers really upset the talent, and they don't want that stuff being posted under their tweets, which is a weird thing of censorship that I won't get into.
Okay, well, here, I got to bring this up. Rated R Legend, but Legend written with Edge in the middle.
It's a better name than he is now.
Yeah, I'm trying to read this. So Rated R Legend with Legend spelt Edge. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like Edge instead of Edge, and like it's misspelled, but the word Edge in there. And they didn't do what we thought. So this is why I'm bringing it. They didn't do what we thought and like made the fucking Edge really big letters. Okay, chat? They made they made
at least
it
for
like,
this shirt.
I'm just trying to glimpse it, and then the Death Riders are coming out. I just caught that. Roe did, yeah. Shout out Brendan Schaub, dude. So Nikki Bella confirms all prior issues with WWE have been squashed. So you're bringing up the Brie Bella thing. Now you've convinced me she may have been there, and they may have said, don't come on camera. However, I don't know if WWE would have said that. It's more of like a AEW Tony Khan thing.
I think a better
It would be a meltdown for him.
She respectfully did not appear.
Yeah, exactly. Like I don't think anyone, because that's what all the AEW people say. Like no one explicitly tells you, but like it's expected. That's sort of like what Willie Mack was saying. Nobody explicitly told me I can't do GCW, but it's sort of implied. Like Daniel said, oh, it'd be a bad look, so I kind of canceled, and then it's drummed up shit. So I could totally see it being that way as well, a respectful bow out. However, do you think the WWE brings Nikki back on her own? Or they just did it. They just showed her on TV. Do you think there's a run in there? Or here's the thing I want to point out. She has a relationship with Netflix. Okay, so she hosts things on Netflix, like a hot dog eating contest she did, and like whatever. So, and she's been using the Garcia name. Do you think WWE brings her in as Nikki Garcia? Do you think she'll just appear in the Rumble? Do you think it's anything even like that? Or it's just, hey, Nikki, Netflix, WWE, squash it. Vince is gone. It's Triple H. He'd treat you better, like that sort of thing.
Well, you forget, like, there's a lot of baggage there when it comes to who the Bella's mother married.
Oh God, yeah, you're right. I forgot about that.
Yeah, so like there's a lot there that we don't have to get into. I think that a Rumble appearance is very likely. I think it's done to promote this Nikki and Brie show if that's on Netflix. You're asking the wrong guy if I think that
they have a show on Netflix.
Well, what's this Nikki and Brie show?
This is, I think, their podcast.
Oh, their podcast. Well,
okay, but wait though. Total Bella's Drew, yeah. Man.
Like, have we ever seen them do reality shows that have been successful? Does Netflix do reality shows? I think that there's a lot of synergy there.
Yeah, I called that a long time ago with the reality shows. I was like, dude, wait, we're gonna get like live reality shows, like Big Brother back in the day, but like live reality shit on Netflix. I don't know. Whatever. That's another conversation.
Yeah,
what were you saying?
It's a great. By the way, it's a fantastic idea.
Yeah, I'm thinking way ahead here. You know, and it comes full circle.
The puck's going right. We know they're doing a Drive for Survive type show, and if you look further out than that, like you have made for TV talent that, while they can't all be getting a spot on Raw, might very well wind up in some reality competition on Netflix, watched by people that don't even watch wrestling, which only heightens their profiles. And this is the power of that synergy. But hey, I think I'm probably the wrong person to ask, because I think Bryan Danielson's back to WWE before it's all said and done. So, wouldn't shock me if Brie paves the way. It's business, right?
Yeah. Nick Chivers for £2 says maybe Christian will change his name to Seed, so it's Cope and Seed. Yeah.
You fucking mark!
No, just kidding. I love you. But I've seen that joke like 40 billion times when his name was switched to Cope. But that would be funny, but it's not going to happen. It'll just be Cope and Christian. C and C instead of E and C.
I'm going to dip out in a second, but can I shout out another joke that was made way too much, and then somebody actually got into it with me and thought that it was real?
Yeah.
The Raw ratings, Brian Alvarez posted Raw rating 0. Yeah. And somebody actually tried to debate that Raw rating was 0. So why doesn't that get the same attention? It's like, that was a joke, right? It wasn't. I was like, you're right. Actually, it was 0. It wasn't on fucking cable. What are you talking about?
Right.
I can't with these people.
Yeah.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to MJ coming in and clearing up all that Samba, Safenya, Simba stuff.
They sell Sambas now for $100, so you can be certain AEW fans are not going to buy it.
Samba. That sounds like some sort of cooling tank Joe Rogan would try to sell me or something like that,
Do you not know what they are?
A Samba.
Jake, you do, right?
Yeah, the soccer shoes.
They're the classic Adidas, indoor soccer shoes.
Yeah, it's the indoor soccer shoes. Yeah, I'm from Phoenix, so there was a lot of indoor leagues when I was growing up.
Growing up, everyone wore them to school. The kids would call it iconic.
Okay.
Yeah, but the old school 3. Yeah, if you look up, if you just Google Samba shoes, you'll see it. You'll be like, oh, it's those. It's basically Similar to like the Nike Cortezes that were popular for a big time. Like
Or
it's
like
like a
Converse,
classic.
like the
Yeah.
Converse Chuck Taylors that like
100%.
still are popular. Yeah,
100%.
So it was, there you go.
Yeah, there they are. Boom, right there. It's it. The black one on the top right is what my brain first thought of.
Speaking of Joe Rogan, pull it up, Jamie. No? Anyone? All right. MJ from NJ.
Yo, be good, guys. Stay safe. Be well.
Go and follow him. Some X Error and WrestleGraphs may or may not be him. And yeah, thank you, everyone. Round of applause for him coming on. Thank you for coming on.
Good to talk to you, bud.
Wow, what an amazing show. We got the experts here. We're doing science here today. Okay, so it's a shoe.
Yeah, he was on fire for a while there. Woo! Just got to mute and let him go.
Yeah, everyone's cooking tonight, man. It's good shit. So, a new era. Who watched NXT New Year's Evil?
Oh, hell yeah.
I won't review the fucking show because maybe I'll talk about it more with Marie tomorrow and break it down. But it was just a phenomenal show, and I was enjoying it on Netflix. And I was a little bit behind when I started it, so then I could just fast forwarded through the fucking ad parts, and then I was all caught up to the live portion, like 20 minutes into it or whatever, because I was struggling. So I was pissed at first with Netflix, but then once I figured it out, it was all good, and I caught up to the live like quickly. And yeah, we got Julia Gulia and Oba Femi, who everyone thought was main roster bound. They are fucking the champions. Yeah. And it was a big full building. I don't know if it was big and full, but they do like the Grammys there. It's a decent sized place actually. And it was like pretty packed. Crowd was lit. The Rock came back to NXT, actually his first time ever in NXT, freestyled the whole promo. It was phenomenal. But the new era, like they were talking about it too. So I don't get it. I thought Trick was kind of the new era guy, you know, but Femi, they're like, no, we got to ride it out with him. And so I'm looking forward to it. Some people were pissed Roxanne dropped, but I think you got to bring Roxanne to the main roster. Like she's out wrestling girls. I'm not trying to talk shit on anyone, but there's some girls on the main roster where it's like, if they're up there, fucking Roxanne's got to be up there already. Like there's so many, the women on the show fucking completely obliterated and destroyed. So that was very fun. Did you watch it, Jake? Fun show.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I did. Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, nothing. I mean, Vaquer fucking cooked. She is just my absolute favorite.
Right.
And the women really stole the show. You know,
100%.
I'm not all about four ways, but that four way was fun. And yeah, all
yeah,
that
the
shit.
whole show, like, it really flew by. Like all of a sudden, I was like, wait, the main event started. Like when Trick started coming out, I'm like, oh shit, already? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Like
And
that,
they-
you can't
and
ask
they
for much
left,
more now on the show.
Oh, sorry, Jake. I was just gonna say though, they left fucking like Lexus King got left out though. He had the Heritage Cup. He wasn't part of the new
Yeah,
era
he is.
thing. Whatever.
Well, I guess part of the new era, but he won.
Yeah,
it,
like
so,
yeah.
I thought that was
but
cool for him.
That match for me was I'm just not into those fucking
Yeah,
style
I'm not
matches
really
like that.
either, but I'm into Lexus King a lot. Like I just think
Yeah.
his story is cool, and I just think it's like he's the guy who can show people, like the young people that are joining NXT or that are on AEW, like, oh, maybe I should go to NXT. Shit, he was nothing
And-
here, and now he's a star.
And Ren and Dempsey are fun to watch
Yeah.
on the other side of that with the No Quarter Catch crew. And also, how about Ethan Page getting the rub from The Rock, being like,
That
yeah, I'll
was
see you
awesome.
on the main roster. Bro, what the fuck? Oh my God, I told you motherfuckers, dude. Like, give this guy a chance. Let him fucking talk. He's got size. I mean, come on now. Boom. He's cooking now in WWE, and they obviously would not have let that happen if everyone weren't going to strap the rocket to his ass. But anyways, Hulk Hogan reportedly was instantly disappointed by the reaction to him on Raw, but there's discussion to have him back on TV as a heel, brother. Plans are for Hogan to be a bad guy again and to help out a future storyline with another wrestler. Now,
So
I feel like
one thing is
Hogan's
that's sourced.
right. It's
All right,
Daily
yeah, no,
Mail,
my
so
bad.
they're not just making shit up.
No,
out
they're
of
known as the
nowhere.
Daily Fail over there.
I know.
They might be making this up.
Okay, but here's the thing. This is what I think. Ready? Are they known for just making crazy shit up? Because I always thought
I've always known them from my British friends because I did a semester of college in London in 03, and one of
Ah.
my best friends is in London, and they're always kind of called the Daily Fail. They used to be good, and then they kind of, I don't know if they still are. Maybe
I don't
maybe
know,
they've
bro.
changed in
So-
years. I don't pay much attention. It's just that was my first inclining, like, you know, like what is it like?
Yeah.
The instant reaction to it. That's what I think. And Cultaholic kind of scares me too. but I'm also not opposed to this being what they do.
Well, here's what I thought instantly was Hulk Hogan's people leaked this out to sort of like spin a narrative in his favor, and I could see that. But my whole thing is this, man. Whenever I see Daily Mail, it's like you doom scroll YouTube sometimes, and I know people don't understand the concept of like my show here, but other people do very, very similar shit in other spaces. You know what I mean? So the wrestling sphere are like, what the fuck is this? Get used to it. It's a lot of people do it in other places already. This is not, I didn't invent the wheel here, but whenever I see Daily Mail pop up just like on different things, so I just assumed like it's somewhat credible, but it's not some dirt sheet though. It's like an actual publication. So I was like, why did no dirt sheet pick this up? Though. Because Hogan's trying to get it out there and his PR team are trying to change the narrative on that. So whatever, either way, he can come back as a heel. I'll drop the leg on Macho Man, brother.
So we're talking about Netflix documentaries. Have you watched the one on Beckham yet?
No.
On David Beckham?
No.
It's pretty good, but like one of the parts they talk about is how bad the British press was towards him for what he did in the 98 World Cup. And so the British press are very tabloidy, so they're not quite as trustable.
Yeah.
But they might, it might still be a genuine story. They're just, they always scare me.
Yeah. So this girl absolutely folded when Roman Reigns looked her way, right? So let's check this out, man. Another example live in the flesh. So we saw someone at home being like, God damn, I'm watching WWE. Now here's a lady in the crowd just schmelting. Yeah, at a house show once, dude, Roman, back when he was doing like the getting shoved down our throats babyface run, which I would still mark out for, because you've got to know, like, he was the guy. He just had the look, and you're like, well, that's who Vince picked, bro. It's gonna end up like one day, if they figure it out. I was tired of it too, but it was when like the Undertaker, he beat Taker, then he's like, now it's my yard, bitch, or whatever the fuck he said, that he just walked off. I was like, okay, instantly I'm down with Roman now. That moment was like, okay, for me, that's where it turned for me. But yeah, he grabbed me by my shirt at a fucking house show one time, and like after the shit, and was like scruffed me up and was like, thank you, bro, or whatever. Because I was like, dude, I was like, you didn't have to do a table spot on a house show. Like, I was being a mark,
Yeah.
Because they're doing table spots. Dude, him and Braun used to go at it, like throwing stares at each other on live events and shit. You're like, bro, Roman was that dude, and he was the workhorse for a long time. Then the leukemia stuff. Perfect thing, man. They tried to shove him down our throats. It didn't work. He's the greatest GOAT of all time now. How amazing, dude. Just a story like almost poetic,
John Cena shook my hand once at the end of a Raw.
Yeah,
simply just my hand, because I was wearing a Red Sox t-shirt, and I showed it to him, and he was almost at Gorilla, turned around, pointed at me, and shook my hand. This was like 2005 or 6. I was never one of the adults against Cena at any point. And I'm like, the man shook my hand. I'm a fan for life.
Yeah, dude. I remember being a little kid running up and fucking like throwing my hand out and getting everyone. Like, when I was a kid, like Ray slapped my hand running around the thing, and I was like, whoa,
sold for life.
Freaking out, bro.
Sold for life.
Yeah, 100%, man. But yeah, like as an adult though, like it was, Roman fucking scruffed me up. Like, I don't know why he like grabbed me. It was just so rank. I was like, oh, and then he shook my hand after. He's like, thank you, bro. And I'm like, yeah. And then he was just, of course, women screaming, moms just, you know what I mean? So, hey, he's got that effect. It's on Netflix. He's in the best shape of his life, by the way, period. Seriously. Like, dude, he's in the best shape of his life. So this is only that's going viral now on like female things. You got this lady here up in Adams. I mean, we're seeing it, man. It's really getting mainstream again. It is mainstream again. For instance, Variety reporting that NXT New Year's Evil event on Jan 7 drew the WWE developmental brand's biggest TV viewership in over 5 years.
Wow.
Bang. They did like almost 1 million. And so last night, average viewers 9.
There it is,
5.7, almost 1 million. The key demo 0.25. Someone was saying NXT beat Raw. Is that fucking true? Or
I mean, I think people are saying that based on like that 664 number that was reported from Samba. I don't think anybody's speaking. At least, I mean, I wouldn't think so. That's because that 664 number from Samba is the only really number that I've actually seen. And so, sickos are going to go with that. I don't know who said that, but I would just assume they were a sicko. My bad.
Well, no, you're right. I'm just thinking I'm racking my brain around. No, well, everyone, that was sorry. We got nothing more to add. Round of applause for our WWE news. And speaking of sickos, round of applause for WWE news, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. And speaking of sickos, chat, we are going to get into our Sicko segment. I promised you guys it's been long enough. It is time for our Sicko Sicko's time. Let's see some pukes in the chat. How many likes are we at? I'm not gonna fucking bug you guys for more because I know we destroyed our thing, but yeah, I just want to. Oh man, 138, amazing. Yeah, we had a huge turnout. We have like 300 almost watching right now, over 300 watching throughout the night. And ASMR Alt Jake, yeah, I think they want you to say peacock. God damn it,
peacock.
Or yeah, there you go. If you're gonna do it, it might as well be in the Sicko segment,
right? Here for Moose. I'm just here for Moose.
Well, Lou Fisto. Okay.
Oh man.
Friend of the show says people using AI to create images of female wrestlers they can wank it to, bruv. Also selling those to other dudes without any consent of the person on the image. That's where we are at. Yeah, guys. Moose Knuckle, cut that shit out, bro. For real, dude.
See, this is why Skynet's going to kill all humans. This is why Skynet thinks humans aren't worth
it. Our own fault,
they do this. Jesus.
We don't deserve Will Smith.
We don't. Just motherfuck. That's terrible.
So Elbu, who's going to hold fucking so many L's tonight, folks. Strap in.
Oh, God.
He goes, nothing funnier than when WWE Vault asks y'all what you want. There's an arrow here. Then post next and people reply with like a Randy Orton pay-per-view match from 2008. Oh, so he's talking about nothing funnier than when WWE Vault asks y'all what you want, then to post next and people reply with like Randy Orton pay-per-view. And then he goes on and says, it makes no sense. WWE Vault should be for extremely rare, hard to find footage that WWE has access to. It is that. You can find every major WWE pay-per-view match on the internet in 10 seconds. That shouldn't be the priority. It's not the priority, bro. The fans are the priority, and I'll prove it right here. So my response was, WWE Vault does have the things he's saying it should have, and then they also get the fans involved by asking for requests because YouTube is also social media. They're using the Vault channel as more of an archive, while the main channel focuses more on what's happening currently instead of doing both on just the one.
Yeah.
If you guys understand what I'm saying there, like they're doing less retro shit on the main one and it's just more focused on all the shit they have going on. If you guys can, and the throwback shit is like, here's a timeline to get you up to speed on what's going on now. So there's kids who are, and I wrote, there's kids who are 20 that were born in 2004. And to them, 2008 Randy Orton matches are like late 80s Hulk Hogan nostalgia to 90s baby. So I don't know, man. This guy just completely always lacking the critical thinking.
King of the L's.
Yeah, dude. So Benny says he saw Roman Punk main event talk and said, fuck that shit, I'm crying to Elbu. And Elbu's like, the stories I wish I could tell. And it's just like, bro, no one trusts you whatsoever. Yeah, that guy's like, don't trust him. Glenn Gilberti gets in on the Sicko action. He's like, definition, a socially awkward wrestling fan that has poor hygiene and mental health. And physical health, I added the mental in there, that applauds wrestlers that risk their health doing unsafe moves and then act remorseful when they get hurt. Maybe. I mean, that's like one section. The sickos there's a broad spectrum of sickos here, okay? It's a spectrum.
Yeah. Definitely a spectrum.
So Sicko alert, Pro Wrestling Counselor posts, notice how none of those are world titles. Now that I know some people are saying that in chat too, I guess, like, what is this title on the far right? But whatever, she's belt collecting. I mean, Jushin didn't have all world titles either, but he had a lot of fucking titles, world titles. But this guy says, respect my wife, pussy. I was like, all right. Pretty
Need
crazy.
a comma
dude.
in there to make that not as weird, but it's.
I know, because when I first read it too, it's like respect my wife pussy. I thought he meant like my wife's.
Yeah,
pussy.
exactly. Like this
yeah.
is where punctuation is your friend, people.
It's like, well, either way, he's calling.
You're right.
her
It's
his
still weird
wife.
as hell. I'm just saying.
Clowns of the IWC. How the fuck is this still in my bookmarks? I thought I got rid of that. So MJ from NJ had the worst internet wrestling reporter promotional tactic of 2024 nominees. Brandon Thirsty Thurston promoting TKO stock price the day of the Netflix deal, only to be wrong again when the VKM JG lawsuit became public days later. Dementia Dave Meltzer claiming to have WBD internal memos that were clearly made by a fan in a Discord. Jovial John Alba turning the idea of asking serious questions into a bet on X to prove he would do it. The what's one with a V? I'm a noob. The verbose. The Vapid. That's a good one. Vapid Jim Valley obsessed over VKM's grandchildren. The with a P. Let's think. I don't know, just John
Pungent.
Pollock. Pungent, really? I don't know. He looks like a clean kid. He's clean cut.
Maybe. I don't know. I couldn't pick him out of a fucking lineup.
Pollutive John Pollock. No,
there you go.
We're coming up with
better.
Trumpisms for every guy. No, Pollock asking John Cena about his thoughts on VKM, despite spending 40 minutes discussing John Cena's thoughts on VKM, which he shared on the Howard Stern show. Jesse Collins blames fans for making the IWC discourse negative, despite writing a blog full of negativity. And gossip, Sean Gossap joining in. Sean Gossip, right? Chat, you guys are there? Joining an X Space to do an Oprah-style image rehab interview that really was an attempt to draw out his naysayers in a 4v1 attack-style shoot, in which he revealed he doesn't even consider himself a professional and admitted to just selling wrestling gossip. The winner to be revealed today. Fuck, man, that shit is funny, bro. So Belts
no
by
one's a
Dan.
winner, they're all losers.
So Belts by Dan goes, tonight is going to be a cringe fest. Many long-term older fans are going to feel lost, embarrassed, and turned off by the entire event. We are a minority. AEW is not for us anymore. We've outgrown or aged out of what they are targeting as an audience. Bro, shut the fuck up. And then you listen to this guy saying this stuff, or you read it, and then look at his thing. And I'm not hating on Belts by Dan, but dude, shut the fuck. Maybe I am actually.
Yeah,
bro,
I was gonna say I will if you won't.
Yeah, dude. So, and then look at championship belt maker. Here's his clients. Ready? New Japan Pro Wrestling, AEW, ROH, New York Yankees, MLW, NWA, Pizza Hut, Bojangles, The Contender, Gary V, WWE 2K, Marigold, and more. But not WWE themselves. So that's why you're fucking sour grapes, bro. I'm sorry. We got to fucking call that shit out when you're just saying irrational shit. That's completely irrational to say that.
Emotional damage.
Oh, and The Rock called in. He left me a voicemail for you.
Shut up, bitch.
So, yeah, dude, Belts by Dan. Keep winning, dude. That'll for surely get you that dream gig you never got, is fucking being bitter in your old age, mad, you know. The IWC content creators of the year. So I wish MJ was still here to go over these, but it's fine. He's got important analytics and graphs to make up. But JD from NY for growing his YouTube channel to now do more live views than AEW can put butts in seats. And then Meltzer said, what, for documenting the complete and shameful collapse of the once renowned Netflix stooge Dave Meltzer. Pro Wrestle Times for securing permanent residence in the headspace of renowned gossip peddler and pube trimmer salesman SR. This is nasty for demonstrating that creative videos are very funny and that it is just as easy to laugh at stuff in pro wrestling as it is to declare it the greatest or cinema. Button C69. That's phony Shivani, right?
Yeah, it is.
for actually being far more entertaining than the real Tony Schiavone. Honorable mention, and puts himself over. You son of a bitch. No, but thank you. That's really sweet. Thank you for nominating me, first of many awards. I actually turned down winning this award. I said, bro, listen, I'm just embracing the grind, and you give it to I don't know who won, but thank you. I'm completely honored for even anyone thinking about me. Yeah.
Anytime your name with Meltzer said what and Alfred, like you're doing well with your life.
Yeah. So this Steven guy is one unhappy camper with the current WWE product and even graded the first SmackDown of the year an F.
Oh, wait a minute. What now? I was there. That was not an F.
So this guy's like, okay, but realistic. This is a one-off special with every WWE icon they could bring. And then he's talking about the Raw, and then him speaking about SmackDown. He goes, some BL promos and especially Tiffany Stratton winning the championship were rare bright spots tonight. Rare. WWF extended SmackDown to a third hour, but it's just filler, including shameless generic video packages with pad time. The show simply isn't worth sitting through. Grade F. Over pushed to fill babyface void. In general, Cody lacks the necessary skills to be a headliner in wrestling, and the only reason he got the title is because of WWE's desperation. The company just wanted a chief babyface to sell merchandise, etc., and wasn't chosen on merit. On merit? What the fuck do you mean?
What does this mean?
Mark? Yeah, bro. Maybe he's just a WWE hater.
Yeah, and just like desperation, like where is anything desperate when you're making the most money you've ever made as a company? Like they just don't get it. They just don't get it.
And it's like, so you're diminishing his body of work from before, but I'm supposed to watch a Hitchesero match because so Neckbeard says, tell us more about the AEW house show schedule. And so Sean Ross Sapp gossips here that WWE now has no house shows until their March 15 date in Germany, and then Wrestle Cringe, because he's the cringiest ever in the IWC, goes, running away from the grind, SMH. So again, these people are just stinky and desperate and really are just trying to get people pissed off, and it's all you can really do if you're trying to like grift the monitor, or they're just trying to like trigger fed people to get into arguments, because that's the only way they get feeling, I feel like, for real, bro. Like that's the only way. There's something to that. Like there's like women who come from abuse and shit, and they're like addicted to trauma, so they want to like argue. It's like an emotional thing, or like people who like get blacked out drunk. It's like an association with that. It's like this emotional dump or whatever. The way I don't fucking know. I'm not a scientist, but I'm
not a psychologist, but I'd spent a lot of time in dive bars and strip clubs.
There you go. People way smarter than me could break that shit down, but it's just a matter of like, it's neurological and all, all that shit like that. Like, so anyways, though, I think these people like getting smacked around, and they just need some sort of like, they're not getting fulfillment of other. There's no ups and downs in like some meaningful fucking relationship or whatever. And then that's why it's like the gatekeepers at the top, and then these low tier, low level fucking trolls that's why it's such a separation, is because those people, for the most part, and I'm not talking about your common critic or like hater or something, just the sickos. You guys know what I'm talking about. The people who are like 1 million, 2 billion people watched on Max, and you can't tell me otherwise. It's like
stopwatches.
Yeah, that's fucking insane. And I think that's like for some sort of feeling, you get the dopamine hits from the likes and even the replies, even if they're negative. It's just seeing your comments blown up like that, But anyways, you can almost smell this reply. So Noah Lyle says, I have never watched WWE, but after falling into a deep wrestling rabbit hole, I got to watch Raw tonight on Netflix. And this person, have you ever seen AEW? Don't watch crappy WWE. They're already coming out of the woodwork. Slappa Wrestling. Oh, yeah. So Fightful, they gossip, and they also steal videos, I guess, from Slappa, with his name right on the fucking thing, and then they deleted it. But I think they tried to pass it off as their own as well, someone said, or something. I don't know. Two unhappy campers tonight. John Alba, this pompous fuck. He goes, So this is the dumbest narrative ever. We saw people write fucking essays coping over this Raw. We're going to get into some of them. Elbu is one of them. But, John Alba, dude, listen to how fucking dumb this is with his slick back hair on Twitter, right? Like, he's probably owned Nike shoes, buys Bruce Springsteen tickets that, again, those aren't getting
a Yankees
cheaper.
fan? Don't they charge a lot for Yankees tickets? I'm just assuming because it's a baseball league. It's expensive.
Springsteen tickets aren't getting cheaper, dude. What the fuck? So he goes, The Rock just congratulated the audience on paying the highest prices for an arena show in WWE history, and they resoundingly applauded. And then this guy goes, then thanked a bunch of billionaires for charging those prices. Did you not have fun at a Taylor Swift concert? Did you go to the Eras tour? Do you pay for Netflix every month and get entertained by shows on there? Do you buy Nike shoes? Are you tweeting this on Twitter, John Alba, on the internet, on fucking Twitter, off an iPhone? You asshole, you fucker. You guys are going to cry about capitalism now? What are we talking about here? Bro, the guy talking about your 15 jobs.
Yeah.
To me, talking shit, trying to tap dance on me, John Alba. Hey, John Alba, guess what? Chat, guess what? John Alba.
You just made the list.
One of our fucking fools now. Guess what? That's what happens here at PWT. When you want to fuck, bro, this shit is disturbing, and they all are repeating. Thurston said it. Elbu said it. Alba said it. Right, Albu, not Elbu, but Albu, John Albu, right? No,
I like it. Albu,
dude. So listen, and I tweeted to fucking Thurston. I'm like, did you all rehearse this? And I was starting to go hard at Thurston. It was just he was the guy who caught the fucking stray while I was letting him off on the timeline because he was like the 15th guy, the same old fucking stooges saying the same old shit. And I responded, I'm like, did you all rehearse this coming out of the clown car last night? Like, what the fuck is this? So we're going to get into it. Now, these guys are complaining about capitalism, or they're complaining about, we just broke. So Deadpool just broke the box office record. What are these movies breaking box office record? Hey, did you like that part? Yeah, but Sabretooth. And then these marks are going to, I guarantee you, they're stewing in their heads right now going, oh, but that's the argument we make for AEW. No, I'm talking about capitalism. You want to talk about the artistry itself? We can fucking do that, right? You want to talk about these guys, John Flex 15 Jobs Alba, and with your slick back hair on Twitter, on the internet, on an iPhone or an Android, like you all only exist and have the jobs you have and fucking thrive because of capitalism, and you motherfuckers are crying about it right now because wrestling did a historic. They're clapping and the fans are cheering because they're a part of history. They're a part of something bigger. They understand what the implications of that are. You guys are coping because if AEW did this, it would say, wow, it's a great day for wrestling. And notice when WWE does something great and it's never a great thing, or, oh, it's just good for billionaires in WWE. But whenever AEW does something like the fucking 82,000 All In, it's great for all of pro wrestling.
Right.
And Tony Khan's not a billionaire all of a sudden. No, fuck you. Fuck you. That's all I'll say. How about that? We'll leave it at that. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what else to say about it. We have 100%. More of these guys to get to. I don't know, Jake. What do you got to think about that?
That they're all a bunch of assholes. Like, I feel like it's the same as like when Tony sends out the message to his roster to back him up, and they all tweet the same thing about like, tickets on sale or whatever bullshit. They are all, they're all the, Neckbeards usually puts them together where they got like 7 or 8 tweets together. This is the same thing. It's just, defend it this way, make fun of that. It's all the same shit.
Nick Chivers for 2 boners says, I hate dynamic pricing, but if it sells, it sells. Sure. And also talk about this though. How about this? How about if we get like inflation on all this other shit? Because Canada suffers from that too, man. If we get it down on all this other shit or like cost of living and stuff, we'll have more money to spend. Not saying that they should gouge anyone, but when it's hot, it's hot. And also, it's just supply and demand. The people will pay it. And ultimately, Like, that's the reason why AEW tickets don't go for that much. They would gouge if they could. In fact, AEW was gouging in all of fucking 2023, and in some of 2024, they were gouging still, dude. And people had to call it out before they stopped. So, and then also you got to think about people these days. There's a whole fucking industry of buying tickets up and then reselling them as well. So that's why the dynamic, I know it seems greasy, like, what Ticketmaster does, charging all that extra shit, is greasier than the company itself doing this dynamic shit, because people do that. They buy up the tickets right away, and then they fucking go and charge however much, and then they have to adjust to compete, like, against themselves almost. It's fucking crazy. So it's just part of it. And it's, I mean, yeah, do you want the economy to fail? I don't get it. Like, what do you guys want? To everyone to be forced to go to fucking, you know what I mean? Everyone forced to go to shows like North Korea? Bro, come on now. For $2, okay, didn't the Elite attack Kenny? Did Tony forget? Yeah, he doesn't care, bro. Week to week booking. Kenny came out, cut a promo, his new music's ass, and then fucking the Callis family beat him up, and he's just gonna feud with them. Ospreay came to save him. And yeah, I don't know.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
I mean, I'm so uninterested in the week to week. And then they immediately announced Kenny versus Brian Cage. Well, why doesn't Kenny come out and go, you jump me, Brian Cage, 1-on-1, me and you, like, do that next week and then build up to it. It's just, they have no chill. They don't know what the fuck they're doing, and it's formatted poorly for a TV show week to week, which is the key thing. If you want to be on TV, cool. You want to flex, you're on TV, cool. I don't care if you get low ratings. You guys, The Ultimate Fighter was on TV for 31. It still is for 31 fucking seasons. Conor McGregor was getting them 127K fucking viewers. Okay, I don't care if the ratings are shit, but the thing is if that's what you're trying to flex, then you should at least know how to, like, format a TV show properly, or keep people compelled week to week. No, just upload this shit on YouTube and run a super indie pay-per-view every fucking 3 months. That's a way better idea. Anyways, though, All Elite Doug was also mad. He's going, dear WWE dorks, we all fully expect AEW to have its lowest cable rating because now people are going to watch it on Max, and it didn't even have its lowest rating. It doesn't mean
they were prepared.
Your dumbass is going to find a new way to talk shit, or you could shut up and actually watch the show. Well, no, Doug, I actually watched the show, and you know what? The Max numbers aren't affecting them, because I also chronicle the ratings here, because you assholes talk about the ratings so much. John Draper says, can't imagine how much damage this type of fandom has done to AEW. It took center stage above normal people who just enjoy the show but didn't make it their identities. This is a huge turnoff. Yeah, and this was reinforced to me today, because an AEW talent, I'll say a former AEW talent, liked my tweet. I'm not going to say who, but they liked my tweet today saying, like, I'm going to bake Elbu tonight on the fucking live show. So I'm telling you, bro, like, even people like that rub these motherfuckers the wrong way.
Yeah.
And they don't do much to help, you know? So anyways, the real ones, like, if you guys are new, and I don't bring Real One. I don't care. You can't even get triggered or care about what Real One has to say anymore, because it's just 100% he's doing this so that John Draper reacts, that people go to his account and hate, and he gets his impressions and all that. 100%. Like, we know that about Real One. He is a WWE stan through and through, dude. He just gets a kick out of this. But he's like, yeah, if you guys are new and tuning into Netflix, I promise you that wrestling is so much cooler than this. See, the thing with Real One is I almost think he's, like, trolling to fuck with AEW. I almost honestly think that he is trolling to hurt them. And that's what Tony's talking about, the bots and stuff. Unless, I don't know, man. It has to be. But he goes, y'all are way too grown.
His avatar, so you could be right.
That's what I mean, dude. I think he's like a deep, deep troll, and, like, he just gets a kick out of Bully coming after him, and he knows what he's doing. You know,
getting his paycheck from Twitter.
Speaking of paychecks, Baydala goes, my biggest issue with people on this app is that they pretend to know it all.
Oh, God, pot kettle.
How sweet it is to be loved by you. Come on, chat. Let's sing. Can I get a yeet? Oh, yeah. I do this. I love him. I love these ones. So my biggest issue with most people on this app is that they pretend to know it all. They have nothing to learn or give and can do it better than anyone currently employed by or owning a pro wrestling or sports entertainment company. Yeah, no, last week, I don't know. I'm going to make this about myself because I feel like Bay Dallas talking about people like myself. So, and I'm a fucking huge egomaniac narcissist. No, I'm just, but listen here though. Listen. If I'm going to apply it to like PWT, no, last week I said I would hire people to do the shit I didn't know how to do. I wouldn't know how to do it, you know? But if I had the money, I'm not saying I wouldn't do it, but I would have other people do it who know what they're doing in the roles where I've never done some shit. And then I would just
Learn
like watch, I'd shadow them and I'd learn. And if I ever felt confident, okay. But it's like, and then what else did he say here? Pretend to know it all. No, I don't know shit. That's why I brought Marie Shadows on today. That's why I brought MJ from NJ on today. I don't know shit, bro. So I don't pretend to know it all because I don't. I listen and absorb. See, this is like some Meltzer cope. Like, who the fuck asked Bay Dallas? Who asked you if you absorb, bro? Jesus,
nobody cares.
You absorb? You absorb? You what? No. Yourself stop trying to get yourself over on your counter podcast. Yeah, I get it, bro. That's why it's a bit, right? Like WWE doesn't actually listen to PWT confirmed, all right? Like there's some of us out here who get it. But hey, I guess this isn't about me. So shout out Bay Dalla, we're bros now. No. I watch the product, and if it clicks with me, cool. If it doesn't, cool. I won't jump on here and throw a tantrum because things don't go my way. It's for our entertainment. Right, but so is social media, and so I want to be entertaining by talking shit and putting over what I like and talking shit about what I don't like and goofing on fools like yourself, good sir. So that's entertainment as well. And like you're not triggered over Real One doing the same thing, entertaining himself the other way. But it's just weird to be like, I don't pretend to know it all because I listen and observe. It's like, okay, Meltzer.
Right.
Little mini Meltzer over here.
I study this.
Mm-hmm. So here's Big Trouble Ben Bishop, former NHL goalie, who also, I think he wrestled once in AEW, or like they're tagging him. He was like on Dark once, or they're trying to get him to wrestle. There's a big tall.
Or it was
dude.
like on Collision or Rampage or something like that, I think.
One of those shits, and he makes funny vignettes, much like the veteran Jack Vaughn. Little vignettes, I guess we could call them that when it comes to wrestling, but it's just like a TikTok or whatever. But yeah, this is the wrestling fan versus casual wrestling fan, and this shit was hilarious. I thought this was funny.
Wait, why is The Rock out of character? Oh wow, The Rock. This is fun. This is a lot of fun. We're 2 hours in. There's only been 2 matches. Oh my God, Topanga and Macaulay Culkin. This is so much fun. Whatever happened to storyline progression? Hey, did you see Kay Adams' Twitter? This is cool. She's having fun. It's fun. Oh, so all the baby faces are gonna win tonight and none of the heels? Well, it seems like the crowd's happy, huh? What a fun night. What a fun night.
Yeah, dude, it's so funny. It's like and so it's funny to see Kay Adams be like, "Oh, they're so welcoming and shit." It's like, dude, wait till you get to that one fucking pocket of it, dude, and you'll fucking know. Bay Dalla responds to fucking Dose, who starts going at him. Okay. So Evil Dose, Sicko Wars. Evil Dose goes, conversation is difficult when one has to swim 50 stories upstream just to get to common sense. You routinely, very politely deny common sense and enable toxic positivity, right? And then Bay Dalla goes, my biggest issue with most people on this app is that he was just responding to that. Sorry, I'm not reading the response. I botched. You fucked up. So Bay Dalla goes, you and everyone else is entitled to your opinion of me. I don't surround myself with articles, news, but I thought you're learning and studying or whatever. Bay Dalla.
Yeah, wait, what?
Opinions or people that enables a certain narrative or discussion that either tries to further my own objective thoughts or point because it makes me feel warm and fuzzy. Yeah, that's what you do, bro, in a Twitter bubble. Follow me then. Follow PWT. You won't, and I won't follow you. So there you. That's what everyone does. Stop. This is pretentious. And it's like being exactly what fucking Doom is saying, dude. If you and others had all the answers, then you'd be running very successful promotions. I prefer to learn and be challenged. Happy New Year. Yeah, being challenged how? Like, so here, I'll give you an idea. Oh, this is how you run a successful. So you're talking about Vince, because Tony Khan was born with billions upon billions of fucking dollars. So what are you talking about, dude? No, we're not. People aren't born with $1 billion. So it has not. The only person who's ever ran another quote unquote successful wrestling company or whatever was people with hundreds of millions to billions of dollars born with them. Dixie Carter and fucking Tony Khan. So what the fuck are you talking about, man? This is cope. This is what literal cope, no edge is called, okay? Powerful King JJ, these folks have a lot of time on their hands. Enjoy your Jeff Jarrett segment tomorrow. Oh, come on. That's not very fair. I'm here for Jeff Jarrett. I'm here for any Jeff Jarrett segment. Powerful JJ, okay?
Oh, come on now, Eric.
But AEW blog is like, can we please admit that WWE doesn't care about the fans, about wrestling anymore? No, that's projection. It's just another TV show full of ads and segments. 3 hours, 4 matches. 4 fucking matches. First match, 21 minutes and 30 seconds. Okay, that's a long TV match, bro.
Right.
Second match, 11:40. That's a fucking pretty long TV match, bro. Third match, 10:20. Okay, and fourth match, about 19 minutes. That's a pretty fucking long TV match, bro.
Right. And
oh no, you're just trained to not like focus. Okay, so I don't watch TNA and they don't, you know what I mean? Like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? No, that's a pretty long, hardy TV match there. And yeah,
every match needs 63 kickouts and everybody's finisher 14 times.
3 hours, and it averaged more than one match an hour. And you're mad. Like, what were they all supposed to go 60 minutes?
Yeah, they act like
so if they went longer, if you're mad at the length, only 4 matches that went pretty fucking long each. So were they supposed to have 6 that go 20 minutes each? And then what? What are you talking about? It was supposed to average 2 matches an hour for your TikTok fucking brain rotted brain, dude. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Like, so should these matches have gone 30 minutes like in AEW? Then there would have been less matches. Like, there's no pleasing, fickle, clear, shill fucking stands like that. I swear that's Tony Khan's burner. So now this guy's chat's going to erupt. Everyone just be cool. Okay, guys? So here's Camille. We talked about her stance on like Shmishmorshin possibly being a reason she has heat. I don't know about all that. Or everyone's like, Tony Khan's a Trumpy. And people are like, no, he's not. You really think his dad is, but I don't give a fuck. Okay.
Right.
Here's the whole thing, right? They were saying that this Shmishmorshin thing, so I didn't know whatever. I was like, whether her opinion's one way or the other, whatever. So here's the thing I think that triggered everyone was she went on some, I don't know if this is a screen grab from recently or a long time ago, but she's saying if the baby's inside a woman, it isn't. A woman isn't a human being, then what is inside of the womb, blah, blah, blah. So that's her stance, right? My whole thing with the Shmishmorshin argument is this. I just stay out of it because it's the dumbest argument. You want to know why? Because one side is like, it's a human right, and they literally feel like you're removing someone's human right. Like, that's not a bad thing. And then the other side feels like you're literally murdering people. That's not a bad thing. So you're both like on believing something that's not a bad thing that you're helping prevent. So my whole opinion is like, it's one of the fucking worst art. That's like a woman, let women just handle that one. You know what as far as I'm concerned, like, I don't even want to hear about it. It's not even, it's like both sides think they're like saving lives and shit. So how do you even, I don't fucking know. It's like, you can't hate the other, one way or the other. You can't, like, in my opinion, I'm like, whatever, dude. That's just one I stay the fuck out of entirely. I don't care in my personal life. Okay, you know, here's the other thing with politicians too. Your taxes 100% for any politician can't always go to the shit you 100% want. So no matter what the politician is. So when people are like, oh, but my taxes go to it, it's like, okay, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
right.
I'm sure, well, it can't be 100% aligned. There's no way that every human's pleased 100%. So it's like, I'll take the hit on that if it means this, if it means like the road gets fixed or whatever the fuck, you know what I mean? So you just gotta fucking pick and choose battles, in my opinion. That's one where I really doubt, but I just wanted to update, right? Like, and just show you that's what they got triggered by. You all be the judge of it yourselves. Politicast. So cage match is only okay for AEW, but it's bots for WWE. So Wrestling Mark is like, I see WWE have expanded their bot outreach to cage match. So people show up on cage match to leave good reviews. And fucking they start going, oh, it's bots all of a sudden. So when it's AEW, it's like, let's show these cage match rated WBD execs. But then when it's fucking WWE, no, these are bots. So just people saying the match between Rollins and Punk was a 4-star spectacle combining athleticism, strategy, and storytelling. Boom. The match between Rollins and Punk was nothing short of extraordinary. A clash that perfectly balanced storytelling, psychology, and pure wrestling excellence. From the moment both men stepped into the ring. I don't know. That doesn't seem beat boot bottish, man, where you guys literally verbatim post the same shit.
Right?
And, yeah.
Word for word.
Yeah.
From
so
16 Twitter accounts.
Exactly. And then you see 16 of them and they all say the same shit.
Exact same thing.
And then one of them's the guy from the Jericho website too, saying verbatim the same shit as these bots. So here's Wrestle Cringe again, just cringing everyone up. The mole has him blocked. He goes,
Smart.
for context, TYFA called a girl over Twitter. I have no idea what this is even about. TYFA, who's that?
I'm trying to think.
Called a girl over Twitter who was underage a baddie, referring to Cargill's gimmick. Didn't know she was underage. Apologized to her. She accepted the apology. Trolls heckled him till he deactivated. Really awesome guy. Haven't spoken. Wait a minute. Are you defending him? God damn it. So he's defending a guy who accidentally called an underage person on Twitter. I mean, listen, I just don't fuck with you fools like that, and I don't get caught up in shit like that. You know what I mean, dude? I don't get caught up.
Don't make a comment like that and don't have to get it come back to you.
Fucking crazy, dude. Yeah, speaking Ken's language. Beep, boop, boop. Shout out Ken, dude.
Ken's the best.
So this unbiased rating guy, so he was just one of the most
unbiased.
toxic. He was so toxic and he was so biased. And yeah, you just see here, he gets stooged out. He deleted his account because he's on Twitter asking for fucking peachy. Love to see you snap a photo in your legging. Wouldn't mind seeing the cheeks in a pair of leggings. To the chunky goblin. I'm scared to look up whose Twitter account that is. He keeps going, harassing the chunky goblin, allegedly. Good day. Can't wait for thighs Thursday morning. LOL. Like just going after this.
Jesus.
I'm assuming like an OF girl. Santa's going to shimmy up your chimney tonight.
Ooh.
Wrestling stopwatch as well. So just
Didn't
straight sickos.
didn't switch his burner.
I'm telling you, man, and this is why these fucking sickos get because I dare any wrestling pundit to open their fucking bookmarks and fucking show it live to everybody, bro. This is why I put anyone in the space, open them up. Let's see what you got. No one will fucking do it because people are dirty pigs, but I work for real. And I'm not looking up corn like that, bro. Like, come on, dude. It's fucking Twitter. If I'm going to do that, that's going to, no, I honestly don't really do that. You know what I mean? But anyways, Brandon Thurston, Thirsty Thurston response to Brian Steinberg, who says Paramount will need to figure out how to navigate its decision to stick with Video Amp v. Nielsen. Many of the Video Amp numbers released in recent weeks appear to be higher than the widely accepted Nielsen figures, as was the case with Golden Globes. And then Thurston goes, Video Amp is also Netflix third party that's measuring viewership, including WWE on Netflix. So listen, like what he's trying to do is go, it's not Nielsen. They use Video Amp. So like he's trying to say, oh, there's problems that you guys know what he's doing here. He's trying to allude like, well, look, Netflix uses that. So that's what they're going to use to gauge WWE. And look, there's the numbers are appearing to be higher than the widely accepted Nielsen. So meanwhile, these are all the same goofs who are like, Nielsen don't matter. Nielsen don't matter no more. And so, they're trying to say that Video Amp is releasing higher numbers. So whatever number you get from Netflix is going to be higher. Watch Thirsty Thurston. Remember this one from PWT, folks. We're going to follow this up in like a week. I guarantee when Netflix drops that fucking number, he's going to go, yeah, but Video Amp's been releasing higher than usual. I've collected my data, Disco Inferno says AEW is stuck in the mud and the wrestlers are still doing moves which require high personal injury risk. Totally unnecessary. They will be on the wrong side of history continuing down this path. Work smarter, please. I mean, yeah, I don't know why I
what
put
else
that
can you say?
Yeah, I don't know why I put that in Sickos. Sorry, Glenn, but so Dash and Chase says this may be considered strange to most, but to me it's also kind of homoerotic, just saying. And yeah, shout out Dash is a member of you know what I mean? He's down with what does Jane Silent Bob say? He loves the cock. No, I'm just joking. I'm just come on. No, but Dash is our guy. And so I'm pouring honey on you, bruv. And he made a goat, real one, made like a goat Will Ospreay with honey being. This is like where AI's taken too goddamn far.
Yeah,
and
this
Will
is
Ospreay
thing.
Yeah, Will Ospreay has finished off Meltzer's his year by getting 15 5-star or higher rated matches in 2024 alone. Pour some honey. I don't know. That's really creepy, and I wish I didn't ever see that in my life.
Yeah, I can't unsee that. That hurts.
Powerful King JJ goes, these are the same folks that said the same thing about Rampage before it got canceled. And yeah, AEW Collision, 345K viewers, a 0.09 in the demo. Collision was number 3 on cable for the night and 18-49 on cable. Wow, you suck at writing sentences. If you think it's going to be canceled, you're absolutely delusional. Meanwhile, like Shockwave got canceled before it became a thing, and then
where's Rampage? What happened to that?
So Jose, the assistant here, who got mad at me earlier because he's like, "Tell everyone to go follow me," and I'm like, he says hello, and then he's like, "I didn't say hello." He DM'd me during the show. He's like, "I didn't say hello."
He's a good follow, though.
He is. He's great. He's hilarious. He was great in AEW. If you go back to early reviews, he was I'm like, man, you know. But anyways,
definitely
Jose, yeah, you know, 100%. So Jose, the assistant, says, I tweet a troll tweet blocking Meltzer, and it gets shared and commented on more than a real tweet about representation of Latinos, Hispanics, and pro wrestling. This shows wrestling Twitter loves drama and gossip instead of joining conversations that can help wrestling grow. Hey, bro, blame the gossipers, bro. Blame fucking Goss Sap over there that, you know what I mean, dude? They're the ones who paved the way. But yeah, it's true, dude. People love gossip about everything and every aspect of everything now. It's just a part of culture. I mean, it has been. Look at the National Enquirers and all those sorts of shits. John Benet Ramsey was on every fucking newspaper thing for how long? Just
Casey Anthony. Like, that's people love drama.
People just love the drama, dude. So... And that's what we're telling AEW. Bring the drama in, bro. Pete in Texas says that Ospreay goat pick was from Meltzer's burner.
Yeah.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
Yes, dude. I love it. You know it was, too. That was when he keeps under his desk there. You know what I mean? No, for real. That picture is weird.
Yeah.
Yeah. It reminded me of like a fucking Epstein Island painting or something, you know? You ever see those? Epstein's paintings and shit he had in his house. Those shits were crazy. Anyways, Machiavelli, we're turning into Joe Rogan here at PWT. But for real, that shit's spooky. Like that fucking Ospreay AI thing creeps me out. Anyways, if it doesn't need to be said, then why say it? And he says this shouldn't need to be said, but the AEW Dynamite viewership numbers you'll see moving forward will not include Max.
Okay.
Yeah, we already knew.
Nobody asked.
So here's Elboo's fucking essay. And I was like, I'm going to bake him tomorrow, but I already baked him in the tweet. So we're going to read his essay. We're going to read it's not as much as his, bro. Like his is a fucking, I went sort of point by point and sort of spaced out the bars there, right? I'm dropping bars. So Elboo, man, look at this cope after the Raw.
Yeah.
Like, look at this absolute fucking, like, what is this? You know what I mean, dude? What a complete and utter sicko. Imagine writing this. If he wrote a positive essay like this about it, I'd be like, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah,
dude?
it's just so long. It's like a novel.
So fuck, do I have to read this whole shit? I agree with Ali G down here, bro.
Yeah.
Boring. Juan Guan. So Ibu goes, I resent a lot about how yesterday played out. Every bit of clearly lame news with being rolled out to account, quoting it with, man, tonight is going to be like a PLE, WWE Raw. Well, it was, no. And then also, Elboo, you and all the fucking accounts are saying this exact same thing you're about to say. So just the lack of awareness is fucking hilarious. It felt like Unhollow, NPC-ridden media hype circus with the fan base doing backflips for every bit of mild PR. I don't even understand what that means, bro. They fucking were hyped to see The Rock, potentially Stone Cold, Undertaker, John Cena. They may never see The Rock or John Cena again. That was the last time LA might get John Cena ever again to cut a promo like that. What the fuck do you mean PR? Like the commercials? Like you mean Netflix like marketed it correctly and you're like triggered by that and you're like sort of projecting it onto fans in this weird way? What are you doing? Elboo, what the fuck are you doing, bro? For real? What are you doing? This is not okay, dude. Anyways, celebrities being paid to tweet about the show in advance. Prove that they were paid to tweet about it or that they're not just excited because it's in LA. Prove that WWE isn't just a hot commodity mainstream thing again, Elboo. Prove that to people, dog. Prove that before saying they were paid out. And even if they are, okay, that's called fucking a marketing cost, bro. They're in LA. Like, you know what I mean, dude? Like, I'm so sorry that if Tony, when Big Boom AJ came on, you guys are all happy, dude. If Tony Khan did the same thing, you'd be like, yay, look at all these celebrities tweeting about you. We know you would do it, man. We know you would do it. So you can't sit here and go celebrities being, that's fucking cope. Was Vanessa Hudgens, was O'Shea Jackson, two rabid wrestling fans. What about Topanga, who we just covered on this fucking show, is a rabid wrestling fan? What about Macaulay Culkin, who's in the building with Kieran Culkin, who have pictures side by side of them wearing jean jackets? The motherfucker has the same coat, hasn't grown an inch since fucking Home Alone. All right. And he's there watching Raw as a kid, and then he's there watching Raw now, the debut in LA and Netflix, bro. What are you talking about, man? Were they paid to talk about WWE, or did they just love WWE? You fucking clown.
Yeah, or Ashton
Elboo.
Kutcher with his kids. You could tell Ashton Kutcher didn't care, but his kids were like going nuts the entire time they showed him. Like, yeah, that's what it's for.
You fucking clown, dude. Justified pessimism being shut down throughout the day. That's what Twitter is, bro. So pessimism isn't, you're not, so you can't be pessimistic. And if you are, so like when you're being pessimistic, it's getting shut down. But if a motherfucker like me gets pessimistic, we're just haters and we're e-drones and shit. No, you asshole. You cannot have your cake and eat it too. Justified pessimism. To who, bro? To you? What's your pessimism? Oh, they marketed the shit out of this show. And you all love to see WWE get marketed bigger than ever and that it's mainstream with celebrities. And I'm pessimistic about that. Right, but I'll argue to your dumb fucking ass that that's a good thing, though. And most logical thinking people would think it was a good thing. So what are you talking about? Okay? Throughout the day, and then the show comes and it's an empty chip bag where every last one of my concerns were justified. So, like, you didn't want an end to, well, we already know he doesn't want an end to tribal combat. So you don't want Liv and Rhea to come to an end. You don't want to ever see John Cena cut a hot promo like one time. We might get like 10 of those that hot again, you know? We'll just see.
He declared for the Rumble. What did you want from him to do? Like that's progressed stuff. Like, what do you want?
He wanted a 30-minute flip match.
Yeah.
It's nothing. No, this is what he wanted. Ready? He wanted AEW to be on Netflix.
Yeah,
and to get and to have Vanessa Hudgens going, no, hot girls love wrestling. He wanted Tony Khan to be the
best
one.
guys, Tony Khan.
To shake his hand while fucking, you know what I mean? Hangman's holding
secured the bag. We secured the Netflix bag. Yeah,
that's what he wanted. It just
right.
can't be WWE. That's all it is, bro. Nick Chiver says, imagine a single celebrity promoting AEW. Well, they bring the boom, bro. We just, before I hopped on the air, they were giving Texas Roadhouse very bad reviews. You know what I mean? Like 2 booms or whatever. Right?
Oh, no.
Yeah. It was crazy, dude. And, yeah, those motherfuckers are like, you know, we have people arguing if they trend more than Roman. And we don't hear
Sickos
Elbu
arguing.
complaining about that. We don't hear
No,
him
no.
writing essays about Big Boom on World's End or whatever the fuck.
He's gonna have a match.
And then
with Jericho.
Elbu. So listen to this. Elbu, right? The guy who's tweeting on Twitter on an iPhone, probably wearing Nikes, probably owns a pair of Jordans or Adidas or some shit, and he's fucking tweeting on an iPhone with a blue check and is employed by a guy who says he's an unprofessional, gossiping, dick pill salesman. His words. That's what he said. Who employs Ibu to review WWE guys. Right? So what does Bischoff say? It's a masturbatory circle jerk of fuckheads. That's what this is, right? And this guy goes 3 hours of pure undistilled capitalism. He fucking tweeted out. Anyone who tweets out capital, you're a fucking moron, okay? Back up Hangman on Twitter, on Elon's app, fucking making a living off talking about wrestling. The hotter wrestling gets, that's the more he gets to talk about it. Gets paid by a guy who says he's a gossiping dick's pill merchant with a blue check mark, paying into the fucking, probably wearing Nikes, probably has an iPhone, right?
Yeah.
And this mother probably subscribed to Netflix, and he's complaining about fucking 3 hours of pure undistilled capitalism on Twitter, bro. Whoa. These people live in a fucking world, dude.
You fucking mark!
They live in a world that I just don't know.
Stupid idiot!
They live in a fucking fantasy world is where they live.
Yeah. Like back in the day when people would say the Matrix before that shit got hijacked by like red pill YouTubers, that's what people would mean. Like, no, dude, you're fucking like so jaded, you know, or whatever. I don't know what you're naive or whatever. I don't know what it is, but goddamn, this is such cope, bro. Such cope. You're not allowed now, Elbu, to ever have a fucking blue check. Anytime there's an ad on some shit, you're not allowed to monetize your YouTube videos. Okay, you're not allowed to do any of that anymore, or else your undistilled capitalism. What the fuck was wrong with, where was the undistilled capitalism in the Punk versus Drew match? It was just a match. Where's the undistilled? Because there was ads in and around the match. So was fucking Dynamite tonight undistilled capitalism. That is the dumbest shit. You're not allowed to do. You're not allowed, bro, anymore. Get rid of your blue check. Get rid of your blue check, dude, or it's done.
And your smartphone. Get rid of both of them, and then let's see how you do.
Fucking wear, go outside, make your shoes out of fucking twigs and leaves or whatever you gotta do, bro. Well, for real, like, what are you talking about?
Or at least go to Payless.
Fans cheering for being overcharged on seats. Oh, NPC talking points. So you mean you all the same routine clowns had the same talking point that you guys probably got in a group text, and you fucking are talking about being overcharged for seats? But if fucking AEW did it, you'd be like, well, they charge a premium because they're hot. They're putting on the better product. The match sells. WWE's got to realize if the shoe is on the other foot, they'd be saying the match sells and not the story as much as the vignettes and everything. That's all you'd be saying, bro. So fuck you. No, for All In, how cheap are the tickets until right before when they're trying to get as many people in and Tony has to buy a bunch the last minute? Like, how fucking cheap are they then, or how expensive? Like, how, name an artist you like, bro. And you could just say that about anything. Movie tickets are the most they've ever been. Okay. Popcorn at the theater's the most it's ever been. If you enjoy a movie, it doesn't mean you're just, capitalism, because they run a fucking Visa ad before the movie starts, Elbu. It's just so stupid. You're not allowed to talk on Twitter then, Elbu, if you're against, like, for real. And I want everyone to know that.
You're right.
Seems like a harsh stance, but it's like, goddamn. The supporting cast of characters that helped, it was a Nick Khan press event for sponsors and shareholders with 4 matches interrupting at points. What, dude? What do you mean? The supporting cast of characters that helped bring WWE to this point reduced to being smile and wavers. So Liv and Rhea smiled and waved. And Roman and Solo smiled and waved. And Punk and Seth just smiled and waved at everyone, bro. And we're supposed to take this shit fucking seriously.
It hurts my brain that he actually posts this. Like, this is what he actually thinks. Like, how do people follow this idiot?
Rock detonating his existing stories because he has no clue when he's going to wrestle again. None of the dynamic angles, no existing stories advanced. What do you mean, bro? The Seth Punk story advanced, and then the fucking 2 other stories ended. So what do you need advancement in the tribal combat for the Ulafala when he got the Ulafala? And then what were they supposed to do after that, bro? They just fought for the Ulafala. Heyman presented it to fucking Roman, not Solo. The Rock gave it to him. That's the end of that story. What are you talking about? You're clearly not following the story because, as I broke down on the last live I did on Monday, the family shit with the bloodline means more than anything else, as they've proven multiple times. They're willing to put it all aside. Same as Solo. He's willing to even give the Ulafala to Heyman to be the one because it's the family aspect of it to them, the bloodline aspect. You know, they're called the fucking bloodline. That aspect of it is more important than all the other shit. They've already proven that. The Rock proved that at Mania, where he's like, hey, fuck my title shot, slap Cody, and fucking now it's a tag match with Roman. The bloodline shit, their family, all of that. Like, if you've been paying attention, that's what they've been explaining, but you don't actually watch the shit, bro. You're a fucking goofball. That's the problem. You're being disingenuous. You're coping. This is called cope. Okay? No edge, bro. So... And then Rock cooked this idiot too. He's like, bro, I come back. I start whooping Cody's ass. You're all crying. I come back. I'm nice to Cody. Now you're all crying. Right? That's what Rock's saying. And he's like, dude, I'm 20 steps ahead of you, Marks. And yeah, he goes, today blue checks. You're a blue check, bro. You're a fucking blue check, Elboo. You're not allowed to say today blue checks are asking. You're a fucking blue check. And neutral horseshit like, what do you rate the Netflix premiere out of 10? What do you mean they're asking neutral shit? So they're doing polls to engage with their social media following. Right. So this is the same thing Elboo had a problem with WWE Vault. Man, they ask fans about what they want in the Vault, and they're saying Randy Orton matches. Yeah, because that's part of the engagement. How do they build the following up, Elboo? By not engaging with the audience? What the fuck is your dumbass problem? It's social media.
What does he know? He locked his account.
Yeah, you lock your fucking account, brokes. You don't want to get cooked for these horse shit takes, and then you project. What do you rate Netflix out of 10? Someone go on Wrestle Pierce account, and I promise you'll find a what do you rate this shit?
Yeah.
Or what do you think about this? That's just called getting your fucking audience engaged in something that's trending. Holy shit, you should know about this grifter. A grifter crying about capitalism. Holy shit. What fucking timeline have we warped into, bro? Thoughts on Hulk Hogan being booed? Because most of them are spineless, unpaid PR agents that are too terrified to give takes. Elboo, you are a paid PR agent, though. What are you talking about? That's worse. And they're not spineless, the random accounts with the blue checks. Like, are you talking about WrestleLamia? That's like, what did you think? They don't give out good takes, and I give out fucking hot. I got more of a spine than you, motherfucker, because if you had a spine, you would admit the truth about this stuff, but you don't. Instead, you say the same clown car, give takes. Here's my same take that Thurston and everyone else gave about them fucking cheering about being price gouged. Word for word, verbatim. But, oh, they're PR agents. Really? Really, Elboo? Because we know, bro. We know who fucking hops on your shit. We know who you we know, bro. Oh, I could just get a job with Tony Khan anytime. Isn't that what you said, Elboo? If I wanted a job at the AEW,
the best guy's Tony Khan.
Isn't that what you said, Elboo? You would just go and get a job if you wanted. You just go and get a job with them. Because I can't do that, but who's spineless? So is it likely that you're friends with people that you could just text to get jobs so you're unwilling to bury them and you're going to be more biased because they're your fucking friends? You don't want to hurt their fucking feelings and MJF comes on your shit and you hang out with Daniel Garcia and shit. Which is it, Elboo? Am I more likely to be unbiased or fucking you? Who have I had on that's fucking even active? Am I biased towards TNA? Yeah, for sure. Oh, Canada. Good, bro. Let's go. Anthem. Let's get it. But listen, bro, I mean, you're a clown, bro. Like, this is the end. This is our number one fucking level fool right here. Okay?
You just made the list.
Been on the list, makes the list, projection, fully, fool's projection. So, I guess when it all came down to it, the show did feel like a WWE PLE, lacking in substance. So it felt like a WWE PLE. You know, all these WWE PLEs of late that have lacked substance. You know, Cody and AJ lacked substance, and the War Games lacked substance, and
the Hell in the Cell match lacked substance.
Yeah, lacked substance, and fucking right. So those all lack substance.
War
right?
Games lacked total substance. Yeah, there was
People
nothing from
popping
that
for the fucking beads because the nuance of the beads meant so much in that match, and the callback to the making it their own thing, and that was zero substance. Right, nothing to taste. No daddy magic taste off that, huh, Elboo? Right? Or do you lack substance? Do you lack a spine?
They weren't thumbtacks. They wanted them to be thumbtacks.
Yeah, if it was a cinder block, it would have been substance, right? If it was a
broken
random
glass.
hypodermic needle, would have been substance. But because it was actual beads that meant something to this story, and they clearly had that planned out for a while, there's no way they just came up with that the night before. Anyways, though, missing action from a lot of the wrestlers that really help make the TV what it is. So like who? You want to see LWO, or do people pay the premium to see CM Punk wrestle? And that's why they can price gouge, because they're not featuring, they're not saying MJF will be here. Then it's a backstage vignette of him fucking drinking wine, and then you have to watch Orange Cassidy wrestle, and they're saying CM Punk's here, and CM Punk comes out, or Cody just does a run out on a show you don't usually see him on. Is that why they're paying? Is that why? Because the live shows are a party. It's something you want to be a part of, or are you coping, dude? And he says a lot of time devoted to self-congratulation and product placement. So Tony Khan didn't literally self-congratulate himself. Thank you for 200. You remember that? Thank you. For 50.
Yes.
Tony
The best
Khan.
guys, Tony Khan.
So Tony doesn't come
And then
out
he
and
tried
go,
to act like it
Martha
wasn't him.
Hart. And Tony doesn't cut 20-minute promos that go, Time Cop. And he doesn't come out and fucking, they don't do, everyone does a celebratory segment. Monet does a celebration segment. And it's all these it's just a work. That's a work, though. Well, it's a work, too, brother. You think Hulk Hogan really, what you gonna drink real American beer, brother? Like, he doesn't talk like that. You know what I mean, dude? So it's, I don't know what the fuck this guy's
How often
talking
was
about.
Tony talking about Wembley. He put over that number until they called him out on it, and then he stopped.
MJF did a whole fucking segment where he tattooed the thing on his fucking calf, and he's like, "Yeah, look." And then Ospreay did a whole thing. Oh yeah, you gonna sleep your way to the top, bruv, the grind, bruv, or whatever. Like that's self-congratulatory too. So it's the same thing, but the criticisms won't be the same. So my criticisms for bullshit ass matches, right, when I'm watching AEW, is the same shit you heard me when I was yelling about Punk and Seth, when I was like, this is bullshit in the middle. When I was like, they're burying their own fucking moves. And I was fantasy Mark booking. If you guys don't, go back, listen to the Raw Netflix show, and you'll hear me going off on the Punk Seth match for the same shit I go off on AEW matches for, bro. And that's the difference between a motherfucker like me and a grifter like you. You will not say the same. You won't keep the same energy for both shits. You won't fucking
not even
do
close.
it. Not even fucking close. And people will say that too when I'm saying like because people are these people are complaining about capitalism, and I'm retweeting it, and I'm going like, hey guy, Deadpool was fucking broke box office records. Did you see it? Yeah, it was awesome, dude. Oh, how could you like it? Capitalism. And these motherfuckers would go, well, we say that about the art, just let's enjoy wrestling. But I'm making a criticism of you all complaining about capitalism. Are you following me? Like, I don't give a fuck. You guys have your own taste in wrestling. I'll debate that with whoever, but there's just the capitalism thing. You aren't about to gaslight everyone now and say you guys don't like capitalism all of a sudden now. You know, none of you, especially you motherfuckers saying this shit. Hell no.
Yeah.
There ain't no motherfucking way, dude. Ain't no way you're about to start doing that, bro. I will not let that stand. So, this guy is my boy Phil Marks, all fired up. Dude, I'm cooking. I told y'all I'd cook him. So I said I'm going to bake Elboo goofy ass tomorrow. The most NPC talking point is fans cheered for overpaying on seats. That's everything ever right now. Do fans cheer at NBA games? You could argue the same shit for NFL or any other sport. They're cheering for being a part of history, crybaby. Something you're on the wrong side of with these cope sessions. Self-congratulatory. That's all Elboo does is sniff his own farts. Product placement. Bro, you work for Fightful, where Sapp a month ago literally said, I'm an unprofessional gossiper who sells dick pills on the internet. If I see one ad placement or a blue check on anything monetized in relation to Elboo, he gets clown automatically from now on. 0 passes. A grifter crying about capitalism, bro. 12K views. Fuck it. Elbu gets cooked by Dose too.
Good.
Elbu's like, I watched the 4-way main event in isolation yesterday because I got home late, but having now watched the events that immediately preceded, it makes it all the more laughable. An Ospreay versus Okada G1 final level match. What does that even mean? The return of Kenny Omega, crowd electrified, all in teases, the pure sports feel, to then go to an ROH and Honor Club level 4-way, guys that aren't over conflict, that feels devoid of stakes. They're fighting for the soul of AEW when the soul of AEW was shown 15 minutes prior. And then Gardener of Doom goes, this is why I leave a few percentage points open. He's absolutely right. Yeah, sure. But this is also a fucking, I would say this is a criticism more, like, here's the thing. He's still going out here and saying like an Ospreay Okada G1 final level match, that's the heart and soul of AEW. I disagree, bro. Like, I don't think those crazy fucking matches, I think what made it cool was the matches you would never expect to see, and then guys like Cody Rhodes and CM Punk, who, and then you guys kicked them out of the company. But I think those were the heart and soul. Even Jericho early on was like the heart and soul, more so than like, what does a G1 final level match mean? Like, to a common person, that doesn't mean shit. And then go to an ROH Honor Club level 4-way, which, okay, I'll give him a point for that. There you go, Elbu, being kind of critical. But that was also the match that I was like, Tony actually booked that well for once in his life. So I don't know, man. Elbu just seems to be off. He's crooked, bro. 20 million on the level of delusion. The level of delusion with Dav. 20 million. I thought you ran away to Blue Sky, Dav. 20 million watched on Max, I heard, and nobody can prove me otherwise, except for Dose and MJ from NJ and any
everyone.
Rational person. Wrestling fans scaring hot women, part 5005. So, Kay Adams, in one sentence, please explain what I need to know about my first ever WWE Raw experience tonight. This guy says the Vince McMahon sex trafficking scandal is an ongoing lawsuit regarding professional wrestling promoter Vince McMahon, longtime owner of WWE, and allegations by a former WWE employee that McMahon trafficked and aid her at WWE's corporate HQ in Stamford, CT. Crazy, man. These people
insane.
And he's got an AEW cartoon. These people, so what I've noticed is a lot of them are like 20 years old, so they're just like full-blown redacts, right? Sorry. They are, bro. Like, when you were 20,
brains have been melted.
when you were 20, bro.
Yeah. You knew everything. Just ask.
I was restarted when I was 20, bro, like 100%. So,
oh, absolutely.
So they're just idiots. Like, they literally are just dumb fucking morons who don't know the history of wrestling and shit because we studied it. No, but just enough to grasp. Like, when Logan Paul's like, a work or a shoot, I don't know what that is. Like, I'm sure he's not. He's like half kidding, but not even really fully kidding. But anyways, this is craziness. This is bot activity. In 10 years, this guy's going to regret tweeting this out because this is goofy shit. I bet he's like 20. Or it's just like weird dudes who don't get laid and stuff, like, for real, because who's even saying this? And like, it has nothing to do with WWE. You know what I mean? Whatsoever, especially right now. But even Dustin Rhodes thinks Elbu's fucking stupid, right? So even Dustin Rhodes, the Rhodes family, disagrees with Elbu and thinks he's a fool. So Elbu's like, this is neither a positive or negative statement, but I think MJF's run is beginning to reach a natural conclusion, and neither side has really realized it yet. It feels like they've outgrown each other to me. Max is still an excellent talent in the prime of his life, but I struggle to come up with many things on the horizon for him to do that would be productive or big. You struggle to come up with things. No one asked you for your fucking creative opinions, because what's one fucking creative thing you've done, dude? What are you talking about? Cash Monet, $2 says, never forget Tony celebrated his birthday on TV.
That happened.
That's what we're talking about, man. And you're like, oh, I can't think of anything. Okay, well, maybe someone
the best guy is Tony Khan.
Probably not, because it's AEW, but like, bro, you're not the fucking brightest crayon in the box. You know what I mean?
This is the guy who thinks he can book NXT better than Shawn Michaels.
So like, I know you have your hard time racking your brain around shit. Same with Meltzer. Max is an excellent talent in the prime of his life, but I struggle to come up with many things, whatever. I don't know what mid-card Max in AEW achieves. Ric Flair, WWF 93 type beat, except Max isn't declining. It just feels like the company is naturally trending in a direction away from him and what he does best. Am I off base? Yeah, you are. Then he goes, in the old days, he would simply leave and do his routine in matches in front of an audience less familiar and replicate it over there for a couple of years. Instead, a lot of AEW fans resent a guy simply because there's an overfill. He's always blaming the fans for everything.
Yeah.
Bro. And like
bro.
everything other than Tony sucks ass, and that's what I mean. You're all spineless, won't give a real take.
Shut up,
no.
bitch.
No, Elboo, you'll do anything but blame Tony McCann because you want a fucking Will Washington job, and we know it. But Dustin Rhodes goes, you're crazy, man. Max is a huge star, and it's only the beginning for him. Not everything happens in one night. Remember to be patient. Nobody's run is done in a day unless you suck. Max is incredible. Well, Dustin, you're wrong too, bro. He's not a huge star. It is the beginning for him. Not everything happens. It's been 5 or 6 years. Remember to be patient. Everyone has been. Nobody's run is done in a day. That's true, unless you suck, and Max is incredible, which, yeah, that's true as well. So Elboo getting owned as well. Common Freakazoid. So this guy goes, Naomi is never touching world title gold again, and I need everyone to get serious. And then AEW Supremacy goes, good. Keep black bitches away from world titles. Bro. Oh, my God, dude. And yeah, someone's going to clip me saying that. Chat will have my back, but what a fucking racist piece of shit. And then he goes, women like Mariah May, Tiffy, and Liv are the type of women who represent women's world champions. Clearly,
Lord.
What I think is this is another one of those accounts trying to make AEW fans look bad and AEW look bad because no one's
one way to do it.
No one's just blatantly that much of a piece of shit, dude. Well, like there are people, but not like
I don't know. So maybe.
What made it cool, and I'm sorry I said that if that offends anyone, me saying those words, but I'm reading what they said in context, right? Like, I'm sorry, I don't know what the threshold is of like, no, you're not allowed to say that in 20. I don't know. That's what he said. Fuck that guy. I would never say that to someone to offend them, right? So anyways, what made it cool was the PWG style not everybody saw or knew about. 2.5 years later, we've seen it now evolve. Instead, they set dudes on fire.
Yeah.
Or Darby jumps through. And the thing with that is like, you're absolutely right. And the thing with that, Pete, in Texas is like this, man. And I've harped on it. Like when it was on the internet and you'd see it in clips or you'd have to just like randomly tune into Wrestle Kingdom, it was fucking cool. When you see it every week, it gets overexposed and we don't give a shit anymore. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's ultimately all it is. Thank you so much for that super chat as well. And wow, yeah, guys, Sicko segment, yeah. And if you're just tuning in there and heard my last, I was reading what this motherfucker said.
Yeah, you can see it. It's his account, AEW Supremacy. Yeah, even that with the name of it.
Exactly. It's like, so this Dustin Starr guy goes, Tony Khan is not a money mark. A money mark is someone who spends money on wrestling but never makes anything back. Just spend because they're a fan. So I just quote tweeted this and destroyed him. I was like, bro, this is entirely incorrect. A money mark can earn billions of dollars a year, all profit, and still be a money mark. It's just a mark who gets marked in for money. It doesn't matter if they go broke or doing it or die rich. That's just something Meltzer tried to add on his cope. And that's true. Meltzer created this fucking narrative of, and I tweeted under here and I don't know what happened to it. Like, I swear I put one, or no, he responded to this, I think. What did he say? No, I don't know where it is. Maybe it got deleted or something, but there was another response a bunch of people were liking of mine. But yeah, no, a money mark doesn't mean they go broke. It's just someone who gets marked in for money. That's all it is.
Yeah.
Man. So you guys are just inventing. It's like rest holds, you know, Meltzer says dumb shit and then.
Yeah. But it's
people
like
run with
also too, Tony hasn't made a dime. So there's also that.
Yeah. So Andrew Baydella says, are we still doing the whole AEW is handing people questions at the scrums? That joke wasn't funny or clever 12 months ago. I've never seen it and nobody has ever handed me a question. We get it. Baydella, weren't you talking about you weren't invited to the last thing or whatever? Shut the fuck up. We get it. You were mad because they don't respond to your requests for passes or tickets. Stop posting garbage. Yeah, I don't know, bro. You got denied your fucking passes last time or whatever you were saying. I watched the Jerry Springer doc. It is compelling stuff. I compel everyone to watch it. It's just 2 episodes. Razor Ramon, a throwback to a time when the bad guy was a good guy. He gave a kid a title in real life here, the IC title.
The actual IC title, yeah.
Yeah, then you had to call the office and be like, oh, I need a new title.
When you watch wrestling, who do you like?
Razor Ramon.
Let's see what you'll say to him. Here he is.
Here's a little T-shirt for you, baby doll.
Strong like bull.
You can sleep in that. I got one for you too, buddy. I just want to say, and I want Tyler and Idea to know this, and I think they already do know this, that where I come from, it ain't how many times you go down, it's how many times you get up.
Oh!
You ain't beat till you quit. So if you don't quit, you never lose.
Boom, dude. What a fucking hold up. What a message to tell the dying kids guy.
Yeah.
That is such a good message. Just don't quit, then you didn't fucking lose. It don't matter what the end result. Fuck, man. What a guy.
300 days a year, and sometimes, I feel bad. These guys are fighting a fight that we all know what's happening here. These guys are my champs. Tyler, I want you to start with it. And little buddy, you got to share it with Idea, okay? You take care of that. I'll see you guys at WrestleMania. Jerry, thanks for having me.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Thank you. Raise your remote. He's got to go and beat somebody up. Thank you. You're a champ, guys.
Had to call the goddamn office and dude, you know who else was a really good guy? Jerry fucking Springer. He was actually like a really good dude. And all that bullshit on his show, like the producers on there fully on that doc. Well, I won't ruin it, but it's sort of in the trailer. But they like copped to like, no, it was like we were doing this shit, like it was us.
Yeah.
His role was just don't judge anyone and be funny, and he just didn't ask questions, and so Xenia did that. Says Penta hasn't even debuted yet, but already got a taste of how WWE works. Was allegedly set to debut on the Raw and Netflix premiere show in front of 17,000 people, tagging with a legend and one of the biggest names in wrestling against the hottest heel tag team. Match gets cut for time because Rock and Cena took a mighty while talking, and Hulk and Taker walking around. There's only room for 4 matches on a 3-hour show. Match gets cut for time. Debut is now, allegedly, next week on a regular show against a mid-card wrestler. Match gets announced in a hasty backstage segment. I'm Xenia Dizat. So, I just quote tweeted this. She's always reaching, like with WWE. Yeah. It's always these cope sessions, and it's because just look at her like IG and shit, bro. She just knows like wrestlers outside of WWE, like people in like GCW and like MLW or whatever, she knows like all these indie wrestlers and shit. So
it's cool to hate on WWE.
And it's like, bro, I think she knows Penta too. And it's like, no, say your real thing, but I don't think this is really real coming from her. It's like just one of these hate on WWE no matter what. And like, I want to not hate on AEW, guys. I'm begging, I'm pleading. But these people, no matter what WWE does, they can kick Vince out of the company, and it's still not good enough. They're still going
to complain.
They're still going to gripe about Vince, So we covered that. How Dustin Rhodes went at Elbow there, responded to him. Humble Wrestling said it felt like a god was making his appearance on Earth when Kenny Omega made his entrance. Give him this presentation, Mr. Khan. And then this guy's like, Kenny Omega's entrance is more like a cinematic masterpiece, showcasing the athlete's raw talent and dominance in the wrestling world. It's not about gods or superheroes. It's about peak human performance. The question isn't who's making an appearance on Earth, but rather what incredible feats the man can accomplish in the ring.
Oh,
pretty creepy.
That Fantastical Tales of Tony Khan's account?
No, he wishes, bro. That guy wishes. He's a fucking dead scene here. So Kay Adams goes, this is awesome. And then Jaylani goes, LOL, that wasn't even real wrestling. That was such a snooze fest that I even had to put my kids to sleep for. Ha 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 ha. If you want to watch real wrestling and where the real graps happen, make sure to watch Omega vs. Okada 1-4. Or you're not a real wrestling fan. You're just another WWE cinema fan. I think that guy's trolling. Maybe that's too funny, but it is the Kat Denning shit again. We had other examples.
Yeah,
Elbow plays. Oh, sorry about that. What were you saying?
No, just think absolutely. Yeah, it's literally the Kat Denning situation, right, all over again.
So Elbow places Rey Mysterio, Dragon Lee, and Penta in the good category at the bottom of his 2024 list. Wild. So here's his like lucha list: Elite, Bandito, and Andrade. His really good are Roosh, Mortis, Phoenix, Commander, Hologram, Carrillo, Angel Garza. Good, Dragon Lee, Rey Mysterio, El Hijo del Vikingo, Angel Garza, Cruz del Toro, Pentel Zero Miedo, Laredo Kid. He put Garza in really good and good. What a fucking idiot. Laredo Kid, All Right, Santos Escobar, and Drolistico. I mean, that's a subjective opinion, but Ray and Dragon Lee and Penta, like, we know why he did that. But then he did put Andrade up there. I don't know. Yeah, Bandito's really good too. I mean, whatever. That's Elboo's opinion. It's fucking. Stephanie Hypes tweets out, "No, seriously, are y'all okay? People are really mistaking JoJo for Samantha Irvin, Children Left Behind." So I know AEW Neckbeards throws this out there as a joke, but there was a bunch of people dead serious thought it was Samantha Irvin, like not being cleverly funny like a Neckbeard or like some accounts who are there to trigger. Like, this is a guy who's with his kid in his profile pic, unless it's AI, and he's like, "This is why you left WWE." Like, these people really thought JoJo Offerman was crushed it in front of 27 people. Hey yo, you left WWE to go to AEW. Baldy lied. You know. I left WWE to focus on music. Shows up on AEW a few months later. Ha 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 ha. Like, damn, bro. It's kind of funny, you know. But then you have Neckbeards, like, people are mad at like an account like that, because that was one I saw when I was scrolling. He might even be in these bookmarks here, but he had one up, and it's like, bro, he's obviously taking the piss out of the troll account. So, come on. Yeah, it's hard to decipher, I know, but some of those are legit. I think Stephanie did a good job of like, no, those are real people. I think who thought for sure, bro. But anyways, here's Thirsty Thurston, and with much higher ticket prices, the crowd roars, rejoicing in the law of supply and demand. And here's WWE historical attendance estimates. Ain't this a motherfucker, man? Thirsty Thurston, a guy who has a thing called WrestleNomics, right? The economics of wrestling. And he's triggered over wrestling's economy right now. Yeah, he's triggered over WWE's economy. Yeah. And, it's fucking just goofy time o'clock. Marcos B. Revelation says, for $1, and actually $3, I guess, says, wait until Penta sees the first merch check, bro.
Yeah, seriously.
Dude, he's gonna be like Cero Miedo for sure. And I think it's better, bro, Marcos B, that they came in as he's coming in as Penta and not like King Fuego or whatever that bullshit name.
Yeah, that was the best part. Yeah.
But here's the thing.
All that was bullshit.
I can't believe Thurston's like, the crowd roars rejoicing in the law of supply and demand. So, like, you don't enjoy movies, bro? You don't think, like, more expensive shoes are comfy and shit or whatever? Or, like, not even that. Like, the Shacks are comfy and it's he can make them $20 or whatever. I'm trying to make a goddamn economical. You're triggered about economy. Your thing's called Wrestle Economics, Wrestle Economics. And you're triggered about WWE, the leading pro wrestling in the world's economics, when they're doing the best money they've ever done. Like, you think you'd be rejoicing, you want to be a part of that, you know, but instead you're just like, I have no idea what. Hey, Tony, I'm a statistician too, huh?
Yeah. Get to be friends.
Yeah, so we covered that. Thirsty Thurston going, Bayless is one of many famous clients. Nick Khan. So Skip Bayless gets called out for being an essayer, and fuck him. But Bayless is one of many famous clients Nick Khan represented at CAA. He would never tweet about this if it was like Shannon Sharp, and let's say Shannon Sharp was managed by some guy named, like, I don't fucking know, Fred Fredericton. You know, he would never fucking even bring it up. You know what I mean? He would never even tweet about this. This and other allegations in sports media might reflect the culture Khan came from and give context for his acceptance of Vince, Horowitz, and Fitting, despite knowing the allegations against them. You know what I mean, bro? Like,
yeah, it's so smarmy. It's the only word for it. It's smarmy.
So would Kylie Ray's tweet indicate that fucking...
Right.
Y'all know what I mean, man? That, like, so when we covered her tweet earlier... Would that indicate that, like, maybe because she had a problem in AEW with NDAs and these wrestlers, but you didn't bring that up, did you, Thirsty Thurston? Oh, Kylie Ray talking about the same topic as you, Skip Bayless. Well, she's responding to this because, hey, this could, where there's smoke, there's fire, to maybe the NDA Jericho thing was right. And I don't want to be that asshole bringing this up again. But you like, come on, man, keep the same fucking energy. Ezra Gobert says $5 just for Alt Jake to say elbow again.
Elbow.
These are some sick. Keep this ASMR shit. No, super chat in if you want ASMR on my channel all you want, but
maybe I'll have to just adjust my channel ID a little bit.
Yeah,
hey, I didn't realize.
You freaks, dude.
Yeah. Might have to make all Jake's voice and Phil's feet. We might make more money.
Yeah, for real. We should start an OF. You know what I mean? Dude, it might make more money.
Shit,
Neckbeard says, and welcome Neckbeards too in the chat here. Thurston has a liberal arts degree. No joke.
He's
a failed wrestler and a cosplay economist. Yeah, I mean, fucking nailed it, dude. I don't know. Yeah, Moose Knuckles going nuts.
I can see that.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll just charge a premium and people will get triggered, right? We'll only have a few subs, but it'll be like $100 a month or whatever. All Jake there, and maybe Thurston will get fucking triggered by it. But Matthew Gregg, and I had to roast him too, bro. I didn't roast him, but I went underneath and I was like, not you too, Matthew. You're way smarter than that. Because he is, bro. And I know his thing is to roast stuff, but you can't fucking say this. When he's like, you're a part of the largest gate. They do it for UFCs. They do it for fucking football, bro. They do this shit at NHL games. This is crazy. They announce it on the TV, If Taylor Swift, what does everyone say? She generated $1 billion on her tour. You can't make fucking, this is silly. They were cheering for The Rock. They were cheering for being part of history. They're cheering because The Rock said, cheer, motherfucker. And you're just in the moment. And it's a wrestling show.
They cheered anything. They were just ready to cheer.
It's such cope, dude.
Yeah, it's embarrassing.
He says, this is the largest arena gate in WWE history. Crowd cheers. This will never not be funny. Yay, we paid loads. Did you ever? So you guys want to go the Wagyu beef in the McDonald's? So Matthew Gregg, and this is what Dose tries to point out, right? Well, no, WWE's the premium product. AEW's more like the shit, trying to give you shit if you're talking about quality of food or whatever. Like WWE's, you pay the premium for the Wagyu beef. So let's take it to that. Have you ever gone out for a fucking meal and you paid? You pay a little bit more. This guy's got Michelin stars, let's say, and you're like, God damn, that was the best fucking rib or beef Wellington. Damn, Gordon Ramsay. Damn, it's real. It's real. You pay a premium. Yeah, dude, you pay a fucking premium, let's say, and then it just really hits, and you're like, damn, I got to go back there because no steak or no Wellington, a beef Wellington. It's real. Damn, like if you pay more to go back. So like you guys, and I'm not saying you guys, but these sickos want to argue, not saying Matthew Gregg is a sicko, but like a lot of the argument is like the McDonald's thing. Okay, well then you guys are mocking paying loads, like the people who like this, or you know what I mean, Matthew Gregg, you know better than that. That's not even like a funny thing, bro. Go to a footy game. I'm sure they do it for football. So yeah, Muscle Man Malcolm responds to Elboo and owns Elboo as well. And I told you guys. And Muscle Man is down with the sickness. Like he's down with some of these sickos. But I've always put him over on this channel as like his fucking content is he asks people their favorite Waffle House orders and shit. Like that's the kind of shit I like, it's a unique take. It's not just some vanilla bland fucking question everyone gets asked. And it's like a bit and it's his. So he responds to Elboo and he's like late 2000s, early 2010s WWE for us pre-30-year-olds is the equivalent of all the old heads drooling over the Attitude Era. Spinner belts and celebrity guest hosts on Raw was fire. Boom, Elboo. And this is the Volt thing where he's like, the Volt, it's supposed to be for unseen gems. Yeah, it is that, but it's the other stuff too. Fan demand. And this is what I know they're trying to do, okay? Because I understand YouTube better than you, motherfucker. I'm going to tell you this right now. They want to get all those old matches that are already uploaded on fucking the other channel. They want to have an excuse to re-upload those as well, along with this other content. and then it only gets more eyeballs on the rare old gems. Dude, if they upload one of these rare or old gems for the Sickos, Abyss takes on this guy at fucking Heartland Wrestling Alliance or whatever the fuck it was called. That's not going to get a bunch of clicks, but maybe someone will watch it because 1 million people go and watch that Orton match they re-uploaded over the course of a year or two, and then they'll stumble across like a Amazing Red versus CM Punk on Velocity dark match or whatever. You idiot. Like, Elbu doesn't understand social media. He has a problem with it. I've been chronicling it here on the show, right? He does not understand like the interactivity aspect, and they want all their old vault shit that was on the other channel. They want to re-upload it on this other channel too, because then you make money off it. Oh, capitalism. Yeah, they're going to make money off those matches that they already made money off of. And people asked for it to be on the vault. So it's not them just doing it in a slutty way. Like, here's just all this old shit. They're asking people, the people tell them what they want, and then they listen. That's called fan service, not the coke you were about Raw saying, oh, it's no fan service. It's the utmost fan service. You know what I mean? Suplex is in the chat. Where is he?
Nice.
I don't see him. If I see him, Suplex is on the chat. We hurt people. Yeah, let's go, dude. Hurt business. Let's go. Suplex, what's good, man? Good to see you. Everyone, round of applause for Suplex, even if he's just tapping in for a minute. One of the fucking And off-air, Suplex, I want to say, if you're listening, you gave me some really sound advice as well that I fucking really took to heart and have been considering strongly going into this new year. And you might have spurned something that's going to blossom here this year. So thank you for that as well. LOL, Elbu is out here lying, acting like he just calls WWE creative team whenever he wants.
Right.
And Elbu says, this is why whenever I spoke to anyone in WWE creative, they remained thoroughly unconvinced that The Rock was actually going to stay away. They were being told to plan for Mania without him, and the whole time feeling like this guy's going to show up at some point. Why are we kidding ourselves? The Rock has just confirmed that tomorrow he will be at the Raw Netflix premiere. The whole thing is like, what's wrong? I just don't like that it's a point of trying to clown WWE for having a backup plan. Like, okay, we have a plan in case these people show up, and if they don't show up, here's our plan. Like, what is wrong with that? I don't get why that's a bad thing. And obviously, Rock is going to come to Netflix Raw. He's obviously going to show up when it matters at Mania and shit. And no one's mad. If you're mad about The Rock appearing, I'm sorry to tell you, like, real wrestling fans, bro, The Rock showing up, we might get it 10 more times. Cena showing up, we might get it 10 more times where he just cuts a fiery promo. I keep beating this to death, but it's like, appreciate it while it's here. Even Roman, when does he retire and just go, no, I'm fucking off, and then I'll do my Hall of Fame? Like, we don't know how long we got these guys, man. Be so grateful we're in this like mega uber everyone's a superstar era. Imagine everyone in the 80s crying about Hulk Hogan. The fuck out of here, you know, or whatever, you know. Imagine everyone
was just interviewed and talked about how he always has a plan, like through like C, D, E, F. He's got multiple ideas and multiple plans. That's why he's always planting different seeds around and stuff. Like, that's what it is.
It's craziness.
Yeah,
for real. Imagine like being mad about The Rock and Austin cooking back then. Like, I could never imagine, bro, because they're cooking. If AEW was cooking, we'd be like, bro, they're cooking. Everyone's cooking right now. It's not like we don't want them to cook, bro. It's fucking craziness, man. It's just coke. So the last one, or no, we already covered that, and that was Lufisto. And ladies and gentlemen, that was our Sicko segment. Let's go. Amazing stuff. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you all for tapping in. What a fucking eclectic evening.
Yeah,
with so many people, man. The turnout was astronomical, man, across both channels. At one point there, I mean, we're fucking just growing. This is amazing. Thank you all for subscribing, hitting the like if you haven't. I would have gave you some Dusty Dave. I promised it, but guys, promises are made to be broken. Same with rules. And I am going to do that. I mean, I'll do some with Marie. We're doing a pod tomorrow and also Saturday live show. So we go live.
There's always material.
Yeah, dude. Monday, Wednesday, Saturday. Monday's always going to be very WWE focused. Instead of, you know, these live shows are going to be a bit of everything. And then WWE news. It was important today to do a lot of WWE news because of the whole Netflix on Raw fallout. We really needed to go over that. I thought it was important. So mostly Mondays are going to be mostly WWE stuff, unless it's super important. And then, you know, the typical Wednesday and Saturday live shows or PLEs, whatever. Patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes. If you want to like support me, consider becoming a member. 99 cents. It just makes me do this more and more. I added Monday shows in 2025s on a fucking whim. You know, my wife's excited for me too. She's like, yes, let's fucking go. And so, yeah, that's all because of chat and the support you guys already give me. And yeah, just round of applause for you guys and Alt Jake as well. And our guest, MJ from NJ. We had Marie Shadows come on. We had the experts come on. We don't fuck around here at PWT. And yeah, I love you all, chat. And yeah, air horns for you all. At Alt Jake Takes On, his channel's coming soon as well. We're just working out some kinks, and also he's dealing with whatever the fuck he's dealing with. And once we're trudging through all that, everyone's good over here. But Alt Jake Takes On is coming soon, the channel, and also follow him on X. Jake, thanks for being here, buddy. And
absolutely, boss.
Let's do fucking Tough Enough tomorrow. We have to. It's
I'm down.
Too long. Crazy. Round of applause for our guests again, guys. We'll see you all in the Upside Down. See you all in the Upside Down. Peace.
Peace.
It is a fast-acting viral strain that infects the host immediately, and upon getting sick, the infected will become racked with coughs, sweat profusely, and start to get the shivers and chills.
There he is, the legend. The man, the myth, the legend.
Yeah. You can't literally run a promotion just for the AEW, what do they call them, Sickos?
Thank you very much, TikTok and AEW. See you tonight.
Tony Khan started telling people there's no such thing as long-term booking anymore. It's week to week.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
We just secured the bag.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It was just sort of happened naturally. But it was never something I intended. It was just something that happened because the wrestlers asked me to do things in matches, and I do them.
If you run a promotion just for the Sickos, you're going to do 400,000 viewers eventually.
Effing melts. You know that SmackDown actually went over and everything?
Yeah. What's the point?
The point is SmackDown.
What are you getting at here?
That the DVRs didn't pick it up.
Did they not pick it up?
You know, mine didn't.
Let's get into everybody's favorite moment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week.
What would you like to listen to in your ears?
I'd like to hear the flute.
Well, if you'd like to flaunt your flute, then we can find you a flautist.
We have just secured the bag.
It doesn't help me.
Okay, so complain, but
I will complain.
Let me have my misery.
And when I heard that, I was like, what?
Thank you, fuck you, bye. Boom.
You gotta run a promotion for everybody. The Sickos can be the ones that buy tickets first and spend the most money on the merchandise.
Because we have just secured the bag.
But like, you gotta promote for everybody. Then you'll have a lot of viewers.
I think we proved a lot of so-called experts. We made them look like idiots. We're not going anywhere. Tony Khan's not going anywhere.
You'll also be there on TNT. You'll be in 2 places at once. You'll be a lot like my favorite movie. Time. So great, Pittsburgh.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It sort of happened naturally.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
Keep themselves safe.
No! Damn shot! Damn it!
Ladies and gentlemen, shit's about to hit the fan.